Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 451. In the past few days, Jiang Feng is suffering and happy. The dozen or so stone malts are all brewed into barrels of beer. Wang Cripple once again sent 1,000 bamboo tubes, but Jiang Feng asked him to suspend the manufacturing of the bamboo tubes. Instead, he asked him to make the kind of wooden barrels that can be hugged by one person. Hundreds of barrels of beer are sent out. Jiang Feng knows, this thing is definitely making a lot of money. At this time, the small bamboo tube is definitely not enough. No, old he, Zoozy Dad, Zoozy Goozy, and people who can work in the neighborhood, all brought the sprouted wheat a little bit, and Jiang Feng simply broke his fortune and rented the yard next door. The basement has become a ready-made wine storage place. The yard with at least 1 acre of land on it has been shoveled, and all unnecessary houses have been pushed in. There is a spacious yard with facade houses except for the courtyard wall. In the yard, at this time, a burst of malt smell basically persisted over Huitong Lane for a long time. Even old scholar and Grandma Wang can't sit still. One after another came to make money. Here, you can earn 10 cents a day, and you can also take care of the food and the stuff. Who is not greedy? But this is not a long-term solution. Although there are old scholar abacus beads, it is not uncommon. The current orders are basically oldless. This is not Jiang Feng's little tavern. Those who can come from the neighborhood, and those who are shrewd, are here. Everyone's eyes are bright looking at Jiang Feng lying on the counter, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Feng did not delay, said directly, I am looking for you today because we found a business that made a fortune. If you are willing to do it with my Feng Tsai, just say it. Tomorrow, let's teach you. Will you succeed? Feng Tsai, you don't want this. That brewing is something passed down from your ancestors. Even if you let us learn this thing, it's not for us. It's a son who forced us to die. Don't you understand the truth that the wealth is not revealed and art is not passed on? Although your youngster is still alone now, you are bound to marry a wife, give birth to children, let this thing pass to your baby son 1 inch. Ha ha ha, yes, Feng Tsai, you pass all this to us. This is hurting us. You call us this conscience can't get past this hurdle 1 inch. Feng Tsai, come with me. Old scholar is more direct. With a black face, he took Jiang Feng to the backyard. As soon as he entered the backyard, old scholar saw a dozen grills in the backyard. Feng Tsai, what do you want to do? Jiang family knows that you are pouring this thing upside down, and it is also very happy. You said that you should start your career first. The grown-up family agreed. Your marriage is basically a matter of certainty. If you spread your brewing skills, you believe or not only you, but even the backbone of the Jiang family. I was poked. Old scholar, I understand. Jiang Feng patted old scholar on the shoulder and said, who said I want to spread winemaking? Isn't this a false story? Even if I am stupid, Jiang Feng is impossible to spread this thing out. What do you mean? Old scholar was worried that Jiang Feng was irritated, or because of this relationship, he was forced to be too tight and something went wrong. Jiang Feng and old scholar sat on the deck chairs in the yard and said, Old scholar, you have also seen my ability and craftsmanship. I will definitely enter the court in the future, but this officialdom is sinister. A little carelessness, there will be a killing disaster, so I want to tie some of the other abilities that I have mastered, using commercial means, to tie some personal connections. In this case, even if it is the offensive when the time comes, maybe someone helped me. And you know, I don't have a family member now, so this wine must not be passed on. I have passed it on a long time ago, but it's cooking and cooking. The cooking craftsmanship, this is nothing. This is just something of common sense. So I plan to spread the barbecue and cooking skills, so as to give the neighborhood more craftsmanship, and also take the opportunity to gain my reputation. If you fight out, you might be able to get along with the ministers in the imperial court when you enter the court in the future. If Jiang Feng said this, old scholar would be interested. Smacked and said, I still haven't thought about it enough. I was wondering before that you were lazy, but now it seems that you are still old man ignorant and inexperienced. You have this move beer, Basically you have already tied yourself to the imperial court. This is a great opportunity for you to become an official in the DPRK. I won't advise you anymore. Whatever you want, just do it boldly. 1 inch. By the way, old scholar, it's the same thing as last time. There are 2 or 3 days to go. My academy will open. When the time comes, you are still the academy's gentleman. You know I'm lazy, so common sense sexual things, you still have to come. You can ask for all the specific requirements. Academy is opening so soon. Old scholar hearing this, surprised looking at Zhang Feng. Then the Imperial College of Supreme Learning would agree so quickly. Do you run the academy under their noses? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 452. Zhang Feng and Old Scholar discussed about a cup of tea, but the little tavern has long since turned upside down. Everyone is arguing. If Zhang Feng wants to pass on this craft to them, they will immediately tie Zhang Feng to get married, even if it is the gift money. If you tie him up, tavern searches, then it will come out. When the time comes at worst, go to medicine recipe, grab a handful of medicine, spend a night in the bridal chamber. When the time comes, he is more anxious than anyone else. At that time, the wife was in charge. He would still be so nonsense? Don't even think about it. No, when Zhang Feng entered the little tavern, the atmosphere of the entire tavern changed. Zhang Feng glanced at Old He suspiciously, and Old He didn't throw him away. Neighborhoods, today, Feng Tsai has opened our heart and said, in this year, you have brought me Feng Tsai not thin, so, don't think about this wine. I will definitely not pass it to you, even if you put a knife on my neck. This thing will be passed on to my son when the time comes. Everyone is hearing this, which is deeply sighed in relief. Daddy Zuzi couldn't help but curiously asked, then what do you have left? I don't know, a few characters that fight big, so don't pass your stuff to me. Yes, don't you want to open a school for that stuff? When the time comes, ask both my youngsters to go. Ha ha ha. No, I'm talking about something else. Zuzi father, normally you don't eat less. At this moment, I actually said that I have no real ability except alcohol. Tell me, those foods that I tinkered with, which of the meaty foods are you not eating? Your fingers? Father Zuzi hearing this, his face flushed instantly. Well, there is oil on my hand. I didn't lick it. Come on, now. Our life is going well, and this wasteboard is also bulging now. Everyone can afford to eat this meat, so I thought about it, and I made a good thing. Barbecue. Goozy, go and bring it out for me. Howler. Goozy and several little brat have eaten Zhang Feng's barbecue. At this moment, where can some little brats sit still? One after another, they ran to the backyard and opened them. In no time, several people carried the stove, and the grill came to tavern, and everyone hurriedly moved away. What is this? It's so hot. You are. Don't think too much. Don't ask. Look. Zhang Feng hurriedly shut up everyone with a headache, took a handful of mutton skewers from the table, put it on the charcoal-fired rack, brushed it with a pig hair brush, brushed it with oil, and turned it over and grilled it. In a moment, the gluttonous people swallowed the scent of meat. Come on. You guys will try it all. This stuff is what I want to pass to you. Of course, this thing must not be money-free. I passed it on to you. No matter whether you make money or not, let me talk about it first. I have to give me a silvertel every month. This is a technical fee. Also, I can give you a thorough understanding of this thing. I can eat and drink with beer. That only takes 1 day. And you can make thousands of dollars. One hiss. So much? Everyone couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. They have all drunk beer, and in the workshop, they all manage enough. Although they only ate this barbecue for the first time, just by smelling it, people couldn't help but drink 2 bites. If this is 1,000 words money, is this okay? See everyone moving. Zhang Feng said slowly. This is nothing but beer. Beer is not counted. Beer can cost 1 penny to 3 pennies. It depends on how you sell it, but you can take me 1 penny from me. It's the rules for you. I can't break it, but for this barbecue, we are all neighbors. We are not cheap. Whoever is cheaper, but I can guarantee that you don't look at the 3 coins for this wine. When the time comes, it may be a bamboo tube. It's more than just selling 3 pennies. Are you serious? Jiang Mazi, who poured Yixiang, shouted loudly, and Jiang Feng instantly smashed. Seriously? But old Jiang, can you change your outfit for me? If you dare to wear this night-scented outfit and do this for me, I will not give it to you money. I don't want to teach you anymore. And you, the same is true. This one needs to be worn clean, and at least it shouldn't smell of sweat. This affects the appetite of the guests very much. To put it bluntly now, this is smashing my Jiang Feng's sign. It's smashing my reputation. Feng Tsai, don't worry, when the time comes, the old village chief will personally supervise you. Whoever dare to be sloppy. The old man interrupted his third leg and sent it to you. Ha ha ha, 1 inch. Feng Tsai, don't worry, we know everything about this. Okay. Now that you all understand, you are all gone, and after discussing with your family in the evening, we will officially start teaching you tomorrow. Why don't you say now? Fuck off. The smell of sweat and the smell of feet, and the smell of night smoke will kill me. I will talk about it tomorrow. Let's 1 inch. Jiang Feng drove everyone away. Don't talk about anything else. It's his mother's sleepy. But when everyone finally walked out of the little tavern, Jiang Feng was about to close the door of the little tavern, and the big palm of his hand instantly supported the door. Feng Tsai, I sent you money from old Cheng. Wow! Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 453. In an instant, Jiang Feng saw Cheng Yojin's big face. As soon as he saw Cheng Yojin smile, Jiang Feng instinctively felt that this guy definitely didn't hold any good farts. Looking behind him again, old Li, old Sun, old Fang, old Wei all came. Jiang Feng is dumbfounded. What's the situation? Are you here in a group? It's really rare, you don't do business anymore? Oh, Feng Tsai, let's be a fart in this business. We have people to take care of it. So don't we come here? Compared to your beer barbecue, that's nothing. While speaking, Cheng Yojin hugged Jiang Feng and entered the little tavern. Jiang Feng shook his head. He knew that he couldn't hide this thing. Since all are here, what can it explain? That can only make it clear that this matter has spread to them a long time ago. Several people found a place to sit down by themselves. Before Jiang Feng greeted them, they drank a beer and started drinking. Feng Tsai, this is the beer you got from you last time and the money you earned from barbecue. You count it. Li Shimin smiled and took it out of his arms. A piece of silver bills and a ledger were pushed in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't watch silver bills. For him, that thing was just a number. What he wanted to watch was running water, and what kind of things were most popular. After reading it for a while, Jiang Feng then slapped his lips and said, it really didn't expect. The chicken paws and chicken wings that no one eats in this normally have become a bestseller. Hey, isn't that you stuff? Old Chen, can we talk about it? Jiang Feng is speechless. The interrupted Cheng Yojin. Fang Xuanling laughed up, put Cheng Yojin on the bench, and said, I'll tell you about it. In the past few days, we will look for them separately. I tried to sell it in 3 places. The first place is Yanlai Building, the other is East and West Markets, and the other place is on the only way to the official attending the Imperial Court. Guess what? This stuff is on sale for 3 days. The first day was on the Vermilion Bird Bridge, and the second day was at East and West Markets at the same time. Experimenting with Yanlai Building, if Jiang Feng saw the scene, it would scare Jiang Feng alive. Everyone didn't mean to say, how much did you sell? I remember, you just took 500 barrels of bars. Jiang Feng asked. You remembered wrong. What's your head? This is almost 1,000 barrels, with barbecue, in 3 days. Sold thousands of silver tl, and the cost is only it's less than 100 tls. Fang Xuanling was extremely excited. What do you want to say is no cost trading? This is the real deal without capital. The cost of 100 silver tl is enough to sell thousands of silver tls income. How can this not make him excited? Do you know that when the beer was about to run out, how much did the beer cost? Someone discovered a business opportunity and actually pushed up the price of beer to 10 cents a barrel. And this was all done by second-hand dealers? It came out, no, this wine will be sold for 5 cents a bucket of sandals and 5 cents for the time being. Jiang Feng shook his head. This matter, old Li, you have to think of a way. Although these two dealers seem to be kind, but over time, this will break the sign. This, what is it? This damn thing is to kill. Although in a short period of time, because this wine is fresh, it can attract a large number of people instantly. But when this wine becomes too expensive, sales will definitely decline. In fact, this thing is blunt, but it's about volume. This thing cannot withstand storage. Once it is unsold, then within half a month, this thing can only be dumped into the pit. Li Shimin, hearing this, his face changed slightly. I remember what you said, I will do this tomorrow 1 inch. Okay, you have to do it well with this matter. This money, it will definitely be unfinished. You are in business. People have come to smash your brand. Don't you know? Jiang Feng's words instantly made everyone's look stiff. This talked about they're in the bones. They really only take care of their immediate interests. If this matter is allowed to ferment, it will surely make this matter a big knife to cut off the beer barbecue industry. Also, old Li, the price of this barbecue is still set according to the market. Don't dig a hole and bury yourself for immediate benefit. This is our number one. This transaction, I really don't want to mess it up. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Li Shimin nodded, said again, by the way, we discussed this thing, and we just saw it. For the wine shop, we plan to sell all the properties on this street within the small tavern. When the time comes, the wine shop is set up here. What do you think? This is okay. If there is this barbecue stall, are you sure you only set up a stall? Li, this is what Shimin doesn't understand the most. Why can such a tall thing be so rustic? It doesn't cost much to get a restaurant. For the time being, I still have a follow-up plan. If I set the specifications now, it won't be easy to deal with later. More? A flash of astonishment flashed in the expressions of several people, but it disappeared quickly. Feng Tsai, the Academy of Kaiwafang is about to open the day after tomorrow. The gate has not been completed yet. What is the proper name for this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 454. Jiang Feng's Academy. Although Jiang Feng is not very concerned, but Li Shimin has always been in his heart. In addition, now that Jiang Feng is ready to go out of the mountain, then it is equivalent to that Jiang Feng will soon be ready to enter the DPRK as an official. When the time comes, once his identity is disclosed, then. So, Li Shimin is more anxious than anyone else. Moreover, the opening of this academy also indicates that it has officially opened the battle line with Guanlong faction and 5 surnames 7 clans. When the time comes, even though he is himself pressed in the imperial court, it is inevitable that they will be corrupted. People from the aristocratic families of Shandong came to provoke. Although Li Shimin knew Jiang Feng's character, he was a master who did not want to suffer. At this time, once the touch is good or bad, it is still unknown. But if Jiang Feng can bring aristocratic families of Shandong into his banner, then this will also be a good thing for him to enter the imperial court in the future. Big arm help. And when the time comes, Guanlong can't do anything about it. Academy. Jiang Feng hesitated. But there are more memories in my eyes. At this time, Li Shimin and the others also didn't bother him with interest. In Jiang Feng's memory, bits and pieces of his previous life also flooded into his eyes in an instant. Those former classmates, teachers, those days that used to stand at the teacher's door to recite English words all day, are so nostalgic. But now everything can't go back. Just call the University of Chainan. Jiang Feng thought for a while, and finally thought of such a name. Although it looks like it doesn't sound like the Imperial College of Supreme Learning is awesome, but this name allows Jiang Feng to remember his past all the time. Chainan Academy? Several people are confused. We all know Chainan, but is this academy too simple? Feng Tsai, can you talk about it? This. Don't ask. You just don't know. I will make arrangements for myself. If you are willing, please do what I said. No. Li Shimin hurriedly interrupted Jiang Feng and said, look, I also thought of several of them. and discussed this when I had nothing to do with them. I have 3 more suitable names here. Can you see if it works? The first name is Ding Song Xuan, the second is Wen Tower, and the third is Shuxiang Bai Yuan. Can you see if this works? What's all this? Zhang Feng was confused. Look at old Li, what is this Yanlai building? That's a brothel, right? Does the first 2 sound like that? Just the third one is fine, but it's too vulgar, and it doesn't reflect the power of our university. But my Chenan University is different. Zhang Feng also simply talked about it. Chenan, do you all understand? As long as you are from Great Tang, no one doesn't know it. This is at the feet of the emperor, so take Zhang Feng from me ability. Do you think the people I teach will be the kind of people who attempt nothing and accomplish nothing? No. Li Shimin thought about it, shook his head. Zhang Feng's ability, if he only needs to learn 10%, he will definitely become a person like Zhu Kongming. Is this a mediocre person? Zhang Feng continued. Well, don't you have to? The people we teach are all people who want to go up and want to bring honor to one's ancestors. This then it will be able to reflect the importance of my academy name. Academy. I studied university. This is it? Cheng Yojin was dumbfounded. Feng Tsai, I have an idea for old Chen. Can you see it? You say it. Why not ask the emperor to learn from university? Get out. Zhang Feng's lungs are about to explode. If you tell a person who doesn't know much about learning, you can tell him this. It's not so maddening. Old Li, the name of the university has been decided, but this one didn't run away. Why are you studying? Don't you feel awkward? What do you study? What do you mean by studying? Who can understand? So, academy, this sounds like an end-to-end name. Then ... just use this name, I will find someone to engrave the characters. The red sandalwood wooden token plaques are all ready. Just wait for your words. Li Shimin couldn't see Zhang Feng, so he just did what he wanted. Anyway, talk big. None of them can compare to Zhang Feng, and when the time comes, no matter what his academy is called, as long as you can teach those few things, even if it's the name of the native country, you can let him shine. The affairs of the academy were settled. Everyone drank and ate the barbecue again, and talked about Chenan's interesting things. Then Li Shimin asked, Feng Tsai, those neighborhoods just now, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. When the time comes, you know, all these neighborhoods treat me very well, so we have made a fortune. Can't let them do that too. So, if you can help, just help. As for what you can do, then it doesn't matter to me. Oh. Li Shimin didn't ask any more questions. After chatting again about the precautions of the institution and the future development focus of barbecue, Li Shimin and the others left in a hurry. And Zhang Feng finally sent everyone away. Sneak out the sunglasses from his arms, put them on his eyes, and lay on the recliner in the backyard. Who fell asleep. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 455. When the Huitong Lane chickens were not croaking, almost every household lighted an oil lamp, coughing, washing, even screaming, the sound of feeding animals and pigs. It spread throughout the peaceful and tranquil Chenan city. Then, the sound of scolding the child to get up became louder and louder. The number of people on the street has gradually increased. Today, they did not go outside the city to see the wheat fields, nor did they look for locust. On the contrary, it's like a holiday. The wearer wears neat and tidy clothes, or wears clothes for the Chinese New Year, and goes out. Although the padded jacket doesn't feel hot and uncomfortable on the body, it is the only piece of clothing that can be worn. Everyone dressed up. Even the unshaven people in the normally hurry up and hung up a beard. Although his face is full of cuts, it is difficult to conceal the excited smile on his face. Oldie and Zuzi father, it can be said that they didn't sleep all night. At this time, looking at the smiling faces of the people on the street, a sigh flashed across Oldie's face, and a curse was added. Oh, wastrel. Such a good thing. You gave this group of mudlegs so cheap. Dead woman, are you up yet? If you don't come out, Feng Tsai won't teach you 1 inch. Hurry up. you hurry up. Old he wife ran to sleep on the side of her dazed daughter. He scolded this old he, and hurriedly followed the chirp chirp twitter of a few women to chat. And everyone's direction is toward one place. That is Jiang Feng's Little Tavern. But when everyone rushed to Little Tavern, they didn't dare to speak loudly or knock on the door. They just found a place and sat down anywhere. The relationship is better. Just a few people will gossip around together. Zuzi father, come here. Here. Old he finally saw Zuzi father. He greeted him, moved his butt, and let out a place for Zuzi his father to sit. I wondered, should I talk to Feng Tsai about this? I thought about it for a while yesterday, but I didn't figure it out. Why would he not get things that make money like this? It's cheaper for us. Before Zuzi his father sat down, old he said it was open. I don't know, but isn't this Feng Tsi's temper? When have you seen him do something serious? This thing, let go, it will certainly not happen to others. But if you let Feng Tsai do this, he can really do it. Oh, these clubs are really cheap for them. Old he sighed as he looked at the densely packed people. Don't worry about it. Feng Tsai said that they don't care, and Feng Tsai will enter the DPRK as an official in the future. He did this. I asked Old Scholar yesterday. Ask. Do you guess what Old Scholar said? Daddy Zuzi bumped into Old he and said, Feng Tsai treats us as his own person. Think about Feng Tsai when the time comes as an official. The people on our street are so poor. Wouldn't that make Feng Tsai ashamed? Old he hearing this, I couldn't help but think about what Jiang Feng had talked with him during this time, and what he did, let alone, he really figured it out. There really is such a truth in it. Old he could not help but continue to ask, why didn't Old Scholar come? Old Scholar is now developed. Father Zuzi with envy on his face. Last night, Old Scholar wrote and painted on sheets of paper. I don't know what they are writing, but I heard that a Feng Tsai Academy is about to open. What? Really? Old he didn't hold back for a while, and roared excitedly. In an instant, everyone glared at Old he, seeming to dislike him and awaken Jiang Feng. Old he shrank his neck and started chatting with Zuzi father. That is at this time, Jiang Feng's door was opened by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, who was still yawning, glanced at the door and was about to untie his belt to urinate, but he was frightened by the appearance in front of him. What are you doing? It's not light yet. What are you doing here? Jiang Feng is completely confused. Forced. I was stunned by a soak in urine. So I didn't have time to go to the latrine, so I was going to solve it at the door, but it was good to have a look. This basically the whole street is here. This man and woman squatted a lot. At this time, Jiang Feng was completely trapped. I scanned the crowd and found Old he and Zuzi father, and hurriedly asked, Old he, what's the matter? You are not say. Did you tell us to come over to learn barbecue today? Jiang Feng slapped his head and almost fell. When is this? The chickens didn't croak, just came. You can't be so urgent, right? Okay, let's get up, go back first, it's still so early, wait for noon to come over. Now I can't see it. How can I learn? Jiang Feng directly placed the expulsion order. Everyone looks at you, and then at me. No one knows what to do. Isn't it all early to learn? Why are you still waiting for noon? Is there anything special about this thing? Daddy Zuzi and Old he hearing this got up and roared. Come and go. Feng Tsai has said that. Let's come over at noon. Look at all of you. Why are you anxious? Are you afraid that Feng Tsai won't agree? Fuck me back. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 456. Jiang Feng has insomnia. Although it's only dark outside, he has no sleep at all because of what happened just now. The opening of the academy actually coincided with this, which was something he hadn't expected. The reason why I agreed to open the academy before Old Li was actually to prepare for entering the imperial court in the future, but now these two things are completely irrelevant. If you do both things, then some unpredictable consequences will inevitably occur. Moreover, Chen Shenyu and their personalities, would they stay in the academy so peacefully and willingly be controlled by Old Scholar? If that is the case, he is no longer called Chen Shenyu. It is inevitable to teach them. All you need to do is to give them military training. the knowledge of mathematical sciences in elementary and junior high schools, as well as the regular scenes of Special Forces movie training that have been seen on TV. Copy all of them. Even if you copy the ones you have seen in TV dramas, you can definitely train them, but it is a little difficult. But what he has is time. He also believes that the things that can be used in future military training are advanced for this era and have never appeared before, plus their physique is as strong as a cow, so basically they can be trained. At that time, they were instilling some modern military common sense knowledge. Wouldn't this allow them to grow up instantly after entering the barracks in the future? And it is also a rapid growth. Enter the imperial court by yourself and quickly establish your own power, which is also a big help. Fame. Everything is for fame. And things after entering the imperial court. Feng Tsai. Haven't gotten up yet, the sun is basking. Crazy man, get up quickly, your wife is here. When Jiang Feng was thinking wildly, an hour had passed unconsciously. Until Cheng Chumo's voice sounded, Jiang Feng instantly awoke from his memories. Here's here, urged the soul. Jiang Feng complained, and simply stopped sleeping and got up. Chen Sheniu was able to come at this time, which really helped him a lot. Originally, he was still worried that it might take a long time to teach these neighbors in the neighborhood. But if Iron Knox comes, then this matter will be easy to handle. Under his unique loud voice and his fierce reputation, these honest and timid people will definitely learn these things in a very short time. As soon as the door was opened, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Yo, Li Qian, Chong Tsai, big fool, why, you guys, this day has just dawned. For you stubborn group, it is the time when you are sleeping. You are basically omnipotent at this time. Come to me. Did you cause trouble? Hey. Otherwise, we are the brother. I just thought about it. Cheng Chumo hearing this moment, it's fun. As soon as Jiang Feng's neck is hooked, he often walks around the house and says, I said Jiang Feng brother, this matter, you have done a little too bad conscience, right? Jiang Feng is blinded. Where does this start? When did I have a bad conscience? You have to make it clear to me, otherwise I will let you go around. He. Cheng Chumo laughed bitterly. Don't think I didn't know what was too much last time. By the way, it's great-grandfather and Li Qian's grandfather. His senior is here. What playing cards did you play? Are you still a brother? There is such a good thing that you don't show up to play with the brothers. You actually. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong complained one by one. Then, one person, one jug, took a jar of wine from the wine cabinet. Jiang Feng said while staring, isn't that the thing? When do you think I'm free? That thing was also stimulated by Lord's Go, and suddenly thought of this thing. Ah, you also know that Lao Tzu is not like playing Go. You let me play that thing. How can I play it? Besides, I have lost several jars of wine, and if I lose like this, my loincloth will output it. Can I think of a way? Cheng Chumo hearing this, stared at him. Then why did you say that big fool? Why has this thing? And the fucking one actually took it out in front of our brother. Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. How do I know that? If you are doing this, I will teach you how to play cards at elder brother today. If you want to send money, then I will accept it all, and so on. I will let you see that these things are amazing. But now, since you guys are here, then I'm not welcome. When my neighbors in the neighborhood will come to learn barbecue, you guys will listen to me clearly. This I believe you have all eaten the stuff, so I will only teach it 3 times. If you can teach these neighbors, what do you want to learn? I can basically satisfy you. How? Feng Tsai. What are you saying is true? Li Qian jumped up excitedly and grabbed Jiang Feng's arm, but was subconsciously hidden by Jiang Feng opened. I glanced at Li Qian Jiang Feng, who was excited, and said, I know what you are thinking. You will definitely not be able to learn that stuff for the time being. I will ask you, the division table will be memorized. Also, besides the law table, there is a multiplication table waiting for you. These 2 distinct things are the basis. If you say, wait for Jiang Feng to finish, then he actually interrupted him and said, Feng Tsai, the division table within 3 digits you mentioned, I really want to know it all by heart. Jiang Feng, hearing this putchy while drinking tea, he took the tea in his mouth, took the tea leaves, and sprayed Dugu all over his face. What did you say? You said you would know it. Jiang Feng is really a little bit distrustful of this stuff, but except for the most powerful freak in his head, only the electric apparatus brain can recite things in an instant. Apart from this, few people can recite punishment formulas within 3 digits in an instant. Is he really a math master? Jiang Feng subconsciously asked. How much is 352 divided by 352? 1. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 457. Without pause, at the moment Jiang Feng's voice fell, Duga gave an accurate answer, even if this number was Jiang Feng without any consideration. Speaking out, but this Duga can be connected so magically. This is what really shocked Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. What's so great about memorizing this stuff? I tell you, there are bigger things on this. Forget it. I won't be troubled by you. Since you passed the first test, then I'll ask you, Li Qian. Du Dabing has learned it all. How much have you learned? This. There have been many things recently, so I am a little slack, but divide within 2 digits. I basically know how to memorize the watch. My goodness, this is what a fucking evildoer. Jiang Feng looked up to sky and heaved a deep sigh in his heart. But when I thought that school would start tomorrow, and that he had to face this group of evildoers for a long time, Jiang Feng suddenly felt what a stupid decision to promise old Li to open a school. But now he thinks it's too late to quit. Come on. You are all awesome, okay, but this is just the beginning. You will all report to me in the school tomorrow, when the time comes as your real nightmare at the beginning. You, Du Dabing, thought that you can learn how to divide within 3 digits and you will be stunned. I tell you, I have met a person who can instantly say 5 digits divide within, and it's any number. Hearing this, Li Chenqian and the others, there was a flash of fright in his eyes. Is this still a human? Even Dugu? It was only during this period of neglect, sleep and forget about food that he learned this by crazy backup operations. But what do they hear now? They heard someone say a division within 5 digits in an instant. This. Is this still a human? Jiang Feng is naturally talking about computers. Seeing a few people feel uncomfortable like eating barber, he waved his hand. Okay, don't think about it. This is too far away for you. Let's talk about what's happening now. Now I have something for you to help me to do. Yes, it's the barbecue. All the academic things. When the school starts tomorrow, there will be something you can take. I can only say that the division table is just the basis. In an instant, a few people I wanted to leave, and even the thought of looking for Jiang Feng to play cards disappeared in an instant. This gangster still doesn't know how to torture them tomorrow. No, I have to think of a way. Otherwise, it depends on this kind of mean. When the time comes, I might decide how to deal with them. Damn Dabing. You will die if you are humble, and now that this is the case, your mother's life will not be good anymore. Jiang Feng did not give them too much opportunity to think. After all, this free labor is not used in vain, and this is still notorious in Chainan City. Obviously, they are very sophisticated when it comes to eating. And sitting here is probably the same. A few of the Jiang Feng conductors moved the dozen or so barbecue racks behind them to the empty courtyard of the winery next door. At this time, there are only a few sparse beer brewing places that are bargaining with Old Scholar to sell malt. Jiang Feng has never cared about these things. Now it is handed over to Old Scholar. He also I really become a shopkeeper. Otherwise he will be really annoying if he is asked to deal with these people every day. Finding a remote place, Jiang Feng instructed a few people to set up the stove, and then made a pile of red charcoal from the stove where the wine was steamed, and took out a pile of charcoal prepared in advance of some meat skewers. You have seen my barbecue before, so now you watch it again. I told you that after putting this meat on it, let it be grilled until the surface is oily, then brush it with a layer of oil. Sprinkle a layer of oil on it. This will make it easier to taste. And then, Jiang Feng detailed the mutton to remove the mutton, as well as the legs, chicken wings, duck wings, and even I have taught the chicken neck marinating and roasting methods once. To put it bluntly, it is just a matter of mastering the truths such as a handful of salt. The grilled meat must be fresh, so that a delicious dish that can instantly lock the meat on a fierce fire, and then paired with cumin, and spicy, cornmeal powder, plus pepper, that taste it will make people salivate in an instant. After learning a lot, a few people really learn this thing, but at this time, at the entrance of Jiang Feng's tavern, a group of neighbors arrived one after another, but when the tavern door was wide open, but no one was seen, the smell of barbecue floated, and instantly everyone followed the taste of the mouth and came to the wine shop. Jiang Feng saw the arrival of old He's people and said, "Youngsters, your chance is here. This is your first assessment. If you can teach these people how to barbecue, then you will be eligible to enter my Jiang Feng's first school in Great Tang, Chainan Academy tomorrow. Otherwise, you would never want to learn anything from me." Li the Chenkian people were still very happy, even a little be eager to have a try, but when they saw the densely packed people at the door, they were instantly dumbfounded. This fucking, so many people, Feng Tsai, what is this going to do? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 458. Old He and the others are here. Moreover, there are more people who came this time than before dawn today. At this time, Old Scholar and other people working in the winery also saw this side, not seeing it, but being attracted by the bursts of grilled meat. Feng Tsai, what are you doing? Isn't this I going to sell this beer? This teaches them to get some barbecue, when the time comes to expand their business. This. Is it done here? Isn't this a nonsense? Don't you know how important this is? Walk around. Get me out. Old Scholar roared with a dark face. I was a little opposed to Jiang Feng doing this. Now Jiang Feng wants to teach his amazing barbecue skills in this place. How can this not make Old Scholar angry? Hey, you Old Scholar, noble son Jiang is kind. He wants us to do business. What are you doing here? Old Scholar, you just stop here. If you want to, you come too. By the way, I remember, Old Scholar is going to the academy tomorrow. When this voice remembered, everyone was shocked. Only then did I remember what happened tomorrow. This is the major event of Huitong Lane. Jiang Feng's academy is open. Surian still can't afford to go to the academy for everyone's dolls. But how good is it? See you yet. That what Chainan Academy was opened by Huitong Lane, my acquaintance Jiang Feng. How good is it? When the time comes, even if Jiang Feng doesn't teach, we can't learn it. When the time comes, when the barbecue starts, don't you have the money to go to school? What is this? This makes things easy to do in front of acquaintances. What's more, in this Chainan city, after 3 years of coming out, when the time comes, even if you are a county magistrate, you have turned over Feng Tsai, this matter. You must not forget our Huitong Lane neighborhood. The old man of Huitong Lane is anxiously surrounded by those aunts and aunts. When I came up, I almost wished to throw Jiang Feng up, throwing a few back and forth in the sky. But fortunately, after Cheng Chumo and the others coughed a few times, everyone discovered these murderers. Okay, when the time comes academy, we Feng Tsai are the kind of people who forget our roots. Wait next year, next June. As long as we have dolls over 6 years old in our house, anyone can come to the academy, and Feng Tsai will open the back door for you. No money. Really? Everyone was excited in an instant. Get out. The old village chief was impatient. Feng Tsai said that he doesn't want money. It's Feng Tsai who doesn't forget his roots. But if you bastard dare to be greedy for cheap and don't give money, when the time comes, it's my mother's not to say the people of Huitong Lane. The people of Huitong Lane are no goddamn greedy masters. Yes, if anyone doesn't pay, they will get out of Huitong Lane. Feng Tsai reluctantly cuts meat for us to sell such a profitable business to you. Are you raised by a pack of wolves? Are you still not satisfied? Jiang Feng instantly got a headache. Li Chenqian and the others behind Jiang Feng were shocked. What is this? Although this looks nothing, but the human body tastes a feeling that has never been experienced before. That is a feeling of being cared for. This is also the charm that only Jiang Feng has. Even if he is Li Chengqian, as the crown prince, everyone only has fear and flattery towards him, and apart from this, after removing the brilliance from his body, he is what? Don't take flattery anymore. What should I do? I still have to work here. Old scholar can't listen anymore, waving and yelling at everyone. Everyone remembered the business of coming here. Oh, you! Old scholar stomped, gave Jiang Feng a glance, and left. Jiang Feng feels nothing, on the contrary. He likes to be crowded. Once the crowd is not lively, he will feel uncomfortable and feel double loneliness. At this time, seeing everyone's emotions ignited, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, today, these are the second-generation ancestors in your eyes, the ruffians of Chainan City, and the street snipers are here to teach you. If you don't understand, ask them all. If they dare to be aggressive, if you yell at you, tell me. Tomorrow I will let them not enter the gate of the academy, and today I will work hard to hold his Aussie dad. You too should remember to each of them. If anyone does not perform well, tell me 1 inch. Mingja, Academy. They can't get in the gate likewise. Dang. You pit your brother." When Jiang Feng's voice fell, Cheng Chumo stopped doing it in an instant. I almost jumped. Let this group of people supervise them. This fuck. What is this breaking the rules? Jiang Feng laughed. This is my Jiang Feng's rules, Ian Knox. Since you have chosen to learn things, then you have to learn from the very beginning and learn what it means to bow your head and dare to be a bully. Jiang Feng also knows that this is impossible, but his academy impossible is a little stubborn, and this is also a way to make them do not understand, and will treat them very much in the future. Useful stuff. That means being close to people. Only the people are in their hearts, so in the future, no matter which line you do, you will have this point in your heart. Brothers, let's go. Come on, everyone, let's watch it first. Let's not teach things that make fire. Come, let's cut from here, the meat begins. Come on, let me tell you about this hygiene issue. You all go and wash your hands first. Who, uncle, can you drop the cow dung frame in your hand? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 459. The next morning, the people of Chainan City got up early again. But at this time, Jiang Feng and the others in the little tavern, who huddled up and down, were sleeping, and even Zhang Sanchong was still holding a handful of playing cards and shouting in dreams. It is impossible to see the ground in tavern, the vomit, the bamboo sticks for barbecue, and the bamboo tubes that can't be counted, and so on. And this group of second-generation ancestors just lie on their backs on the ground, or on the table. Even Wishua's youngster still smirked while holding the wine jar. The hour passed. It is rare for old scholar to put on a white Confucian robe, and on a large zuzi on both sides of the door in a brushed snow white, it says, Shashan has looked in as a path, sea of learning, the gilded couplet of no horizon, and directly above is the plaque given by Li Shimin himself. Chainan Academy, also called University of Chainan. But this signature is not there. It's not that Li Shimin doesn't want to add it, but now, simply can't add it. Instead, Chu Siliang, Yu Shinan and others wrote their names on this plaque. Of course Jiang Feng doesn't know all of this. He is now asleep in Little Tavern. The 2 pairs of stone lions at the entrance are even comparable to those at the entrance of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. This time, basically everyone who received the wind came. Jingxiu is the first to come. As soon as she came, Chainan was basically a stubborn child, as well as those students who claimed to be descendants of Confucius and Mencius. There are also Chainan people watching the excitement, and the neighborhoods where Hewitt Onglen meets. Li Shimin and the others can't see any of them. It's not that they don't want to come. In fact, they have already come. They just watched from the gate tower not far from Kai Wufang. That, after all, this was created by Li Shimin. At this time, I need a little setback. Then Li Shimin will really kill. What's the matter with the youngster of Feng Zai? Didn't he know that it was the opening day of the academy? Li Shimin looked at the academy door and frowned. And what about Crown Prince and them? Why didn't they come? Back to His Imperial Majesty. Last night, it seemed that a few of them played cards too late now. Am probably still sleeping. Little Gizzy whispered. Li Shimin hearing this, his eyes were red instantly. Naughty. Quickly send someone to yell at these bastards for me, and bring me Feng Tsai to the academy. This is the great Confucian of Chainan. Basically, they are watching, and the people from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning are watching. At this time, if there is an errand, then let Crown Prince and the others go to the Ministry of Justice to pick up the punishment. Follow the order. The first time little Gizzy saw His Imperial Majesty, so he hurriedly went in person. I also brought a group of accompanying eunuchs, and also brought a gorgeous Confucian shirt that I had prepared. Fortunately, Kai Wafang is not far from Tongyue Street, and when Old Scholar found something was wrong, he had asked Old He to go and invite someone in person. When little Gizzy and the others arrived, Old He had already knocked the door open. Little Gizzy and Old He and the others were dumbfounded when they looked at the inside of Little Devon. What the hell was this doing last night? One by one, I didn't even notice. The embarrassed group of eunuch directly faces red. Old He closed the door and kicked Zhang Feng's ass to wake him up. What are you doing? Zhang Feng also went crazy. I was playing a game in my dream. Before the fucking guy was doing anything, he was kicked on the ass, and he wanted to punch someone in pain. But when he just raised his fist, he saw little Gizzy, who made him feel uncomfortable even at a glance. What's the matter? Old He, when is this? What's the matter? Are you stupid to drink? Today is the big day when the school opens. The whole Chainan city people are here. Are you fucking still sleeping here? Hearing this, Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Fuck. My kind of fuck. Hurry up. Fucking Chen Sheniu. Shit. Walk around. I will change my clothes and go. Noble son Zhang does not need to change. My patriarch people will prepare the clothes for you. Little Gizzy he hurriedly offered the prepared clothes with both hands from outside the door. Zhang Feng grabbed it and walked to the back room. But before he left, he was blocked by little Gizzy. Noble son Zhang, the carriage is ready. The maid will naturally change your clothes on your way to the academy. There is still 1 hour, and when it's auspicious, if you change your clothes here, it must be too late. Please go to the carriage. Then ... Thank you Old Lee for me. Carriage is also very elegant. Officials, civil servants and this Confucian scholars' carriage are also different. And the carriage of Confucian scholars and great Confucian scholars are naturally different. The carriage of Confucian scholars is made of straw mats on the carriage, arched and decorated with some famous Confucian paintings. And this great Confucian carriage is much more high-end. At least one Jiang high, made of pure redwood, and some famous sayings of Confucius and Mencius are carved on this redwood, as well as some things that mark the great Confucian province. Anyway, this thing is very troublesome. Zhang Feng can't understand. As for the carriages of civilian court official, the sedan chair is even more different. The decorations on the sedan are different from the official rank, and the decoration is naturally different. The quality of the wood is also different. The color of the car curtain varies from hemp to brown, red, in purple. The carriage of ordinary people is to replace the cover of the Confucian scholar carriage with wood. A carriage. Zhang Feng was scared to pee in an instant. I saw the 4 eunuch undress Zhang Feng naturally, and Zhang Feng, who was frightened, directly covered his waist. What are you doing? What are you doing? Noble son, don't be nervous. The slave servant will change your clothes and freshen up. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 460. Is this Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Looking at the cleansed bare face in the copper mirror, the tall hairpin and the gorgeous white Confucian scholar robe on her body, she was completely bewildered. This damn thing. If you wear sunglasses, it would be a second-generation ancestor. Compared with before, Jiang Feng at this time looked at himself in the copper mirror. What I had done was to change the individual. Whose pretty noble son is this? Jiang Feng was almost fascinated by himself. He is a person who doesn't like to dress up, and he usually doesn't bother to take the copper mirror. But now, where's a folding fan? Is there a folding fan? Jiang Feng stretched out his hand to see if he put on his glasses, and then shook the fan. But eunuch's words made him give up completely. Noble son, the slave servants have not prepared a folding fan for the time being. If you want it, the slave servant will prepare it now. Thank you. Forget it. Jiang Feng thought for a while and let it go. By the way, how about Li Qian and the others? Why didn't they come? Here, I am following Xiao. The manager really dares to come again. Little manager? Jiang Feng is dumbfounded. But next moment I remembered the guy who always speaks gloomily. At this time, Li Chenqian and the others were not comfortable. Because of the crown prince, although little Gizzy didn't make it difficult for them. Everyone was frightened when he learned that His Imperial Majesty was furious at this time. I hurriedly changed into a white Confucian robe, except for Li Chenqian. The others can only follow the carriage and sprint. You can't run without running. If the time is delayed, then when the time comes to the Ministry of Justice, it must be peeling without death. I can't say that when the time comes, it might be said that Jiang Feng, a pervert, will deal with them like this. That is the real misery. In this way, everyone has their own minds on the road. And on the other side, Li Yuan and Empress Zhang Sun also changed their clothes and came to the city gate. Looking at the excitement downstairs like a Chinese New Year, he squinted and asked, "What about little brat? Isn't the youngster the favorite to pretend? Why didn't you see him when he was so good to pretend? Isn't it because you didn't wake up, Father Emperor?" This small official way to see the retired emperor. Get up. This is not in the imperial palace. Everything is avoided. If this is seen by people, then it's okay. Let's watch the fun. Li Yuan laughed and looked downstairs. Look at old scholar with anxious face again. A look of surprise flashed across Li Yuan's face. But after thinking about it, I didn't say anything, but rather amused. Shyman, this person, child and subject know that this person is now an old fogey, who has been living on Tongyue Street, selling letters for a living. He didn't know all of this. The child and subject felt that it was a wise move for the Jiang Feng brother to find him. That's good. And here it is. Time. Old scholar can't wait. People of Jiang family can't wait. All the Confucian scholars who came here, the students can't wait any longer. What's the matter? Why is the dean of the academy not coming out? It's almost auspicious. Hey, old scholar, what's the matter? What's the matter? Where are the Feng Tsai people? Come on. Don't hurry. At this moment, old he gasping for breath ran and roared Tao, and not far behind him, a tall carriage, also at this time, slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone. And the moment I saw the carriage, Zuzi his father yelled, "A good day will come, fire the cannon." Crackle. A car is free of money. The firecrackers were hung on the bamboo poles on the academy and all the gates on both sides of the street. When Zuzi his father sounded, someone lit a hanging firecracker in an instant. And also at this time, Jiang Feng is a carriage. At this time, he stopped at the gate of the academy. At this time, Li Chenqian starts with Dugu Waishu and the others, standing on both sides of the carriage door, and then salutes. Congratulations to the teacher. All Confucian scholars, the students are also there at this time. Chi bowed his Confucian scholar salute. Although they have never seen this person, they can open the academy, and they still open the academy in Chainan City. The person who rides the Great Confucian carriage is bound to be Great Confucian. As long as it is Great Confucian, even ordinary officials must salute. Teacher. Please, teacher, please get off the bus. After 3 beeps, the eunuch in the car opened the car. The curtain signaled Jiang Feng to get off the car. Looking at the densely packed people outside the car and the people wearing Confucian shirts standing in front of everyone who believe in the Confucian scholar gift at this time, Jiang Feng was really a little excited. Not excited, I'm afraid. Why are all the fucking people here? He originally thought that this matter was just walking through the scene, and then said a few words of pretense, and then it was over. But after seeing these Confucian scholars, he instantly thought that he had nothing to do before. I heard something from old scholar in Little Devon. I want to open an academy. Unless it is the kind of great Confucian who is well known in Great Tang, otherwise, there will be countless Confucian scholars coming to challenge. This is the same as that of the ring. This dumb, even old scholar is not a sloppy image today, but he is also wearing great Confucian clothes. What's the matter? This fucking old scholar. What's the matter? Old scholar facial expression grave is directed at Zhang Feng, a Confucian scholar ceremony. And then he said, Bachelor Zhang Feng. The academy is all ready. Please go to worship Confucian and Mencius and preach the text. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 461. Zhang Feng is speechless. This is really so troublesome. But at this time, in the crowd, a Confucian scholar suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. I saw a Confucian scholar who was in his white robe or embroidered with gold rim and embroidered with azure bamboo leaves. One step forward, he hugged Zhang Feng with a fist, and then bowed like an old scholar, gave a salute and said, I have long heard that there is a great Confucian hidden in Tongyue Street. The previous dynasty Great Confucian, the student has seen him here. At this time, the scene was completely quiet. This is a matter between literati. Even if they have the ability, they have no right to intervene. If anyone dares to say one more word at this time, bailiff behind the crowd will come up to teach him how to be a man. Old scholar face doesn't change the cuddle. Dare to ask you what's the matter? Why did you interrupt the worship of Confucian honored teacher for no reason? The students are puzzled. I believe that any Confucian scholar present is at heart confused. This little gentleman. He seems to be only in his 20s, but why would he wear a great Confucian shirt? If old Mr. opened a school, what must be the next thing? Not at all, but this one, it won't work. First of all, I have to talk about the origin of the clothes, and then talk about why it took the great Confucian carriage and opened a school. Otherwise, I believe that all the students in the world will not take a break! Exclamation mark. Hee, this is here to hit the field. Zhang Feng understands it. And old scholar said in a low voice, this is a normal process. And it is also indispensable. You only need to do it your own way. They are convinced of your abilities. I heard from the Xingdu people before that the great Confucian will come to prove it for you when you enter, so don't be afraid. Zhang Feng hearing this, and he calmed down instantly. Yes, this thing was done by old Li, and I haven't seen any silhouettes of old Li and the others until now. Maybe I went to do this thing. Besides, this damn thing is boring. Right? I'm here to open an academy and do your ass. If you have ability, can you just open one? This gentleman, don't know your surname. In Zhang Feng, why have you never heard of your name in this Chainan city? Middle-aged Confucian scholar touched with his beard. He glanced at Zhang Feng faintly and said, Mangi's surname is Sun, a person from Yashan. Outside, he is called Mr. Yashan. I wonder if there is a name for Zhang Feng. Name is determined by parents. Is there any change? My name is Zhang Feng, and the neighborhoods on Tongyue Street call me Feng Tsai respectfully. Ha ha ha, well said, but this is nothing more than it's your sharp-tongued, that's all. What do you have handed down, or something recognized by all Confucian scholars? If you have, who can prove it? Zhang Feng thought for a while. Not really. Except for some calligraphy for old Li and the others, he really didn't have anything to do with aristocratic family. Zhang Feng could not help but suddenly felt a big loss. I knew what stuff to keep, and now pretend to read it out. He is not fragrant. This gentleman, concubine, has something to say. At this time, said Gingshu cheerfully, standing beside old scholar. Sun Yashan hearing this, hurriedly clasped his fists. I said that Jingshu does not have any title, but who does not know in this Chainan city? Who doesn't know? This Jingshu's the tune, which no one can understand, makes Confucian scholars all over the world scratch their heads. But why does she come here today? Could it be that youngster who broke her zither tune? How is this possible? It is rumored to be a masterpiece handed down by King. the daughter of great Confucian Kaiyong of the Han dynasty, but because of some things, it became an orphan in the hands of Jingxiu. Apart from her, no one knows this song. No one can decipher the meaning of this tune. But it turned out to be young lady Jingxiu. I wonder if the girl has anything to say. Please discuss it in the future. The appearance of Jingxiu caused all the students and stubbornness to be in an uproar. Could it be that this youngster failed Jingxiu's oath? Impossible. Zither tune has been lost for dozens of hundreds of years. That youngster has what skills and abilities will crack? Why did Jingxiu come here? This shows a lot of things. And Li Chengqian and the others looked at the crowd. The poignant Jingxiu and the fairy-like clothes blown by the north wind, coupled with her cold pretty face, make people give birth to unlimited reveries. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look sideways. But when Jingxiu passed by him, he actually just bowed gently and said, "Mr. Sun, I wonder if the little girl's 18 refrains on Tartar pipes, have you heard of it? More than just listening to this song. The old man has already memorized it by heart." "Mister, did you know that someone broke the little girl in Yanlai building a month ago? The first Zile tune?" This Sun Yushan's face is a bit ugly. Naturally knows. Does young lady Jingxiu mean this old mister? Jingxiu shook his head. Face the pearls on the veil on the upper veil also flickered. "No, Mr. Sun, this is noble Sun Jiang." Sun Yushan had guessed a while ago, but he did not expect that this youngster really broke it. Kai Wenji was also a talented woman in the Han dynasty after the death of Kai Yong at that time. What was made by him? Would it be Fan Pin? This zither tune, which even the great Confucian cannot guess, was really broken by this youngster. "Noble Sun Jiang, today your academy is opened. The little girl has nothing to do with it. You will also present 18 refrains on Tartar pipes. I hope that noble Sun Jiang can play with the little girl. How about Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 462? This Feng Tsai, come on, you are stupid. This is a rare opportunity. Other sister-in-laws do it like this, a big sacrifice. What are you still tweaking? Yes, Feng Tsai, why are you like a woman? Go." Cheng Chumo didn't dare to speak loudly, so they could only lower their heads, behind Zhang Feng, urging them hurriedly. Zhang Feng knows that sooner or later there will be such a day. "Okay, young lady Jingxiu, please." After Zhang Feng made the gesture of please, there was Jingxiu's maid, who moved on to the ancient zither and an income burner, one bench and one case. Jingxiu sat opposite Zhang Feng, bowed slightly, which was regarded as a salute. At this time, anywhere at the entrance of the academy, after learning that Chainan #1 beauty Jingxiu was coming, they all pinched crazy and came to the entrance of the academy, even if it was padding. Feet are watching. Even depressed, the soldiers on patrol stop and watch from time to time. Ding! The moment Jingxiu's jade hand strummed the strings lightly, he closed his eyes, and Zhang Feng took a deep breath, indicating that Cheng Chuma borrowed a folding fan from a Confucian scholar not far away, spread it out with a pop, and then carried a hand on his back. Pace slowly. Although Zhang Feng doesn't know anything, it must be similar to the poem recitations when he was in school, and they were all accompanied by music. The Han room will decline and the barbarians will not be the guests. They will fight and fight frequently, and mourn the parents to give birth to me. It will be this hour when I see the chaos. The screen window will not have trouble with the mirror. It will be said that the bead curtain can cover body. Once the captive rode into China, Kang Wang met with the people everywhere. Suddenly, he surrendered his fate, but it was a pity that the red face followed Lucan. Following Zhang Feng's yin and yang frustrating voice sounded. The people on the entire Chainan street were completely plunged into silence. Even on the city gate, Li Shimin, Li Yuan and the others who are watching here, after hearing the tune and the zither tune, couldn't help but slowly fall into that mood. What is this? This is the 18 refrains on Tartar pipes of the complete volume, and the 18 refrains on Tartar pipes of the complete volume by K.I. Wenji. As the 18 tunes were played slowly, at this moment, everyone finally thought of the fact that Zhang Feng might really be the one who unlocked 18 refrains on Tartar pipes. Otherwise, Would King Xu come here? Will you be willing to surrender to Zhang Feng to join him? Who is he? At this time, all the students, all the Confucian scholars, who don't like the beauty. Moreover, she is still a talented woman like Jing Xu, and even this talented woman who moved Chainan. I heard that zither tune was deciphered before, and everyone mistakenly thought it was a rumor. But now, a song, that's all. The scene is still silent. I came to the show to check the time, and said, young lady Jing Xu's zither tune really played the essence of Ki Wenji. This song is in seconds. Please, Academy. Please. At this time, Sun Yashan took a deep breath and left with a fist. Although there are still countless doubts, but this 18 refrains on Tartar pipes, indeed no one can find it from the second place, otherwise, these great Confucian are all treating. After Sun Yashan, the ceremony went well. No one comes up to do things. Everyone knows about that. Now after seeing Taoist, who dares to find something? Moreover, the stubbornness of Chainan City is basically recognized. Although some of them hide their identities, they still remember Cheng Chumo and the others. This damn thing. People can squat behind this person and pretend to be a grandson, so this person can be simple. But what kind of background does he have that allows such people to circle around him like this? No one knows. The identity of Zhang Feng could not help but become mysterious. At this time, when the plaque covering the red cloth was unveiled, the great Confucian became even more restless. I saw Yu Shinan and other great Confucians' autographs on the plaque. Can this be faked? What is this concept? If this were all false, then the damn bailiff had been caught in jail by the damn bailiff, who was waiting outside to watch, so he could still show off here. With the inscriptions of Yu Xin and Chu Siliang, I show that Zhang Feng's identity has been recognized. Can be any of the four great Confucian, and there is a great Confucian around him. His identity is already great Confucian. This is the red tape of Confucian scholars. You can either pass on a masterpiece or do something awesome. In that case, if you ask at least 3 great Confucian as the guarantee, you will be recognized, although the 4 great Confucians did not come. But their inscriptions are all there. What does that mean? After paying homage to Confucius and Mencius and other things, Zhang Feng finally began to read the rules of enrollment. You Confucian scholars, all the students, the people of Chainan, today youngster Zhang Feng can open an academy in this Chainan city, thanks to your help. But this country has national laws and family rules, and this academy will naturally have academy rules. Let me talk about the specific rules of my Chainan academy. First, my academy sets up basic teaching rules such as military Confucianism and mathematics, and I don't memorize it by rote. Of course, the Tao of Confucius and Mencius must be learned. This is the rule of entry. The second is that this academy only recruits monsters. People who are talented. Do not recruit, cheat for traitor. Do not recruit, harbor ulterior motives. Do not recruit, as long as you want to learn, even if you are a stubborn stone. Zhang Feng is able to teach it for you. After talking eloquently for nearly 2 hours, Zhang Feng finally finalized the matter. The tentative number is only Li Qian and other 5 people. If there are more, he will really be overwhelmed. Why? Just wait for the 5 free laborers to be trained for him. This year, and next year he will truly be a shopkeeper. Let him teach one by one. Then go, damn it. Li Qian and the others want to graduate, do it. At least each person has to cultivate 50 people who are at least not far behind them to take over. Otherwise, once they leave, what about the academy? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 463. At this time, although the opening of Zhang Feng's academy is over, but in Chainan City, this matter is still being discussed. Why? Because of that plaque and that person. And that weird teaching philosophy that is completely different from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and other academy, and more importantly, this guy actually only recruits 5 people this year. What the hell is that rules? This obviously left a lucrative post, waiting for someone to come and slaughter. Is this something a great Confucian could do? But fortunately, everyone can be sure of one thing. This academy will basically be managed by old scholar from now on, so that's it. In Chainan City, There are not many people who know Jiang Feng, but some people know it. But Old Scholar is different. It is also famous in Chainan City. Although Jiang Feng seems to be unreliable and the teaching concept is a bit unreliable, this kind of person can still trust Old Scholar. The city gate is upstairs. Li Yuan looked at the slowly dispersing crowd. Haha, said with a smile. This youngster is really unexpected. By the way, Shimin, who did you think of opening the academy? It doesn't look like Jiang Feng means it. This means child and subject. Li Yuan suddenly, haha, said with a smile. Walk around. Now that everyone is gone, let's go to the academy to sit and let this youngster give me a real barbecue. This half-hearted barbecue is my fire grate. Yes, what can a few people say? At this time, I had to follow Li Yuan behind. And the guard army and Jinwu guards were all thrown out at this moment. Those irrelevant people have basically been cleared out of the scope of Kai Wufang. Only those people who live here and the vendors have confirmed that no one knows His Imperial Majesty and the others just give up. As for the Old Scholar, just now, he went out with a few great confusions, and didn't know what he was doing. This way he would avoid encountering Li Yuan. After all, Li Yuan could know him. Old Scholar must also know Li Yuan. When Li Yuan and the others walked into the academy, they encountered Jiang Feng asking Crown Prince and the others to work. In this scene, Cheng Yojin and the others who followed Li Yuan and Li Shimin could not help but hang their eyes on the ground. I saw Li Chenqian was holding a broom, sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground of the academy. Dugu was pulling weeds by hand, and Wai Shui was cleaning things on the tiles. Not an exaggeration, and Zhang Sanchong is pouting his butt while holding a piece of cloth while washing the floor of the academy room. This, His Imperial Majesty. Do you want a slave servant? Send someone to do it? No need. This is great. These guys are usually pampered. It's normal to have some hardship at this time. Why do you want someone to help? Jiang Feng youngster does it? Not bad. Li Yuan resolutely refused. While Empress Zhangsan and the others looked at Li Chenqian and the others, the ugly faces couldn't help but chuckled. That is the Jiang Feng in the mouth of the second brother? Empress Zhangsan asked Jiang Feng, who was sitting on a chair and fanning the fan wildly. Yes, he is Jiang Feng. It's really weird. Ha ha ha, if it's not strange, he will. It's not Jiang Feng. Li Yuan haha said with a big smile. And Li Yuan's voice was heard by a few people in the academy. Several people glanced at Li Yuan and the others' outfits, and stood up and bowed to a Confucian scholar. Then continue to work. Although their faces are ugly, these youngsters who are fearing nothing in heaven or earth actually follow Jiang Feng's meaning and continue to work. This could not help Li Yuan and the others' eyes brightened. Yo, Lord, you are here yourself. Old Li, Old Sun, Old Chen, Old Wai, Old Du, Old Fang, why are you all here? Walk around. Go to Little Tavern. There is nothing here. Go to Little Tavern. Let's treat you today. Ha ha ha, good. Good. Youngster, you are not bad. These youngsters are all pampered at home, and they are also the guys regardless of the law and of natural morality. The old man really doesn't know what kind of ability you use to make this several guys regardless of the law and of natural morality can be so obedient. Hi. This is not a difficult task. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, if you can't even do this thing well, they will forget it after 3 years. Don't do anything else. Go home and inherit your inheritance and wait for death. Such a person go out. That is also a scourge. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan hearing this, ha ha laughed again. It seems that your youngster wants to be a shopkeeper again. Jiang Feng is anxious. Where do I have it? By the way, old Li, this is. Jiang Feng hurriedly changed the subject and looked at Zhang Sunwag asked. This is my base. Sister-in-law is good 1 inch. Sister-in-law. Everyone is hearing this. Their faces are green. What is this name? If you dare to call Empress sister-in-law, you Jiang Feng is really #1 person. But Li Shimin didn't care. Zhang Sunwag covered his mouth and smiled and waved his hand. I heard about you, Kiana, and husband before. When I saw you today, it was really a talent. Thanks. Walk around. Don't stand. Go to Little Tavern. Let's eat and talk. At this moment, Jing Xiu's voice is quiet in the crowd behind him. Can I also go? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 464. In the small tavern. It was cleaned up by Little Gizzy and the others a long time ago. After learning that a few people are coming to Little Tavern, Little Gizzy even called Fat Royal Chef Zudafu to come, personally perform the knife, cut all the meat, and found some fresh of cooked vegetables and fruits. As soon as Jiang Feng entered the little tavern and looked at the table full of prepared dishes, he was confused. The fish was sliced into pieces. Besides, the beef and mutton are cut in a satisfactory manner. There is not even a trace of excess. The chicken wings, duck legs, and chicken hearts were all neat and tidy placed on the plate. When everyone entered the room, Zudafu stood respectfully at the door. The scared Jiang Feng thought he had entered the wrong place. This little fatty, old Li, don't say you are yours. By coincidence, he is really my person. You didn't promise me before. Shall I find a cook to learn the craft? No, Kina has no time. I will bring it to you today. You can take a look at the knife work first. Knife work ... Awesome. Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up. Such an awesome swordsman. Even if he sees him, he will blush as a dam. But he hasn't prepared himself. Otherwise, when the time comes, he will have to be laughed at by Lord. Okay, since it's here. Did you tell you our rules, old Li? Go back to noble son. The master has made it clear. What's your name, Zudafu? ? Jiang Feng was stunned. Looking at Zudafu, he asked again, what do you say? What is your name? Little man Zudafu, from Jingzhou. Rich and rich, my parents said, this name is happy. Jiang Feng was happy when he heard it. Yes, this name is festive and promising. This name is more than festive. How similar is this damn thing to Chow Tai Fook? Come on, a few. Now that you are all ready, let's show our ugliness. It's a barbecue today, or what to eat. Lord, you have the final say. Really? Forget it. Let me get you a sauerkraut fish and spicy fish. Otherwise, if you always make things difficult for me, then I shall not cry to death. Everyone laughed loudly. Jiang Feng took off his Confucian scholar robe and entered the back kitchen. And young lady Jingxiu also followed closely into the back kitchen, just like the hostess of this tavern. When the few people were talking, she had already filled the tea for them. Jiang Feng wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. It's not that he doesn't want to say, but that there is an extra large light bulb next to his mother. What does he want to say? As soon as Jiang Feng got on the stove, Jingxiu consciously set up the pot. Although it seemed that she had never suffered, she still stubbornly added firewood. Young lady Jingxiu, would you like to sit in tavern? Noble son Jiang, you are busy with you. I'm fine here. Why don't you stand and watch it? If I can't do anything well, would you give me some pointers? Who? Fatty, you don't have the eyes to see. Don't be stubborn. Set fire, get up. Oh, Zudafu is really a silly brain. Jiang Feng, who is watching, wants to punch someone. But this guy doesn't know if he is really stupid or fake. He doesn't care much about Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at Jingxiu and said, young lady Jingxiu, why don't you go out first? The oil fume in this place smells too strong. I'm fine, noble son Jiang can do his job. Oh, that's okay. Jiang Feng didn't say much. Jingxiu caught 2 cups from the water tank and looked at it. He couldn't help but a strange flash in his eyes, and took a peek at the people outside the curtain. A deep doubt flashed in his eyes. What is the relationship between Jiang Feng and these people? These few people, those who can tremble with great Tang stomping. And today's things seem to be known to them, and they didn't say much. This is not right. Is noble son Jiang really unaware of the situation of these people, or Jingxiu dare not think about it? Because this man is the man who will live with him all his life in the future. Chainan City, it's not always difficult for a man to move when he sees him, but Jiang Feng is different from him. He always looks at himself equally. without a trace of greed or filth. This feeling is very subtle, especially watching Jiang Feng seriously handling the fish. It is so focused. When Jingxiu looked at a bamboo tube on the chopping board, he asked softly, "Noble son Jiang, in this bamboo tube, but the rumored beer?" "Yes, this is it. When you make the fish, add a little bit and it will taste more delicious." "Then, did you make this too?" Jingxiu was shocked. Noble son Jiang actually did the things that have been raging in Chainan City these past 2 days. How is this possible? Noble son Jiang, what else will he do? Why can you get it from poetry and song to this kitchen that belongs to lower class people and women, and it's so leisurely and contented? Moreover, this beer is like Taoist immortal brewed, but it was also made by him. Needless to say, there are neat and tidy dishes in tavern, and the meat skewers and the stove mean that he made this barbecue too. Gosh, is noble son Jiang Taoist immortal? Why do you understand? Is this really the husband that God pitied me and bestowed on me? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 465. A moment. The sauerkraut was drizzled with hot oil and the fresh and sour taste of pepper, which filled the inside and outside of Little Tavern. At this time, in Tavern, Li Shimin and the others also stopped talking. Everyone's eyes are on Little Tavern's back kitchen. Second brother, if you don't wait, you'll be the master and betroth young lady Jingxiu to Jiang Feng. This youngster doesn't have a woman by his side. It's always a bit inappropriate. And now young lady Jingxiu having all admitted that in front of so many people, it is tantamount to young lady Jingxiu's self-defense. This matter is over. I can't be the master either. Li Shimin gave a wry smile. If he could call the shots, he would have said it a long time ago. Wait until now? But in this major event of the marriage, he didn't dare to interfere too much. After all, it was Jiang Feng's own business. Look at the old man. This thing really has to be said now. Wait for you to say, old fogey. Let me say. Li Yuan also heard Li Shimin Kupalif shook Jiang Feng's fan from the Confucian scholar's hand and said, "What are you talking about? Lord, what are you talking about?" At this time, Jingxiu opened the curtain. Jiang Feng came out carrying a large tub of sauerkraut fish. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the potted fish with a weird expression. "Youngster, don't you know that carp is not allowed to be eaten in Chainan City?" Li Yuan laughed. "Dang, Lord, here are you a few of your own people, and I even guard against you. Furthermore, this damn thing is fattening. What's up? Apart from this stuff in this river, where can other fish live? Don't eat and keep watching. This carp is a taboo with the imperial family, you know? You know. So, this thing is here and you have a good taste. When did you think I gave it to others? They are not worthy of it." "Ha ha ha. You youngster." Li Yuan shook his head. No more to say. At this time, everyone was deeply relieved. "Come on, and this pot of spicy fish, taste it. This is delicious." Li Yuan hearing this, his eyes lit up instantly, greeting everyone said, "Come and come, don't be polite, eat together, so it looks like a family." Cheng Yojin and the others looked at each other, and finally looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded. Everyone dared to sit next to Li Yuan and Li Shimin. And Jiang Feng is not welcome. He put the two tables together and sat next to Cheng Yojin like this, and Cheng Yojin stared. Where to sit? Jiang Feng narrowed his neck and then sat next to Li Yuan. He really didn't want to sit next to this lord. He always felt sitting it's like sitting on pins and needles here. Even more how Jingxiu is on the left. "Come on, let it be your fate." Jiang Feng brought 3 jars of liquor and large barrels of beer. "Come on, which one do we want to drink? We have enough wine tube today." "Feng Tsai, you fish, can you teach him this fish? It tastes really good," Zhang Sanwagu asked. After taking a sip, Jiang Feng glanced at Zudafu, who was standing behind him like a wooden stake, and said, "How much did you just learn?" "No. Just burning the fire, didn't watch." "Oh. Sister-in-law, he said he learned it." "Stop sloppy on me." Li Yuan's hands his chopsticks hit Jiang Feng's head, and he stared at Jiang Feng and said, "Such a good thing, you are willing to eat alone? Don't I share it with you again? Jiang Feng said aggrievedly. Then this is how to share. I will teach him tomorrow. Otherwise the old man wants you to look good. Jiang Feng's face collapsed in an instant. Everyone who saw it wanted to laugh. In front of everyone, Jiang Feng, regardless of the law and of natural morality, became like a cat in the hands of the retired emperor. By the way, Feng Tsai, what are you going to do about the school's affairs? Now that the barbecue and beer things are all set up, can you get the time? Academy has been handed over to old scholar. Didn't you say it was done before? Li Shiman's expression stopped at hearing this. Then you, while eating the fish, Jiang Feng said, the fine salt, the Cambodian thing, and the locust bone strengthening powder. I worry about the same thing. Don't worry about the school's affairs. I know something. Jiang Feng is a flower in the eyes of others. There is no problem, but in Jingxiu's eyes, it's terrifying. Up. Noble son Jiang did all the things that broke out in Chainan City before this time, especially which fine salt, which is popular among the people, was also made by him. What kind of geek is he? Does His Imperial Majesty, Empress and retired Emperor have to discuss with him? And it seems that Jiang Feng and His Imperial Majesty seem to intersect in the same generation. What is going on here? Jingxiu felt that his head was not enough for an instant. This incident has accumulated. This young lady Jingxiu, concubine, forget it. Your age seems to be similar to noble son Jiang, right? Jiang Feng hearing this, instantly the ears were itched. What is this to do? It's this time. Li Yuan gave the answer. Feng Tsai, I see that you and this female doll are about the same in appearance and intelligence. So the old man is in charge. Tomorrow I will prepare the marriage for you two. Anyway, the old man's palace, you won it all. It's okay to be empty. Cough cough cough. Jiang Feng hearing this coughed violently. Lord, are you drunk? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 466. Facing Marriage. Jiang Feng is dull. It can be said to be insecure. Even more, how is it in front of Jingxiu, who used to have 9 points similar to the school? So, he didn't dare to get married until he had not entered the court as an official and had not reached a certain position. Now that there are so many messy things, how can he increase his troubles in vain? Even more, how is he not good to be single? Said that entering the dynasty as an official. Jiang Feng's expression could not help but brighten up. Come on, everyone, thank you for your help during this period of time. Youngsters Academy can officially open. Come, let's drink a bamboo tube. Everyone looks at unfathomable mystery with Jiang Feng. He didn't mean to toast. Even Jingxiu lowered his head at this time, not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Feng was embarrassed, touched his nose, sat down and then leaned in front of Li Shimin and said, well, old Li, I wondered, didn't you say that after the academy opened, you can enter the court as an official? Huh? I figured it out. Li Shimin was also shocked when he heard this. In his dreams, he wanted Jiang Feng to enter the court as an official. But there are also some concerns. At this time, after Jiang Feng said it, Li Shimin couldn't help but hesitated. No way. At this time, the Li Yuan lightly saying, if you entered the court as an official, you have to go through the program. Otherwise, no one will recommend it. Even if you have opened the academy now, haven't you yet achieved results? So, youngster, if you want to become an official, you have to go through the program, unless you can make the academy a lot of fun. Jiang Feng hearing this, immediately quit. Fuck, what's the situation? At the beginning, we also made contributions to His Imperial Majesty. This coup is even more dealing with Tibet Turkic. Didn't we do it all? Although old Li didn't say this, according to His Imperial Majesty's ability, he still knew about this, and this is not old. Does Li still know that Lord Zhangsan? You didn't let us go to the Ministry of Justice. Yes, and old why? Didn't you let Tang? What's the matter now? If this is the case, then this marriage, we will not accept it. I will not get married until I become an official in the DPRK. Jiang Feng simply gave Li Yuan a package. On the one hand, it is to avoid the edge, not wanting to mention the marriage again so early. In a system he is really not equal. The system is broken, and I don't know when it will be activated. If you wait this way, your hair will turn grey and you may not be able to wait for it to activate. If it is possible to try, first get a half-time job and wait for the system to have a dry. No, when the time comes is when you resign. Don't you have to do it? Furthermore, there is no strong relationship between what he will do next, and he will definitely not be able to do it. But now that he heard that he had to participate in the scientific examination to be an official in the DPRK, he couldn't help being a little disappointed. Although this thing is not in a hurry, if you can enter it early, you can better fix your own industry and this academy. After all, this thing is his root. Without this thing as a cornerstone, how can he gain a foothold in the imperial court in the future? Feng Tsai, I know you don't want to get married so early, but have you thought about it? Today, young lady Jingxiu can come. It means he and Cheng and these noble children, and everyone they all broke up. If this is to let her go back, how to behave? This. Zhang Feng really didn't expect this. But when he thinks of that fucking agreement, he is like beating Chen Sheniu. If it weren't for that grandson, how could I have cracked Jingshu's 18 refrains on Tartar pipes by mistake and broke her vow? Anyone who knew this at the time would decipher that stuff. But it's all done now. Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu as his head grew. So what, old Li? Is it really useless to enter the imperial court? Li Shimin smiled and shook his head. Although he only nodded, it will do. But at this time, what Zhang Feng showed really shocked him. He didn't know where Zhang Feng's limit was, so he shook his head and said, no, because of this incident and the academy incident, Lord Zhangsun and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning fell out, and this incident the matter still pierced His Imperial Majesty's ears. Although it is a good thing to organize an academy, this is the back door after all. Now His Imperial Majesty has blocked all the back doors. So, Feng Tsai, with your ability, can it be difficult for you to fail in that small imperial examination? Zhang Sun Wuji lifted the bamboo tube along the way and said, come on, let's take one of them. Take a sip of wine. Zhang Sun Wuji then said, Feng Tsai, I know what you are thinking. With your ability, we can all see it, and the imperial examination is still 3 months away. When the time comes, if you can put the academy in or are inspiring during these 3 months, when the time comes, people in the Imperial College of Supreme Learning will naturally pay attention, and when the time comes, can we just walk through the back door for you? And with your ability, you are afraid that the thing will not happen? Zhang Feng is really having unspeakable bitter suffering. A person knows his interests. He has how many catties and how many kills, he still knows. But isn't it just an imperial examination? Is it so difficult? When the time comes, a poem from Lao Tzu shocked the world. I thought of this. Zhang Feng is not so depressed now. Well, young lady Jingxiu, I will wrong you for the time being. Yanlai building, don't go back, you will be in the academy for the time being. Help old scholar, when the time comes I'm thinking I'm trying to get Empress's female students and recruit a group of female students. How about you teach music? This, young lady Jingxiu, don't worry, since Zhang Feng has said so, so you will stay at academy for the time being. After all, academy is short of staff and marriage. It will not be too late to talk about it in the future. Yanlai Building's deed of sale will be handed over to concubine. Empress, seeing that Jingxiu was hesitating, Zhang Sun directly stopped him. She doesn't understand what His Imperial Majesty and retired emperor think, but since they all said so, Empress Zhang Sun can't say anything. In this case, it is even more weird in Jingxiu's ears. Even one day today, she is in a dreamlike fantasy. What she saw and heard made her feel so unreal. His Imperial Majesty and Empress and retired Emperor, what's wrong? I have heard that. I hope that noble son Jiang will enter the palace very much before, and he also offered such generous terms, Ministry of Justice. But Zhang Feng actually refused. Now Zhang Feng wants to be an official in the DPRK. But now they don't agree? What the hell is going on here? Jingxiu, many thanks to madam. Since noble son Jiang is in trouble and it is still a matter of business, how can concubine dare to stop? concubine only needs a tiled place. Feng Zai, take a look at others. Oh, old man is too lazy to talk about you. Then stop talking, come and drink. 3 months later, this matter, let's talk about it. Now I'm not interested in doing this. Everything is piled up together. Now we talk about this. Don't you think it's inappropriate? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 467. Major Event Love. Major Event Love. In Chainan Academy, Wai Shu rushed into the academy in a hurry, and Li Chenqian and the others were tired of gasping for breath in an instant. Not too dirty. So he sat on the floor and asked, "What's the matter? You didn't bastard ask about our meals? What are you doing?" "I need to ask." Ouch! Cheng Chumo and the others also threw the things in their hands, and lay down on the floor and groaned. Where did these second-generation ancestors ever do such a job? Now that Zhang Feng is doing this, it makes them feel tired and sore all over the body in an instant. "Who, big fool, you went to the little tavern, but can you bring wine? Come, and use it to quench your thirst." Cheng Chumo held it on. The ground leaned on the stone steps. "No, at this time, you fucking still thinking about drinking? Do you know if you have a major event? Why Shu can't take care of anything. From the well I hit a bucket of water and poured it down, which made me feel more comfortable. I'll tell you, just guess what I heard outside." "What? You fucking have a fart, or I will beat you." Cheng Chumo can't wait. Feng Zai just didn't know what was going on. Let him marry a wife, his mother, he wants to be an official now! Exclamation mark. What did you say? Fuck, am I dreaming? The masters were completely confused. It was completely down because of a sentence from Wai Shu. "Shu, can you tell me what the hell is going on?" His Imperial Majesty can agree? Duga seems to be very hot, and hurriedly asked, "How could the two of you agree on this matter?" His Imperial Majesty asked him to take the scientific expedition. Puh. Ha ha ha. Feng Zai take the scientific examination? Dang. This damn, is His Imperial Majesty okay? Let him go to the scientific examination. When the time comes, the Imperial College of Supreme Learning may be lifted. That's it. However, this is also a good thing. Li Chenqian seems to have thought of something. He touched the blood blisters on his hands, grinning in pain. Feng Zai is not unknown to you. Now he suddenly wants to be an official in the court. What does this mean? This means that our identity cannot be kept. When the time comes, even though we still can be the brother, but the father emperor is difficult, so I think His Imperial Majesty is impossible. At least now Impossible will agree. He understands his father emperor. Father Emperor does not have a close friend. Now it's hard to have a friend. How does he want this friend to lose in such a short time? Several people understand the truth. The first time they met Zhang Feng, they knew it. But now, suddenly encountering this problem, they couldn't help but let them go again. Curious. Big fool. What are you talking about? What is Feng Zai suddenly going to the court again? Not yet. Are you forced? Wai Shui looked sad. The pain of men, especially good men, is that when you obviously want to work hard, there will be someone at this time, who will hold you back. For example, let you get married. Get lost. Dang. Your uncle's 1 inch. Shut up. See Wai Shui with emotion. Everyone I couldn't help but smashed him when he took off his shoes. You fucking have a 3-bedroom concubine? Do you still have the face to say this? Who is your youngster fucking talking about? Fuck. Beat him? Brothers. A few people, while speaking, swarmed Wai Shu and beat Wai Shu violently. Duga of Blackbelly actually held a branch. They took off Wai Shu's boots and poked at the soles of his feet, instantly making Wai Shu angry. In turn, he beat Duga again. After a while, several people lay on the ground panting with bloody nose and swollen face. I said, brothers, we have to do something. Feng Zai's ability, if it gets involved in the Imperial Court vortex prematurely, it will do no harm to him. So we have to do something. Although forced marriage is the key, let's go to Zhang family for a walk. After Li Chenqian's voice fell, Wai Shu smiled slyly. Needless to say about Jingxiu, she will come to the academy to report tomorrow. In the future, we will be able to work hard. Free piano sound. It sounds like there is no wine, but this day, it's really a fucking Taoist immortal day. Fuck, really? But don't you think that this is His Imperial Majesty who wants to find someone to visit us? With Fengzi's urinary sex, this one is definitely going to be a shopkeeper. He fights twice in the past 3 days. The fisherman, old scholar, has nothing to do with us. If Jingxiu comes, and this guy knows our background, when the time comes, if His Imperial Majesty asks about her. The most important thing, however, Jingxiu is Fengzi's wife. Our hard days are here. Zhang Sanchong let out a long sigh, and instantly awakened everyone from their dreams. This damn thing originally thought it was a beautiful thing. What happened to it? It became this. This damn thing just sent away a tiger. Why is there another wolf? No, we have to think of a way, otherwise we are really dead. What can you do? Everyone, I have a way for someone. Do you want to listen? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 468. Fart. Let me go. Duga patted the mud on his body. In the yard I walked a few times inside and said, this young lady Jingxiu is good at piano, chess, calligraphy, and the female of Empress Her Majesty is very good at learning. If we get the younger sister from Qian to teach him, then we will do it. A woman from a high-ranking official's family. No way. What kind of bad idea is this? The number of people will definitely expose us. It's not a bad idea. Then ... or else, let's recruit outside. If that's the case, if Jingxiu's name is played out, wouldn't it work? Some people are willing to come to the academy! Exclamation mark. Well ... it works. Li Chengqian also thinks it makes sense. The identity of Jingxiu is quite special. It was the person appointed by the father emperor to Jiang Feng, and now he is able to show up for Fengzi in public. Then this Yanlai building will definitely not be able to go back. Now that Fengzi wants to be an official in the court now, it must be the father emperor or mother empress and the others who are forcing him. This youngster is just a donkey. The more you push him, he is unwilling. In this way, won't this Jingxiu become the master mother of several people? This Jingxiu is very famous in Chainan City. When the time comes with her as her signature, we set up a piano, chess, calligraphy and painting class in the academy. Naturally there will be those shameless students, come to academy crazy. When the time comes, won't the reputation of this academy go out? Jingxiu has something to do. When the time comes, her mind will definitely not fall on them. I thought of this. Li Chengqian slapped his thigh and said, I thought of an idea. What idea? Why does Fengzi only recruit? Have you thought of the 5 of us? How many people are nodded? They really know this. To put it plainly, is lazy. But everyone seemed to have thought of something. Li Chengqian put his hands on the back of his head, knocking on Erlang's legs and said, when Jingxiu comes, when the time comes, this academy is lively. At that time, we don't need to say anything. Just bring Jingxiu here. When the news of academy spreads out, when the time comes, people will flock to her. Now she is no longer in Yanlai building. This is academy. Sorry, Crown Prince is Crown Prince. As soon as this move comes out, no one can control us when the time comes. Ha ha ha. At that time, as long as Jiang Feng doesn't come to this academy, then it's not our final decision. It's okay. Don't be stunned. Work on. Wait for Fengzi to come in the evening. There will be good fruit for us. Oh! Exclamation mark. I knew that old scholar and Fengzi were not there. So let's ask a few people to come to have more peace. Don't think about this. You think Fengzi is so easy to fool, that fellow thief? If he knows it, what are you guys doing? If this academy is not cleaned within an hour, your credit score today is negative. At this time, old scholar's angry and cold voice sounded behind several people. In an instant, several people were like frightened chickens. Their hair exploded. Get up quickly. Sweeping the floor, weeding the weeds. No one dares to say anything. Negative numbers. I'm also embarrassed. No day has 10 credits, all of which are assessed by old scholar. The person with the lowest score is selected at the end of each month. Parents will be invited. People got it. Then their ass have to bloom again. A few people can only get up to work in a hurry with their heads bored. It's not that they want to do it, but this thing. You will deduct credits if you don't do it. When Old Scholar saw a few people started to work again, he looked back and left. Old Scholar is also very busy today. For the academy, he visited several great Confucians in Chainan City, specifically for the academy. Fortunately, those old guys are still buying, and Jiang Feng didn't know where to get the signatures of Chu Siliang and Yu Xinan and the others, which made things a lot easier. But the more so, the more Old Scholar doubted what was hidden behind the incident. This fixes the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, as well as getting the academy contract and not simple, so that the people behind Jiang Feng can get it. What does this mean? Is Jiang Feng's relationship hard? Don't be funny. Jiang Feng's door does not go out. He doesn't know people from the Imperial Court except for his friends who are known as Old Li. Otherwise, Jiang Feng will be in the little tavern. Staying inside? It can only be said that this friend Jiang Feng knows really made great efforts this time. Otherwise, this academy really won't open. Although he doesn't often walk around in this great Confucian circle, the human shadow tree's bark still has his previous fame, so at this time he came out of the mountain, and he appeared in the academy today. Naturally, there is no way to hide those people. Instead of letting them guess, it's better to go personally and cut off this incident for him. Otherwise, someone will come to the academy to make trouble in 2 or 3 days. Although he is not afraid, he is afraid that Jiang Feng will be affected. And he didn't want to get Jiang Feng involved because of the previous dynasty. So there are some things that he must do. At this time, looking at the first batch of students in the academy, Old Scholar sighed, turned and entered a room with a large number of books, and read all the poems that Jiang Feng had read after drinking. Sorted it out. This is the signboard of academy in the future. If anyone has an opinion, he only needs to take out these poems and it will be enough to solve anything. This is the game between literati. Who would disagree? Come and leave your poems. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 469. After sending away Old Li and the others, Jiang Feng moved the recliner to the door of Little Tavern again, wearing sunglasses, watching the baskets of malt on the street, or counting the joy of silver bills. Jiang Feng suddenly felt that there was nothing to do. Now, Old Li has taken over the brewery business, and Old He is personally in charge. He doesn't want to worry about the tricycle business, and the salt factory, and so on. Basically he just lay down and counted the money. At this time, even Goozy Zoozy and the others are busy. Some of their little brats are now the right-hand men in brewing beer. Basically, the last time Jiang Feng brewed beer in the backyard, he had already got his true story. The cooperative has basically taken root in Great Tang now. The people of Chainan City also threw away the vinegar cloth and replaced it with fine salt. Cambodia also seems to be mad. That poisonous salt, which is even more hateful than the soil, has now become the main export item of the best-selling Great Tang. Although the price is still very low, 10 carts of poisonous salt can be exchanged for a cart of salt. Also make Cambodian people laugh crazy from top to bottom. Also, the salt of Great Tang people couldn't afford it from the beginning, but now it only costs 2 cents to buy a catty. This kind of chic feeling makes all the people of Great Tang feel so unreal. These are all cooperatives and Jiang Feng's strategy. The locust plagues in Tibet and Tuihan have also been completely resolved, but now they have encountered a serious problem, that is, the shortage of food, and they have to buy from Great Tang at a high price. But at this time they also gave it to Great Tang. The destiny of part-time job is not struggling. Even more how? So Tibet has always felt that Turkic is the biggest backer, and at this time he is overwhelmed by himself. When Geely pulled out and wanted to come to Great Tang to rob and collect a wave of leeks, he was shocked to find that the horses in the lower clan were basically gone. Even the horses that wanted to form a cavalry team of 50,000 are gone. After learning that the horses had been replaced by Great Tang merchants for food, Geely vomited blood and went into a coma. In the end, Geely can only send emissary to Great Tang, wanting to befriend Great Tang, But the emperor of Great Tang is also considered a chicken thief, using Turkic's not many iron tools, iron ore, weight and cherish the item for food. Basically, the surrounding situation has stabilized temporarily. But Zhang Feng knows that 3 years later, it will be the period of the final war between Great Tang and Turkic. King of Tang has always had the shame of forgetting Wai Shui, nor has it forgotten this scourge. In the 6th year of Zhengwen, a full-scale war against Turkic was launched. Although the situation seems to be clear now, if the imperial emperor, at this time, shoots against Guanlong, or 5 surnames 7 clans has the thought of being. Once His Imperial Majesty shot, Guanlong was not a fool. We will definitely fund Turkic. After all, Turkic is the only one who can compete with Great Tang for the time being. I thought of this. In the eyes of Zhang Feng, bursts of hot rays of light erupted involuntarily. By the way, Great Tang's economy is basically stable now, but now, it seems that something is missing. If I take the course of the Industrial Revolution now, what will happen in Great Tang? Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng's eyes were hot. Everything Zhang Feng did before was to pave the way, and in the end Great Tang will enter the beginning of the period of prosperity after the situation becomes clear and the locust plague is over. Zhang Feng thought that after doing so much, the system would be activated. But until this time there is no sign of system activation. This is the wrong way to open it, or, this damn tattered system is broken. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng still didn't think thoroughly, and today I asked old Li if he could enter the DPRK as an official, because he wanted to look at it in another way. What is going on with this system? But when he learned that he had to go through a scientific examination to enter the imperial court, or the abnormality of the Academy's operation, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a solution elsewhere. Officials must be appointed. Even if you have money, but no nobility rank, no official position, then you are still a this commoner. Now doing the Academy's backdoor thing, makes His Imperial Majesty a little unhappy. Then let's make you upset. Feng Tsai, you fucking, prepare wine soon, grandfather me to death. At this moment, Cheng Chumo's loud voice interrupted Zhang Feng's memories. I saw Cheng Chumo walking towards this side with their shoulders and backs. The azure white Confucian robes on their bodies were all clean. Zhang Feng glared at the Cheng Chumo guys, turned over, and continued to sleep. Huh? Feng Tsai, what is this thing about you? I take a look. When Zhang Feng turned around, the sunglasses on his eyes instantly attracted a few people note. At this time, Zhang Feng remembered that the sunglasses he wore on his eyes hurriedly took off his eyes and put them in his arms, but he was still a step slower. Let Zhang Sanchong snatch the past. The angry Zhang Feng jumped straight. Give me. If you don't give it to me, you're believing or not, I'm asking you to pour all the night incense in Huitong Lane. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 470. Several people fought for a while. In the end, the sunglasses fell to pieces. Several people touched their noses, dumbfounded. Where is Zhang Feng sleepy? I dragged the recliner directly into the little tavern. You bastards, come in for me. A few people shrank their necks and then followed Zhang Feng into the little tavern. Zhang Feng tossed a bamboo tube of beer alone, successfully lost a strip of beef jerky hanging on the wine cabinet. While eating, he said with a big thorn, I have something to say. You say it, Li Qian said elegantly. This is the case. I haven't figured out how to do it for the follow-up of Academy for the time being, so I will ask you a few. Li Qian, let me talk about it first. In your opinion, now I give you a chance to say whatever you have. After today, it is only me who will do it. A surprise flashed in Li Qian's eyes. I also reviewed the Academy's teaching plan today. In the morning, I learned about 4 books of Confucianism, the 5 classics of Confucianism and the Tao of Confucianism. Old scholar will teach us about this matter, and these things, we have basically learned it. Afternoon, I will study arithmetic and study the classic works of great Confucian. Li Qian thought for a while and said, although such an arrangement is quite satisfactory, I still know how complicated it is. There is no problem with dabbing and die. Basically, we can learn about it, but it is a bit difficult for these idiots. Jiang Feng nodded. This thing is true, like play the lute for a cow. Ian Knox, Chong Tsai, big fool, you three talk about it. Do you have the ability to take this thing down? What I said is the calculation. Three people, you look at me, I look at you, and finally shook the head. This thing is just a torture thing. I am self-aware. I don't deserve to learn this thing. Besides, what is the use of this damn learning? Go out to kill pigs and sell meat. Is it still a small business? Yes. We are here to learn the way of military commanders. What is the use of this thing to fight the leader? Nothing. You said this thing, but wherever it's okay if it has something to do with the leader fighting. But this thing is really useless. Feng Tsai, you said you let us learn this thing. It's not torture people. Cheng Chumo also wailed. Jiang Feng also had a headache, but a strange thing could not help but flashed in his mind. Thinking people like Li Qian and Du Darbing, it's time for them to get in touch with that physics, which is simple, belonging to elementary and junior high school physics knowledge. They are equivalent to now. Li Qian and Du Darbing are considered to have reached the level of the 6th grade, while the three iron fools can only be equivalent to the 2nd grade. It's not a way to go on like this. Then, if you really think so, then Academy will not go for the time being. Really? Several people hearing this could not help but burst into hot rays of light in their eyes. Jiang Feng waved his hand immediately. This matter is temporary. The Academy still has to deal with it. These things, as well as the division table, the multiplication table, these things, are still daily compulsory things, because I have a big moves need to be done. So if it's something, would you like to come? Once this thing is made, it will enable Great Tang to instantly enter a higher level, leading the troops. Fighting? Have you ever thought about sweeping? I have a 5 strength blade. This thing is suitable for lance, bows and arrows, etc. As long as you encounter an enemy, you can bring him 500 meters away. With a shuttle, the enemy is just like cutting wheat. Unhappy? The eyes of Cheng Chumo and the others were hot, but Jiang Feng continued. I also have a shield that can block the most powerful spear in the world. If such a shield is made into heavy armor, even if the other party has thousands of people facing you, archery slashes you, and he can't shoot through it to death. Feeling uncomfortable? There is also a large-scale and engineering project equipment that can come and go on the battlefield without a trace, as well as a kind of equipment suitable for various battle formations. The war chariot can come and go without a shadow or trace. Do you think it's cool? Cool. Feng Tsai, we are the brother? If it is the brother, you can give me Inox parody. I thank you 8 generations of ancestors. Jiang Feng's face went dark. Don't dump this 205 anymore. On the contrary, he looked at Li Qian and Du Darbing. At this time, the two of them were in deep thought, as if they were thinking about what it was. As Jiang Feng said. Jiang Feng also did not explain. Instead, he asked solemnly, you two, you are officially graduated from Academy, but don't be proud. This is just the beginning. As I said before, after school, it's another thing. It was also the thing Darbing entangled with me at that time, physics, and the magic of this thing is that everything you just said was made by your own hands. Do you want to learn this thing? Physics. Nothing that cannot be broken. Divine arrow, divine spear. What kind of physics did this come out of? At this time, Li Chengqian and Du Gosai's were hot. Want to learn? Think. What is this? This is the true ability of Jiang Feng. Li Chengqian took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Feng with extremely solemn eyes and asked, Feng Tsai, tell me honestly, this is the kind of your true ability you once said. Jiang Feng nodded. This thing can only be regarded as a little bit of my true ability. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 471. Who fucking does not want to learn? Nothing that cannot be broken. Spear, a shield with nothing to break. If someone else said this, with the temper of these people, this madman would have been slaughtered with a damn feet. But this is what Jiang Feng said. This is true. If this pervert can't be done, his mother won't be so serious. Once Jiang Feng is serious, and when he is not serious, that's when Jiang Feng really talks about serious matters, and Jiang Feng's temper has already been figured out by several people. What Jiang Feng said is really not boasting. This thing is one of the most common things on Earth in later generations. Steel. Steel essence. Once this thing is made out. So these things are still problems? None is a problem. But these are not what Jiang Feng really wants to do now. What he most wants to do is something else. Once these people can study the steel essence and learn the knowledge of primary level physics, that is the beginning of the real plan. Iron Ox. Big fool, Chong-tsai, do you three still want to fight with the enemy bayonet? Think of a hammer. Several people couldn't help being stunned by what Jiang Feng described. There are such a good thing, fools willing to plunge Dangbazi it. I wear armor and let him chop. Exhausted him a son of a bitch is not good. Wait when he is tired and paralyzed. Lozi chopped him off with a knife. Unhappy? This is the basic operation of a war god. Feng Tsai. The three looked at Jiang Feng with admiration. Feng Tsai, you know, once such a thing appears, it is tantamount to creating a god for Great Tang, a military god. Once such a thing comes out, it's fucking. The entire Great Tang may only need tens of thousands of people to wear such armor. With such weapons, it can sweep the whole world. Jiang Feng slightly smiled. Do you know how big this world is? Li Chenqian frowned, and instantly thought of having been in the Father Emperor Imperial study room and in the Crown Prince Junior Master Li Gang. He once talked about the problem of the world map. This territory is basically based on the Silk Road, and there are Ryukyu Islands, Goguryeo and other island countries in the most east. To the east, there is an endless sea. Li Chenqian could not help but said according to memory. I have heard the teacher who taught me before said this. He said that there is Ryukyu Islands Goguryeo to the east, and to the east is the endless sea. We arrived in the frozen land, where no one can grow, and went west, crossed the desert, and arrived at the Arab Empire country, which is the end of the Silk Road, and to the south, Cambodia, India and other countries. Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, it's okay. But this is not the entire world. This world is very big. On the other side of the sea, if we use our best ship and sail for a few months, then it will be a piece of land. A piece of land where savages can only devour raw meat and fowl. And when crossing this place, going east, you will reach another place. This place is an uncivilized land. Going east, I went back to Jlulu, then back, and then back down. Do you know the place? Jiang Feng said all he wanted to say in one breath. In an instant, these youngsters were completely confused. This world is still so big. For them, this Great Tang is the biggest place. Except for Great Tang, Turkey and other countries, have they ever thought that this world is so big? At this time, Jiang Feng didn't know what to say to them at this time, whether it was good or bad for them. But now the ironclad ships are already being built. The long journey is unstoppable, and with the establishment of the Academy of Science and Technology that he wants to get, if they don't give them this group of youngsters a goal, their vision will be limited here, and there is no goal. Words. This is a drawback for them. That's why Jiang Feng is ready to tell them the world map today. The eyes of Cheng Chumo, Wai Shu and Zhang Sunchong flickered. They thought there was no hope for a war in this life. But what does it look like now? As long as they want to fight this damn battle, they won't be able to fight it in their entire lives. This is the goal of human life, and it is also the goal of their group of second-generation officials. I originally thought that this would be the case in this life. But now, this is just the beginning. What does this mean? This shows that whether it is the lance that Jiang Feng said just now that no stronghold one cannot overcome, or the armor shield, this dam when the time comes can be used. These three Turkic farts. When the time comes, their goal is the devour raw meat and fowl that is far to the east. As for Li Chenqian and Dugu, their expressions are a bit weird at this time. Sometimes excited, sometimes frowning in thought. But no matter what, at this time, they are all deeply attracted by what Jiang Feng described. They believe that Jiang Feng is impossible to deceive them so boringly. It is useless. Once they knew that Jiang Feng was fooling them, wouldn't Jiang Feng ask for trouble and be beaten? Is this what Jiang Feng can do? Feng Tsai, just tell me, what do you want us to do? Li Chenqian took a deep breath and asked firmly. Yes, Feng Tsai, just say it. Climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, just say, tell us what to do. Stop the ink, just say it directly in front of the brother 1 inch. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded. Then I will just say, I want to build a scientific research institute, specializing in some things you have never seen before. Do you dare to do it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 472. Do it. Who won't work with grandchildren, and who won't teach grandchildren? Li Chenqi and several people immediately shouted a beer. They are all out of the brilliance of father, and they have long wanted to do something so that the people of their parents can look at their achievements. But how? But after Zhang Feng appeared, everything changed. The father emperor, who once ordered himself out of the palace, stopped asking about himself, and even encouraged himself to come and find Zhang Feng. Before he was disdainful of the folks, but after learning that the things that Father Emperor had made during this period were all made by Zhang Feng, Li Chenqian really realized the power of Zhang Feng. Then it was in this little tavern that he really saw the horror of Zhang Feng, and while talking and laughing, he played with the surrounding countries that still trouble Great Tang. All of this is fatal to Li Chenqian, and in the future, he will be the master of this Great Tang, and it will be a battle for him with Turkic sooner or later. But now, Turkic doesn't even have a horse. Doesn't it mean that it's the toothless tiger? What is there to fear? When thinking of this, Li Chenqian couldn't help but think of something again. Asked, Feng Tsai, what exactly is the Academy of Science? You said. Then we have just passed enrollment now, so let's not do it. In this case, there is no way to explain it. Who said there is no way to explain? I will tell you, this matter, you quickly do it, within 3 days, recruit me 30 students, and it is still the same in all aspects. Top-notch guys, don't you just get it? And there are old scholars here, and they won't be setbacks. And you have to come to the academy every morning to give these guys what you learn. I'm talking about learning and the military training to train you in the future. Understand? Hearing this, Li Chenqian's eyes widened in an instant. Feng Tsai, what do you mean, that military training? I also want to participate. Otherwise, you think you are me? Zhang Feng glared at Li Chenqian with an angry look. Li Qian, I am doing it for your own good. Learn more about this thing. When the time comes in the actual combat class, you will know how useful this thing is. There are practical lessons? Question mark. Li Chenqian and the others exploded. Cheng Chumo and the others squeezed fists. Kabeng bounced, but Li Chenqian and Dugu were crying. Yes, it's actual combat, but it's not you guys fighting together, but going to the border and killing Turkic. This is a lesson that must be completed every quarter. When the time comes, only the 5 of you will cooperate with each other. You are not allowed to tell anyone about your itinerary, nor are you allowed to bring dry food and other things. You only bring equipment, weapons, and armor. You will only be given a round-trip time of 10 days. Those who arrive within the semester can be considered as the end of this semester, but each person must kill 30 Turkic this time, and must have a handwritten document from Longyu or Yu Prefecture Guardian as proof. Hearing this, Li Chenqian's head was dizzy. 10 days. Do not bring anything, dry food is not allowed, and kill 30 Turkic. In an instant, Li Chenqian felt the sky and the earth spin. This time, he finally felt the feeling of entering a black kiln. How is this going to school? This is obviously going to the military camp, okay? And this is considered to be going to the barracks? Don't you do that? But Cheng Chumo and the others grinned. Feng Tsai, don't worry, with the 3 of us here, these 2 guys will definitely return safely. Zhang Feng gave Cheng Chumo a stare. I know your iron ox is very powerful, but this time, you will supervise each other and I will send someone to follow you. Don't worry, this will be recorded, and you are not allowed to help anyone who kills, but the battle must be done by himself. And this is your academic course after the establishment of the research institute, I dare say. as long as you study it seriously. When the time comes, these 30 people are as easy as cutting melons and vegetables for both of you. It's easy. Li Chengqian and Duga looked at each other bitterly. Feng Tsai, is this your true ability? Is it true? Zhang Feng nodded. This is just a little bit of my true technique of non-passing. If you don't want to learn it, Lao Tzu, I'm not rare to teach you. When the time comes, I passed it on to my son. He doesn't fragrant. After everyone saw that this was Zhang Feng's unspread secret, there was a burst of heat in their eyes. Learn. Why not learn it? If this is your true ability, it would be great. Ha ha ha, we have confidence 1 inch. Ha ha ha, finally we can show our ambitions. Turkic has miscellaneous hair. Wait for me. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Zhang Feng coldly splashed everyone cold water at one end. This matter is still very early. This is just my initial setting. When the time comes, will I teach you 2 things? It depends on your own performance. Who if the fucking dare to steal my things in the future? You are all fucking waiting for Lao Tzu 1 inch. While speaking, Zhang Feng feels sorry for his sunglasses again. Several people twitched his lips. I don't care about it either, but discussing the future grand plan for the hegemony. Zhang Feng was annoying, and waved his hand. Go. Go and let me go. Go back and tell your dad about this. If your dad agrees, then we will report tomorrow. If you don't do it, you can go back to be your 2nd generation ancestor or stay at the academy and eat and wait for death. And Li Qian, you ask your father Mingja to come here. I have something to do, I told him, and I just said about the world. Except for you guys, I don't want to hear that the 6th person knows. Do you understand what I mean? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 473. Li Chengqian and several people are very excited. But I also know the priority of this matter. And this thing is really a major event. Li Chengqian walked out of the little tavern in a daze, and got into the imperial city after getting on the sedan chair. Along the way, a crown prince official handed a token to clear the way. Who would dare to stop? Running is horrible. Speed all the way. You are about to fall down the hill on the stage. A few people arrived at the Imperial study room in Li Shimin. It just so happens that Wei Zheng and the others are here, and I don't know what they are discussing. Everyone has sorrow in their eyes. Seeing Li Chengqian, several people come back, and it seems that there is something to report. Li Shimin asked, "What's wrong with this?" Father Emperor, Child and Subject and the others have a major event report. Oh, what kind of major event? Li Shimin is interested. Feng Tsai said that he is going to open a research institute. What? Li Shimin thought it was an academy business, but after hearing this term that I had never heard before, I couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. What is the Academy of Sciences? Wei Zheng frowned and asked. I don't know. Zhang Feng didn't say this. Ouch. Let me talk about it. Cheng Chumo Si Li Chengqian gentleman when he stood up and said, His Imperial Majesty, Father, Uncles, that's it. Feng Tsai said he wants to get an academy, and it's the sharpest lance sword and arrow he will study that day. Cluster. But also to tinker with shield armor that cannot be broken, even if it is standing in the army and letting the enemy cut it down for a day. The armor will not be broken! Exclamation mark. Nothing that cannot be broken. Spear, a shield with nothing to break. What is this? Isn't this just a fool? Where is the such a thing in this world? But the point is that Zhang Feng said this matter, so there must be a certain way in it. If someone else said that, now Li Shimin will give him 50 big boards directly. This your mother, why don't you fucking say that the sour can fly in the sky? Cheng Chumo, I ask you, is this really what Zhang Feng said? His Imperial Majesty, this is really what Zhang Feng said. If there is a lie, I hope the sky will thunder. Seeing Cheng Chumo said so, and the Crown Prince said so, Li Shimin couldn't help but hesitate. All officials, do you think this is true or false? Cheng Yojin touched the beard and didn't know what he was thinking, but his squinted eyes could not stop the live cold glow is flashing. His Imperial Majesty, if this matter is true, wouldn't the current situation be solved? Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and prompted. Li Shimin knows, and waved his hand. You go down first, we will discuss it later. Li Chengqian clasped his fist and said, Father Emperor, Feng Zhi called if you go to him tomorrow. He said that he has something to tell you. And now about the academy, he asked child and subject to recruit 30 students before tomorrow. When the time comes, Li Chengqian brief after narrating everything, he left the imperial study room. All officials, this matter ... seems to be what we want. Not all ministers are in the book now, saying that Zhang Feng is not qualified to teach Crown Prince. Then if Crown Prince becomes the teacher of these people, can these people shut up? The problem Li Shimin encountered at this time was that in the early days of today, the entire court civil and military are basically in impeach Zhang Feng. It is said that Zhang Feng is not qualified to be a junior teacher of Crown Prince, especially the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. But now, if Crown Prince were to teach these people himself, it would not be able to block their mouths. Crown Prince personally taught, and there is also a great confusion sitting in the battle. Moreover, he is a former stale official, an old scholar at the same level as Yu Xinan and the others. Who dares to say anything? Moreover, this old scholar still has the ability to handle all the great confusion in Chainan City in just one day. What does this mean? Although he hasn't appeared in front of the world for several years, once he appears now in the newly opened academy, this is also a guarantee. When the time comes, if Yu Xinan and the others are allowed to enter the academy, then, in addition to Zhang Feng's methods, as well as imparting to the Crown Prince and the things of the others will be taught to these students by Crown Prince and the others himself, then Li Shimin dare not think about it. When the time comes, I am afraid it will become Great Tang's academic institution for Peak. His Imperial Majesty, on this matter, the old official and the others felt that if Crown Prince were to become the teachers of the academy, wouldn't it be better if they were letting these ministers' children into the academy? A sentence from Fang Xiu Anling. Li Shimin's eyes lit up instantly. Minister Fang's words are very impressive. Come, let Cheng Chumo Zhang San Chong Wai Shu, and Yuchi Bailin Yuchi Boki, order them to be here before tonight. No matter what method is used, there will be enough 30 people. These people, sometimes, really need Cheng Chumo, the stubborn group, to deal with. When Li Shimin thought of the scene at night, he said with a smile, Ministers, let's wait for a good show at night. Ha ha ha. This small official and so on. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 474. It's dark, but the lights of Chainan City are also completely lit up. When the lights were first born, it is also the time when Chainan City is stubborn to go out. Cheng'ai knocks. The 4 great demon kings disappeared. Moreover, I also went to a school and became a good student. This is undoubtedly a happy event in Chainan City. No, all the stubbornness, all arrogantly gathered in Yanlai Building. It seems that some stubborn person directly reserved Yanlai Building. Although Jingxiu is no longer Yanlai Building, this still cannot stop their excitement. After all, tonight is the day for the selection of the 4 new great demon kings. The door of Yanlai Building was closed early, unless your face is familiar, or you are a youngster, otherwise, you are not allowed to enter. There are more than 30 burly men at the door. It is a door god. Who dares to force in? Come here. First, see if your legs are strong or not. In the Yanlai Building. At this moment it is boiling. A lot of copper coins, as if they don't need money, were thrown downstairs. As the calf of the Imperial Supervisor Zhao Yugi of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, Zhao Gang can be regarded as a hit today, standing on the attic on the 2nd floor, shaking a folding fan, and holding his arms in his arms. Wine Girl looked down at the singer handyman and the others who were fighting for the copper, and haha couldn't help but laugh. Where is the old bastard? The most expensive wine of the sword today, the most beautiful girl is given to this noble son. The whole audience counts me tonight. Go. Zhao noble son, you are magnificent. Girls, are you all deaf? Thank you Zhao noble son soon. Thank Zhao noble son. Huh? Surnamed Zhos, Ian Knox, they are not here. Why do you dare to be the king as a monkey? At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded at the door. In an instant, all the noise of Yanlai building stopped. I saw a young man with a cold look and a bunch of hair on his forehead, lazily looking at Zhao Gang on the second floor. Zhao Gang grinned when he saw the visitor. Yo, who did I think was here? Isn't that who? Yes. The former astrology supervisor who was killed by the retired Emperor Gaboming's noble son. Are they here with Inox? Why didn't I see you come out? Inox, they just left. You can't sit still. I think about it. How long have you been holding back? How long have you not slept with a girl? In Ge Chengming's gloomy eyes, Zhao Gang exaggeratedly said, oh, I remember, it's been 2 months. No wonder you will be here today. Come here, pick 2 girls I have used for this noble son and reward Ge noble son. On the word Gu, Zhao Gang bites very hard, and deliberately delays it. In an instant, all the second-generation officials on the second floor have a big laughter. Ha ha ha, my damn, come here, I also send Ge noble son, a girl, an old bastard, to find a wine girl 1 inch. Impudent. Zhao Gang, are you failing courting death? Ge Chengming was angry. And Zhao Gang said without a smile, who doesn't know which green onion are you in the selection of the 4 great demon kings tonight? You deserve to be here too. If your dad is still there, if you are, that's fine, but your father is dead, you have no chance. If it were me, I would find a fucking place and hide far away. Dare to stay in Chainan City? Zhang Gang, you look bully intolerably, you know, even though my father passed away, but we are still a locust on a rope. If you dare, bang. At this time, the door of Yanlai building was suddenly kicked open. The huge noise instantly made the old bastard and Zhang Gang and the others angry. Which eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder, dare to break into Yanlai building. Come on, break his leg for me and throw it out of Chainan City. Yo, Zhao Gang, you fucking, I haven't seen you these few days. Is it really the Monkey King? The joking voice was slowly at the door. It sounds good or bad, but everyone instinctively trembled at the moment they heard the sound. That Zhao Gang. Ge Chengming trembled even more. I softened directly to the wine girl beside me. He is here. That evil star is here. Everyone knows this voice. All second-generation officials know this voice. All the stubborn servant guards all threw away the steel knives in their hands at this time, and knelt on the ground with the old bastard. Master Chen. You, why are you here? Cheng Chumo is a big thorn with Zhang Sunchong and Wai Shu and Yuchi, who are jokingly smiling with their fists. The 3 of Bailin walked into Yanlai building. Especially Yuchi. Bailin's tower-like figure and his previous brutal way make people tremble when they hear his name. Yuchi grandfather, why grandfather, grandpa's son. Why are you here? Zhao Gang and Ge Chengming are about to cry. There is no good thing for these killing gods to appear at the same time. This is not. Cheng Yojin watched as he squatted on his feet, holding head. Ge Chengming said contemptuously, just like you dare to be the stubborn Chainan? And it's the 4 great demon kings? You guys. My mother doesn't take a pissing photo. I used to work hard to take you to a fun place. Now it seems. Come on. Fucking interrupted the 3 legs of these 2 goods for me and threw them to Shilippo. Is it too late? Zhang Sunchong frowned to remind. Fear of overplaying. What are you afraid of? We are instructed to do business. Didn't you not hear what these 2 guys are doing here? If I let them know that killing them is alright, we are doing good deeds. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 475. Cheng Chumo and the others got out of Yanlai building and couldn't help but feel a little worried. So far, 6 or 7-year-old Li Qian Li Tai cannot go. How big is this? And their home is full of calculations. There are only a few, and they don't make up 20. They all understand what His Imperial Majesty means. They just want to pick a few of the sons of numerous officials. After all, now that there are teams, where there are benefits, naturally they have to be allocated a little. Shu, where do you think we are going to find people now? So far there are 9 short. Should we go to their house? Go. At worst, don't you just get in, we are ordered to do things. afraid of being an egg. Yachi Balin is full of faces. The disdainful throat immediately made the two people's heads hurt. This damn thing is still a human. If this is to go in, wouldn't it be a hornet's nest? Okay, when the time comes, let's keep the old rules. Okay. In the mansion of the province of internal history, a young man is pretending to read the 4 books of Confucianism, the 5 classics of Confucianism, and beside him, a middle-aged person in official robes is yawning. But at this time, a stone the size of a quail egg hit the middle-aged person's forehead with a slam, and the middle-aged person rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. At this time, Wai Shui's voice slowly sounded on the courtyard wall not far away. The one with the surname Zhu, come here, elder brother will take you to all the fun places. This person is noble son of the provincial supervisor of internal history, Zihui Iwa. In fact, he is also a stubborn kid. But today he was caught by the father who suddenly have a thought to investigate and study. Under the voice of Wai Shu, that Zihui instantly regained his stubborn nature. He threw away the book in his hand and glanced at father worriedly. Don't worry, I'm just dizzy. Let's go 1 inch. Okay, here comes. On the other side, Minister of Gwengalu Temple, Cheng Chumo and Yachi Balin rushed directly into the villa. After greeted with Minister of Gwengalu Temple, he asked, my lord, I wonder if your home inspection is available? Yes, but it's so late, I'm afraid it's already reading. No, it's okay, Lord Wang, we can just say a few words, you can let him come out. This. Lord Wang glanced at the two of them, but when he thought that this was the main character's residence, these two people it shouldn't be who lay I, he waved his hand and asked the official to bring Wang Jianzu over. Chumo. Balin, why are you here? Check the beam. Walk around. Elder brother found a good place. Where shall we go to play? In an instant, Lord Wang's face was completely black. Where is there a man who takes his son directly in front of his Lao Tzu to make a fool of himself? Is there still Wang Fa? Naughty. Cheng Chumo, Yachi Balin, I see if you leave now for the sake of acquaintance with your father, I will not go to your house to find your father. If you dare it broke my home inspection, you are believing or not old man to find an explanation for yourself. Neither Cheng Chumo nor Yachi Balin gave him a glance. Holding Wang Jianzu, walk out. Although Wang Jianzu is still struggling, it is the excitement in his eyes. It has really not covered up his fucking excitement. This is a record that has never been approached and will never be approached again. Come here. Come. Stop them from the old man. Heavens. This is Chainan City. Is there a king law here? Is there a law? I'm here to block me. Without waiting for him to finish, Yachi Balin shook his hand and instantly pulled out the double-edged saber from his waist. Everyone shrank their necks and slipped away. We are ordered to do things, and you will know tomorrow. Yachi Balin left a sentence and took the people away. Lord Wang with only a dumbstruck face, and the entire mansion. Chumo boss, Bao Old Lin is big, too damn exciting. Come on, what's next? What are you doing? Grab people. There are still 8 people short of it. I don't know how many Yachi Boki, Dugu, and Crown Prince they have robbed. When I checked the beam, the Crown Prince was all out, and his eyes instantly it's staring like a bull's eye. What are we doing here? Young people, especially young people who have been instilled with the kind of loyalty to serve the country since childhood. The stories they have listened to are from their father's generation. The story, at this time, seeing that even Crown Prince was robbing people in Chainan City on the big night, I couldn't help but get excited all of a sudden. But Cheng Chumo glanced at the inspection beam and said, then the next house, you go up and grab people. How are we going to give you the wind outside? Wang Jianzi hearing this, the excitement on his face instantly turned into an expression like shit. This. Fuck off, you bastard. If you want to do that, just go and grab someone fucking, otherwise, you don't fucking talk about knowing us in the future, you are not worthy. Yachi Balin slapped Wang Jianzi's face, and Wang Jianzi's eyes instantly turned blood red. Mother, fight it. Go, you say, who is the next one? I personally go to grab someone, don't give it to someone, fight to death. The next one is Imperial Censor Doctor, Li Gang's noble son. Youngster, it's up to you now. Wang Jianzi hearing this, completely dumbfounded. Imperial Censor Doctor. That's the Crown Prince young master. Fuck. How big is this to play? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 476. Who are you here? Don't you know if this is an imperial city? It's a capital crime to run into an imperial city at night. If it doesn't look like death, let me go away. 9:11 p.m. In front of Million Bird Gate. The sound of crying and dropping of the sky sounded. On the gate tower, a group of patrolling soldiers and the guard army in the city had already gathered when these people came. At this time, as time goes by, these people do not leave, but people gather more and more. In the end, there were more than a dozen carriages. Now, the people on the gate tower finally realized something was wrong. Just after the voice on the gate tower fell, an angry voice sounded downstairs. Old man Li Gang, please see His Imperial Majesty if you have something to do. Old man is the provincial superintendent Wang Jianan. Degree the Ministry of High Official asks to see His Imperial Majesty. With the voice of each registration number. The people on the gate tower finally couldn't sit still. What's wrong with these damn great characters? Have a collective convulsion? Isn't it possible to go to the Imperial Palace in the middle of the night? Quickly report it. Quickly notify the Ministry of Internal Affairs. With the one after another command sounded. The soldiers on the Emperor City Gate are completely crazy. They simply don't know what is going on. Are these adults convulsed collectively? Or is this fucking still crying? What is this called? Less than 1 hour. The Emperor City Gate is open. Little Gizzy appeared in the city gate, looking at the minister, lightly saying, His Imperial Majesty has been waiting for you in the Imperial Study Room for a long time. Please. Everyone is confused forced. But now is not the time to ask. It's important to find a son. After passing the inspection of the Million Bird Bridge, everyone followed Little Gizzy to the Imperial Study Room in a hurry. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shiman and the others are drinking tea and chatting. It seems to be well prepared. The courtyard outside the Imperial Study Room was already brightly lit. When these angry ministers arrived, Li Shiman took a faint sip of tea ceremony. Let's go. Let me go out and have a look. Once out, several ministers headed by Li Gang knelt on the ground excitedly and said, His Imperial Majesty, the old official has a book tonight. His Imperial Majesty, ministers, etc. There is also a book to play. The old official has a book to play. Say. Li Shiman sits indifferently on the little court eunuch and moves said on a chair that came up. Li Gang, this is the first time to worship His Imperial Majesty. This Chainan city can no longer live in people. Li Shiman hearing this, quietly asked, Oh, why is this? Minister don't want to get angry. Let's talk about what's going on first. This Chainan city is at the feet of the Emperor. How can it be impossible to live? His Imperial Majesty, you don't know anything. Today, just an hour ago, the beloved son of the old man, Li Xiaozi, was taken away. Li Gang finished. In an instant, the group of ministers behind him also reported in grief. His Imperial Majesty, look at the big bag on my head. I don't know which bastard it is. The old official is reviewing my recitation of the 5 classics of Confucianism. Sneak attack. And when the old official woke up, I found that my son was gone. His Imperial Majesty, tonight Yuchi Bailin and the Dam Cheng Chumo both visited the old officials under the guise. My son Wang Jianzi was forcibly tied up directly from my mansion. His Imperial Majesty, what is this? This is a robber. Lord Wang, are you wrong? Old man Li Xiaozi, your son, was kidnapped by your son Wang Jianzu. I didn't say just now that I wanted to wait for you to give the old man an account. You still dare to cry thief. Stop thief. Should you give it to the old man? An explanation? Young Master Li, my son was also kidnapped by your son. What do you mean? Come on. Don't think you are crown prince. You can regardless of the law and of natural morality. If you don't give me back your son today, will you be leaving or not? Old man breaking up with you today? Have pity on my son. What an honest man. Old guy, How honest do you think your son is? Who knows in this that your son is not a good bird? He is less than 19 years old, and he is all his mother's 13 concubines. What do you think? The son was obviously taken away by your son with a knife on his neck. You return my son, His Imperial Majesty. You have to be the master for me. My son is impossible to do such a thing. Come. All ministers became more and more angry as they talked. Basically, Cheng Chumo Zhang San Chong Wai Shu and so on are included in the book. However, every minister who had a kidnapped son discovered that his own son was kidnapped on the front foot, and at the next moment, he would go and kidnap his son. What's the situation? All ministers cannot understand at this time. As a few of them talked, Li Shimin and the others' faces became more and more weird. In the end, Li Shimin couldn't help it anymore. Ha ha ha, these little brats. I obviously asked them to invite people. Why did you make such a thing? Cheng Minister, you go back a few nights, you have to take care of them. Yes, the minister will know it. I know what a shit. People here, who knows the details of their son? One is more stubborn than the other. Those who can be taken away are also stubborn top grades. Those who are not qualified enough, who can be taken away by the eye. At this moment, Li Shimin said, don't worry for the time being. Your son says he is excited now. Do you all know the academy where Cheng'an appeared? Starting tomorrow, where will they all accept it? Compulsory education. We are all this old. In the future, they will all be the successors of my great Tang. I don't want to see them in such a ruin. So I decided to let Crown Prince personally be the teacher tomorrow. What do you think? Question mark. This Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 477. Several ministers are confused. They all know the academy. I also faintly know some inside stories. Academy, especially in Chainan, who dare to open an academy. How many people can there be? Even if you are a well-known great Confucian and want to open an academy in Chainan, under His Imperial Majesty's eyelids, that's something you don't even think about. However, this academy, from appearing to how long is it now? This is done. What does this show? This shows that this academy was acquiesced by His Imperial Majesty. Maybe it was created by His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty was able to shuffle the courts in the Imperial Court before, which means that he wants to target Guanlong. This is something everyone can see. And what happens tonight, if you tell them seriously, or His Imperial Majesty directly decree, or send the minister to their house, it will definitely attract the attention of those people. But once these stubborn shots are taken, it will only be regarded as the group of stubborn doing things, and will not forget about it. Thus, Guanlong people will relax their vigilance. But what about this time? Everyone was deeply shocked. Li Gang clasped his fists. His Imperial Majesty, this method is a bit wrong. If it is known, then, Lord Li, you think too much! Exclamation mark. Zhang San Wuji clasped his fists. Think about it. Now that you know the meaning of the existence of this academy, I won't say much, but now it's basically the Crown Prince who has the final say in it. Think about it. What is this? This is His Imperial Majesty giving you a chance. I won't say anything else. Your hearts are clear. And this academy, now it is known to the outside world for the experience of the Crown Prince and the others. Think about it, this is the most deceptive thing. What your son looks like. The old man won't say much, we all understand. Zhang Sunyuji's voice made the faces of all of them contemplative. In an instant, several people couldn't help but think of the youngster named Jiang Feng. Is this person just a person cultivated by His Imperial Majesty and Crown Prince? Talents. Otherwise, how could it be possible to open a school for him? What is the origin of this youngster? But no matter what their son looks like, they all know, and this school called Chainan University, when it opened, it said that the kind of weird rules, could it be, can they really change their son? They are now struggling in the Imperial Court. For what? For not only to be able to take a step forward and fight for a place, but also for the son. If he can get rid of the rage and learn something under the influence of Crown Prince, that's really good. Like Li Xiozi, the son of Crown Prince's junior teacher Li Gang. Although he is the Crown Prince young master, what about now? His son is a complete bastard. He doesn't study well all day, so he wants to go fooling around outside. But if you put these bastards together, Li Gang suddenly thought of something terrifying. That is a basket of rotten eggs. If they are separated, they are animals, but once they are put together, there will always be 1 or 2 golden phoenix in it, right? Unfortunately, Li Gang looked at the crowd, looking at His Imperial Majesty. The depression in my heart was swept away, but on the contrary, a touch of amazement appeared on his face. Is this the plan of His Imperial Majesty? This is simply ... horrible. Old official Li Gang many thanks His Imperial Majesty cultivation. The old official would like to be great Tang go through water and tread on fire. This small official etc. many thanks His Imperial Majesty's painstaking efforts. Tonight, I am waiting for His Imperial Majesty's favor, and begging His Imperial Majesty to punish him, otherwise the ministers will feel uneasy. It's done. This big night, if you have nothing to do, leave it. Li Shimin waved his hand laughed. Although I and you are small officials, they are also colleagues. Our common goal is great Tang. That's why I thought of such a trick. You are not such a vulgar person. If you understand what I mean, let's do it normally. This small official and other leaders thank you. Everyone knelt down again. On the ground, Li Shimin waved his hand, and everyone respectfully retreated. But when Li Shimin was about to return to the Imperial Study Room, he suddenly turned around and said, Minister Li. Li Gang hearing this, turned around hurriedly. The old official is here. How about you also go to Chainan Academy? This, Li Gang hesitated. In name, he is the teacher of Crown Prince. Now this academy is the place where Crown Prince practiced. If he goes, what is this? What I mean is that you also know the meaning of the academy. I don't worry about Crown Prince, so I want you to help Crown Prince run the academy. But, if that's the case, your official position. Li Gang hearing this, knelt on the ground with excitement. The old official will die, and the will of His Imperial Majesty must be fulfilled. Tomorrow morning, the minister will return home and go to the academy. Well, okay, but I promised that your salary will still be paid according to the previous salary. I am rewarding you with 3,000 shi rice and 3,000 guan dollars, a real estate in Chainan East Market. How? What can Li Gang say? This is tantamount to putting his identity in the dark. I don't know how many years he can be an official now. Once he retreats, his salary will be very small. But what about now? His Imperial Majesty promised not only to let him leave this quagmire decently, but also to keep his salary unchanged. Perhaps when the time comes, once the academy is up, he can return to the Imperial Court! Exclamation mark. This is grace. Thinking of this, Li Gang bowed to the ground with excitement. This small official thank you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 478. Compared with his idle job, he can be cautiously in this quagmire at any time. Li Gang is more willing to choose this kind of carefree. He only needs to teach the students all day. This is one of Great Confucian's favorite things to do. He read books, study things, and when there is nothing to do, give some advice to the students. What is this? This is the most yearn for something even in dreams of Great Confucian. After staying away from the dispute, you can study the knowledge quietly. When the time comes, you may be able to leave a thing that can make the protagonist's name stay in the history in his lifetime. Li Gang is very excited. So even though he was 80 or 2 years old at this time, as soon as he got home, he waved his hand to ask the people who sell barbecue on the street to grill him at home overnight. While drinking beer and eating barbecue, Li Gang laughed like a child. This abnormal behavior of him instantly horrified everyone in the mansion. Li Gang was very poor when he was young, so that when he was 52 years old, he became famous and married his current wife. Later, when he was 16 years old, did he have a good son? So the family, as well as the people in this mansion, are even more pampered with Lixiosi. But this is nothing. It's always like this. Thinking of the past, thinking of everything tonight, Li Gang always feels so unreal. Lord, what happened to you this big night?" At this time, a young man in plain clothes, about 40 years old, entered the study room, smelling the smell of the barbecue that filled the room, and the oil and wine stains on the books that splashed in the normally Li Gang treasures, and didn't want to be moved. I couldn't help but frown. "It's okay, madam. Come, sit down, and have a drink with me." Li Gang's face was a little rosy. Scared Li Surname hurriedly sat down. "Wipe the back of Li Gang." "Lord, didn't you go to the palace to find His Imperial Majesty to ask for his son tonight?" This ... You are Madame Naxiosis, you don't care about things, and no matter what he does in the future, don't bother you. This is the only requirement of the old man. "Why?" Li Surname was scared a big jump. But Li Gang waved his hand. "Don't ask about this, and don't worry about it. When your son is older, he naturally has his own way to go. And I'm telling you one thing, didn't you tell me to retire earlier and enjoy my old age? I promise you now that I will resign to His Imperial Majesty in the morning tomorrow." Li Surname was caught very scared. I quickly touched Li Gang's forehead. After making sure that he was okay, he lost one's head out of fear even more. Before letting him resign, he would always be furious, and it was even more severe for his son. But what happened today? Not only do you have to resign, but you also have to let yourself stop taking care of your son. Even so happy. Tonight, what happened in the palace? Li Surname doesn't understand. Everyone in Li residence doesn't understand. Not only them. Tonight, as long as it is all the officials who enter the palace, they can't sleep. Until the sound of the gong sounded at that time, everyone slowly got up, drank a bowl of bone-strengthening powder, and hopped back to the imperial palace in an instant. In the palace of political statement, since the Sinan system was established, the moments have improved a lot. Basically, there are no more innocent people who do not attending the imperial court anymore, and the discipline of going to the imperial court is also much better. Firstly, because of the locust incident, Li Shimin pulled a large group of children into his camp. One is because the relationship between His Imperial Majesty and the retired emperor is back to good. Now Guanlong and 5 surnames 7 clans, also the people of aristocratic families of Shandong, no longer dare to be as arrogant as before. Once their tails are cocked, and before it reaches His Imperial Majesty's ears, countless ministers will instantly stand up, pointing to their noses and being scolded miserably. Which one is good for doing things in this imperial court? Number. His Imperial Majesty is here. In the singing and drinking of little Gizzy, Li Shimin paced forward slowly. Everyone hugged White Jade and hurriedly bowed to sing and drink. Congratulations to His Imperial Majesty. You may rise. Li Shimin sits on top of the dragon throne on the 9 steps scaling heaven stairs. After a majestic scan, I asked, "Is there a book to play today?" His Imperial Majesty, the old official, has a book to play. Speaking, Li Gang, who has been a good person all his life in the imperial court, hurriedly shouted loudly. Li Shimin slightly nodded. "Minister Li, please speak." His Imperial Majesty. And now the old official feels unwell. This year there are 80 or 2 out of them. Thanks to His Imperial Majesty for not giving up. The old official teaches His Royal Highness Crown Prince, but these days, the old official feels that his body is really bad. He always dreams of his departed relatives at midnight, so the old official wants to resign. What? Young Master Crown Prince wants to resign? All ministers hearing this, can't help but be surprised. Li Shimin hearing this, his face is nodded solemnly. Sigh with a sigh, "Never mind. Although I can't bear you, over the years, you have done a lot for Great Tang, so, if that is the case, then I will allow it." Since the young master of Crown Prince wants to resign, although I am reluctant to give up, but also not that pedantic person, come, reward Crown Prince as a hereditary Duke of Young Master. Reward $3,000, 3,000 stones of rice, a set of chain and East Market mansion. Let Crown Prince enjoy his twilight years as a young teacher. This small official, thank you very much. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 479. After dealing with these things, Li Shimin instantly felt that since the attending the imperial courts in reward and punishment system was enacted, he has been particularly idle. After playing thrill-laps with Li Yuan in royal gardens, he accompanied Empress for a walk in the palace. After lunch, he was tired and Li Shimin couldn't help but feel lost. Zidafu's cooking skills, although not as good as half of Zhang Feng's, but it's okay. As soon as Zidafu returned to the palace, he desperately passed all of what he had learned to a few imperial cooks he trusted, giving the retired emperor and the others a point. The people in the imperial dining room, it's not enough again. Even Cheng Yojin and the others sent their own cook to steal the teacher from the palace under the guise of discussion. This Li Shimin had to bear it. Even Duke of Chenhu Junji, who is far away in Liuozu, sent someone to steal the teacher. Li Shimin can't bear it now. However, these old guys are all their own old partners. Clenched the teeth, Li Shimin can only brazenly prepare to send 3 more people to Zhang Feng to learn cooking. No way. If you don't have to be kind, when the time comes, there will always be people complaining. Li Shimin will really be annoyed to death. In an instant, Li Shimin also wanted to see what Zhang Feng wanted to do with him, and to ask about Zhang Feng's plans in the future. Since I heard that there are still 3 years to take the scientific examination, this youngster is very abnormal. After looking for an opportunity, Li Shimin took an excuse to take a nap and slipped out of the imperial palace from the back door. The entourage, although Wei Shui was missing, was basically Li Shimin's confidant and a safety issue. No need to be elegant. With his hands behind his back, Li Shimin patrolled the Chainan city, watching the shouting and bargaining in the street, and the red-faced scene of arguing at the meat stall. Li Shimin was in a very good mood. Unconsciously, he walked to the small tavern gate on Tongyue Street. The little tavern at this time is still as deserted as it used to be, but at the winery next door to the little tavern, it looks different. In order not to disturb Zhang Feng sleeping at the door, he deliberately changed the front door of the winery to the back door, and the back door to the front door. Zhang Feng is at the entrance of the small tavern, which is full of Lisan malt, sleeping snoring. Li Shimin looked at the bustling Tongyue Street, and then looked at the cold and cheerless little tavern, and couldn't help shook the head. Feng Tsai, your little life is really enviable. Li Shimin called Zhang Feng twice, just sitting on the stone steps next to Zhang Feng like this, looking at the busy people in the distance. Although these people are very busy, however, that face was filled with happiness that could not be covered. This is where Li Shimin feels comforted. A period of prosperity, isn't it about letting the people get enough food and clothing? And by the way, can they make money? Now, isn't this the period of prosperity? Huh? Old Li, when did you come? In a daze. Zhang Feng seemed to hear someone calling him, but just called him without the following. Zhang Feng didn't bother to worry about it. He slept again for a while, and then woke up in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he felt that someone was squatting next to him. I don't know this, but at first glance, his doze is really scared. Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng wake up. That said, it didn't take long. It was just 1 hour. 1 hour. Then why don't you wake me up? Li Shimin is speechless. You sleep like a pig. Who wakes up? Come on, walk in. Let's talk to you today for a major event. Zhang Feng got up, didn't even need the recliner, pulled Li Shimin into the little tavern. Accordingly, Zhang Feng took out the spicy locust that he had kept for a long time, and after making a few snacks, he stopped drinking beer, so he started drinking the liquor. After 3 glasses of wine, Zhang Feng said, Old Li, I believe Li Qian told you that when he went back? Li Shimin nodded. He said, what Academy of Sciences are you going to do? Zhang Feng nodded. It's true. They learned the basics very well, and I've just stared at pedestrians when I have nothing to do in the past few days. Look now, this Cheng'an has everything. Basically, the economy has recovered, and there is nothing left to make. In fact, Zhang Feng didn't say a word. That is, even if there are other things now, Can people in this damn age accept it? For example, soap, toothpaste and so on. He wanted to do it, but this guy got a hammer. Zhang Feng is the kind of heat of 3 minutes. Once there is no him, I want to make it, but once it is made, I don't bother to make it. Just like the winery and the academy. I got it out. But that tedious and trivial things, and things that have to get up to do things before dawn in the morning, can he get up? If he can afford, he is not Zhang Feng. Since you can have a helper, it is comfort to be a shopkeeper. However, there are some things that really cannot be done. For example, for industrial development, everything hasn't gotten up yet. He still can't be lazy. At least some people like Li Qian have to get it out for him. At that time, he was a shopkeeper. Not elated. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 480. Soak in the bathtub full of shower gel bubbles, listen to the beautiful music of Great Tang, and embrace the beauties. That is the enjoyment. But now that these things are not available, he has to do it on his own. Li Shimin also knows that Zhang Feng is a lazy person, but it will not be that simple to make a lazy person so concerned. Li Shimin drank a glass of wine before asking, "Then can you tell me, what exactly is this Academy of Sciences?" This thing didn't pass. Academy of Sciences. This thing is amazing. Zhang Feng sighed and asked mysteriously in a low voice, "Old Li, I'm not afraid to tell you that you have seen one of these can a machine with 3 jocks of cloth in one day? Have you seen the kind of spear that cannot be urged? You see. Come on, don't blow it up, just say, what is this thing? Tell me honestly, are these things your true ability?" Li Shimin has long been wanted to ask. "I have never heard of this thing. Lance that no stronghold one cannot overcome. How can this be possible?" Only after figuring out whether this is Zhang Feng's real ability, Li Shimin can determine what this thing will be like. Zhang Feng nodded. "If it weren't for my true ability, could I do this?" "Then what you said is a bit of a suspicion of boasting." "That weaving. No one knows one a day people are exhausted and can only weave 3 feet to the sky. You machine can hold up to more than a dozen people?" Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. "What's this? I tell you, this song loom can not only handle this, but it also doesn't require anyone to operate it. Are you believing or not? Fuck off. I'll just say that you fucking compare and boss in 1 inch." How could Li Shimin believe it? But even if you believe it, based on what he knows about Zhang Feng, if you become more excited, this guy will be able to boost you hard. So Li Shimin thought about it. This guy can't be excited. I shake everything out for you. This is not. Seeing that Li Shimin didn't believe it, Zhang Feng's eyes were red. Fuck, old Li, you don't believe me? Come on, I'm going to give you popular science today. Just say this textile machine well. I have a way to use a windmill or a water wheel to link these things. According to certain data, I can connect at least 30 looms in series for a water wheel and let them operate at the same time. You don't need one, you believing or not? In this way, isn't this textile that Great Tang sells all over the world? Once the output is increased, will you be able to double it? Is making money? What is this? Not only will this not make workers unemployed, it will also create more job opportunities. This is an opportunity to do good deeds. Once I do this, then His Imperial Majesty, maybe he will come to me to see me in person. Just blow it. Li Shimin this although he was stern, but he had no confidence at all. He was deeply stunned by what Zhang Feng described. Once it does this, then when the time comes Great Tang, it is bound to be upgraded to another level in trade. Zhang Feng is not happy anymore. Old Li, I really didn't blow it out. This is my true ability. Do you think that Zhang Feng really can only tinker with food, and be able to play a role in national policy? Do it? You are wrong, it's all drizzle. Don't you know? This thing is true ability. To say that the previous national policy was not well reflected, let me tell you, old Li, listen. Well, at this time, it is the real thing. This thing is called the national luck. Once this research institute is out, I will tell you. Pretending to be Zhang Feng mysteriously looked outside, closed the door on Li Shimin's ear and said, "What is this?" "This is the good thing I told Li Qian before, the stuff in Classic of Wonders, This classic of wonders. I can't say wonders. You can't understand this thing. You can only use it to make it out. Is this true? Lee Shimin finally it was shocked. Classic of wonders. When he heard the words classic of wonders, he had no worries at all. If you want to talk about science, he really doesn't understand it. But when you talk about classic of wonders, he understands it. Seeing Lee Shimin like this, Zhang Feng patted Lee Shimin on the shoulder and said, "Have you seen me, Zhang Feng? When did I say something unreliable? This is down also." Lee Shimin nodded. "Then you said, what are you going to do?" "Nothing, I want to buy a piece of land now and get Li Qian out of them. That place is not suitable for them. The things I want to do are so much, so they can only go to the academy 1 hour a day to teach them some basic things that I have taught, and more often they will do research in my new place. Just tell me, which place do you like? I also have some land outside Chainan City. You said you want tens of acres. I will let me steward tomorrow bring you the title deed." No, old Lee, you are mistaken. I don't want dozens of mu. Lee Shimin was taken aback. "Then how many acres of land do you want? So this Chainan City can be obtained?" "No. I'm talking about 50,000 mu. Pudash. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 481. Lee Shimin was dumbfounded. This time I was completely stunned. He originally thought that the Academy of Sciences might be bigger than the Academy. But you have only a few people in total. At worst when the time comes, he took the land outside Chainan City get a tuft for him. But he absolutely didn't expect, when Zhang Feng opened his mouth, it was his mother's 50,000 mu. What is this going to do? This damn thing is to build a city? Question mark. If you don't call Lee Shimin out, you will be so confused. This is what everyone thinks. How big is Chainan City? Zhang Feng's opening is 50,000 mu. Who wouldn't think he was wrong? Zhang Feng brother, please tell me, how much do you want? 5,000 mu. And this is still the pre-planning place. When the time comes, it is estimated that this 50,000 mu is not enough. Are you sure it is 50,000 mu, not 5 mu of land? Zhang Feng glanced at Lee Shimin and pointed to himself nose. Old Lee, do you see who I am? I am Zhang Feng. It's Zhang Feng. Why don't I want 5 acres of land? I will come to you. Do you want to borrow money? If I can buy 5 acres of land, I can buy it with my own money. I think that 5 acres of land. But you don't want 50,000 acres of land. Lee Shimin has a toothache. If these dozens of acres are hundreds of acres, he will give them away. But these 50,000 acres. This dam. Do you have a preferred address? Yes, it is Chainan outside by Mount Zongnan, the area of MTQ in Donglu. Are you sure? Lee Shimin can't believe it. Zhang Feng actually wants to get a new research institute so far away. In this way, wouldn't it be impossible for him to take care of what happens when the time comes? Feng Tsai, should you choose a place closer to Chainan? There is nothing but wasteland in that place. Why did you choose it? Wasteland? Zhang Feng smiled. Bai Ayun's novel, he has watched TV more than 10 times, and that place is a military fortress. More importantly, to do research is to stay away from the hustle and bustle. When the time comes, no matter what you are inside, no one can control or see. Wouldn't it be elated? Old Lee, don't worry about it. The reason why I choose where I choose is because of certain considerations. To do research, I must stay away from the hustle and bustle of Chainan City. What do you want? Quietness. Before I came to Chainan, I had thoughts about it. Anyway, there are no people living in that place, and there are no ordinary people. I think that place is also cheap, so I plan to build the research institute where. But you don't want such a large area, right? Honestly, what are you going to do? What are you doing? Question mark. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, actually, I didn't think about it. There are 3 factories to open. Look at the environment of that place, and geography is the most suitable place for manufacturing textile machines. Once I have researched it out, do I have to test the effect on the spot? Once that thing is out, Old Lee, You just wait to see me make a fortune. What else is there? Li Shimin continued to ask. 5,000 mu of land. This is not a small amount. Then, there is also a smelter to smelt the spear that can be nothing that cannot be broken, and the shield that cannot be broken. If you think about these two, is it impossible for others to know? This is our true ability. You said that things like barbecue and beer can be learned by others, but once you spread this thing, it will make the world mess up. Li Shimin also knows that no matter what the spear and shield, once the looms things spread, the consequences will be unimaginable. I couldn't help but Li Shimin was also excited. There is another factory. What are you going to do? Is there another one that I told you before? No, it's the tin car. You think I made a tricycle for fun? You're wrong. It's just a preliminary form. Thank you. Don't pretend to be forced. I've long been I see. You said that you want to make a war chariot, right? Seeing that Zhang Feng couldn't pretend, he touched his nose. Wrong. You have already done that factory, and I will definitely not do it. Which wheel I am going to do now. You also know that it is not difficult to do anything. The difficulty lies in that wheel. The material, which is also called rubber, is extremely precious near the production and Anzhou area, so I have to research something to replace it. Once he gets it out, then Zhang Feng paused. He asked in a low voice again, have you ever seen a car that can travel thousands of miles without a horse, and a boat that travels thousands of miles a day? I didn't want to talk about these things, otherwise I want to say that I'm boasting, but I can't do it now. 1 inch. Okay, I don't pretend. I'm a showdown, I'm a genius. How about it? Old Li, you think about me now. How about this Academy of Sciences? Isn't it awesome? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 482. What can Li Shimin say? Now he finally knows something from what Zhang Feng said. This product really wants to be big this time. As for things that travel thousands of miles every day and don't need horses, he really looks forward to it. I couldn't help but Li Shimin took a deep breath and asked, Feng Tsai, are you sure these things are really your true ability? I also lied to you, old Li. In this great Tang, except for you, I'm really not seeing anyone. You are my brother. When I treat my brother, I didn't open my belly this time. Li Shimin was a little embarrassed, panic. But when he thought of what Zhang Feng described, he couldn't help but get a little excited. This time I was really moved. These things will be his in the future, they can't be taken away. And they are still tangible things that can change Great Tang in the future. Now, things that Great Tang can develop have basically been developed. Woke up, foreign trade, as well as the merchant's way, have a fixed merchant's way channel and so on. Because of this thing, the people have become tangibly wealthy. These things, especially the textile machines, once they are implemented, if it is one person, one machine, wouldn't everyone be like Zhang Feng, lying down like this to make money? This is not a period of prosperity. What is it? At that time, the people of Great Tang would still be hungry. In the military, once there is war chariot, and Zhang Feng's spear and shield, then who would dare to provoke Great Tang? When the time comes, it's not that others provoke Great Tang, it's the strength of Great Tang that others will be afraid of. This has the highest external assembly. Internally, there are so many things for economic development, and Li Shimin feels passionate after thinking about it. Feng Tsai, just say how much money you want. Old Li has this money. Isn't it the money for 50,000 mu of land? I'm Old Li now thanks to you. Yes. Just say you want to be more. Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart. Zhang Feng couldn't help but glanced at Li Shimin in surprise. Why did I suddenly find old Li? You really deserve to be a businessman. This damn thief and thief. 1 inch. Oh, since you said it all, then we don't have to squeeze the money, you pay, but I will cover the purchase of the land. Otherwise every time I move your mouth and you run and break your leg. This is not justified. This time this thing is too related. It's important. I don't dare to make any difference at all. So, alright, since you want to do it, then do it. Li Shimin thought for a while, and finally agreed. This matter is not complicated. Jiang Feng is now a little famous in Chainan City. If he is asked to come out, he will also show his face in Chainan City. After the two negotiated some details again, Li Shimin then said, Feng Tsai, I have something I want to tell you. What's the matter? I want my cook, 3 more people to learn from you. Jiang Feng stared at Li Shimin in amazement. Brother, what's wrong with you? Isn't your home a restaurant? Didn't you teach one? Why are you starting again? You really treat me as a free guy! Exclamation mark. No, I mean, the Zudafu was not snatched by my father. Now, old Chen, old Sun and their women pestered me all day inside. If I want to learn this thing, I can't do it 1 inch. Well, you are like this, you see where I have time now? It's okay, you are busy with you. When the time comes, I will let them take tavern for you. You can teach them when you have time. No hurry for this matter. Hey 1 inch. Jiang Feng sighed. Well, since you are all so embarrassed, let them come. Who will let us be the brother? See, Jiang Feng finally agreed. Li Shimin, this I left with satisfaction. Jiang Feng stretched, and the dizzy feeling made him sleepy again. Walking out of Little Tavern, putting up a closing card, habitually lie down on a recliner covered with tiger skin. But the next moment, Jiang Feng's hot Yi Gulu get up and touched the body, angry and roared, which son of a bitch I put the tiger go along. At this time, Cheng Chumo, who stole tiger skins, looked at the angry Jiang Feng around the corner and couldn't help but chuckled. Walk, let's hurry up. Don't let Father Emperor see it. Li Chengqian looked around with worry. His Father Emperor just left. Who knows whether their actions were seen by Jinwu guards? No, big fool Y is watching. Usually he won't set back. And isn't that his tiger skin is given to Jingxiu? This youngster will be deducted again. When the time comes again, can you just get him one? That's his wife. We are just being a favor, that's all. That. I hope it's okay. Li Chengqian was nodded hesitantly to His Imperial Majesty. Please. While Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian were whispering something, Little Guy's gloomy voice, it sounded behind the two. The scared two trembled. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 483. Chainan Government Office. It handles everything in Chainan City, even the land area. Although it is a small county government, it is also an extraordinary existence at the feet of the emperor. At this time, the county magistrate of the county government was temporarily managed by Fang Xuanling after the Ministry of Works high official was dismissed, and because the imperial court deliberately targeted Guanlong officials, the former county magistrate finally waiting for the promotion SC. After the old county magistrate took office, the county magistrate transferred from Lanshan was a bit awkward. In the place where the uncle in Lanshan doesn't care about his grandmother, he's the heaven. He's just like a man all day long, but since he just took office yesterday, he hasn't visited the neighborhood yet and he hasn't taken care of it. Knowing the general situation of Chainan City with Master, he had already dealt with the matter from noon, and only stopped at sunset. At this time, the newly appointed county magistrate Nu Weili has a headache. Just getting up, I just made a pot of tea, and when I was ready, I encountered a case of drumming and calling for injustice. When is this? This is fucking obsolete. The emerald green official uniforms on the ship hurrying. Didn't even care about breakfast, and went to the hall. Bailiff, the catcher in the hall, seems to be used to it, yawning and shouting lazily. Pa. Nu Weili slapped the gavel and said, come on. Open the hall. Nu Weili led him. The master didn't even bother to tie his romper's belt, with a folding fan stuck in the back of his neck, dangling in from outside the hall. Sir Nu, this is the Zodiac, take a look. Nu Weili waved his hand and grabbed the Zodiac. His lungs exploded with anger. The paper says that last night, 2 foreign merchants went to visit brothel, but the money ran out this morning. What kind of shit case is this? Come here. Declare me up. As Nu Weili's voice fell, I saw a crying gorgeous woman, and a skinny, and he was still dark and full of beards, a pair of mung-beanied beards, entered the hall. When the beard saw Nu Weili, he knelt on the ground with a thump. My lord, You have to be the master of the little ones. Last night, the little guy went to stay in the Spring Breeze Pavilion. But when he got up early this morning, he was ready to pay the fox 10 cents. I found out that my money bag is gone. That's money for a small clan waiting to save their lives. My lord, you must call the shots for the small ones. My lord, don't you want to listen to this horse saying? When he was giving money to the old mother last night, the little woman saw with her own eyes that there was only one left in this man's pocketbook. It's leathery. This is clearly trying to frustrate me. Shut up. Nuwi looked at the beard, then at the woman, and asked, "What are you?" "Wha? The officer asks you. Did anyone prove it last night?" "Yes." When he paid the money last night, the old mother also saw him, and he mumbled that this is a poor ghost. "Come here, pass on the old bastard." For a moment, a middle-aged woman who looks old but still can see the charm is still walking on the lotus step into the hall. After meeting Nuwi, she Shiran gave a salute. "Surname you has seen the sir." Nuwi frowned and asked, "My official asked you. You could see this person's money bag last night. There is no money in it." "My lord, the slave servant can testify about this matter." The slave servant has been in this business for some years. Although the money bag is separated by cloth, you can see the money bag at a glance. "How much money is there?" "Nonsense." "My lord, these two people are slanderous. Yesterday Ming Mink Siren and the Zai Market Rice Shop sold 30 gin mink. You see, this is the receipt from the open for me of the old shopkeeper of the rice grain shop. There is still time. After I received the money, it was too late, so I went to this black shop. Take a look at one." Beard was shaking all over with excitement, and Nuwi looked at the receipt and handprints, beckons with the hand. "Master, do you see that this is the old shopkeeper's handwriting?" Master squinted and took a look, then picked up the paper and sniffed. "Yes, this is indeed the handwriting of the old shopkeeper. If you don't believe it, wait. Tang, the old shopkeeper at Namidian, is the proof of tax payment this year. You will know the true and false when you compare it." While speaking, the master really hurried to the back room, and at this moment Nuwi squinted at the old woman busted in the beard. "Now if you confess your guilt, the officer will be lighter. If you wait until the handwriting is compared, then this will not be a simple matter. Madam, this ... girl, and you, this official gives you time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Consider, come, and summon the old shopkeeper of Zai Market Dong Mipu." When Nuwi Surian was in Lanshan County, basically there is nothing to do, but it does not affect his judgment on such basic things as the trial. Just now, he has seen something from the eyes of the three people. "Please tell me, before you go to the brothel, can anyone prove that you have money in your pocket?" "Yes, my fellow countryman with me. He also in this brothel. He is just outside the door." "My lord, can I take a step to speak?" The old bastard finally couldn't sit still. Shaking his waist, walked up and said, "My lord, the young man was very unhappy when I saw you. I must have just taken office. There is a proof for the young one, my lord. Take a look." While speaking, the old bastard opened the embroidered robe in front of Nuwi, and saw what evidence was inside. It is clearly a silver bills of 10 silvertel. Nuwi, how angry, shook off the old bastard's hand and roared, "Come on, then this shameless old bastard, put the officer in prison." Yes. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 484. All this was seen by Jiang Feng, who was waiting at the door. He still knows this Spring Breeze Pavilion. It is a brothel that pits those beards. In Chainan City, it can be regarded as notorious. Ordinary Chainan people and Great Tang people dare to go. Although this Spring Breeze Pavilion doesn't say anything about it, but the skin of this person's shadow tree, who dare to go. Maybe if you get up early, the loincloth will be taken away for you. This is just an episode. He knows that this old bastard will definitely come out at noon today. As for it goes without saying, I understand, although the case is over. But the 3,000 pennies of this unlucky foreign merchant is not worth it. Why? It's because you didn't follow Great Tang's rules to go to a post house or a hotel specially designed for foreigners to live in. And you dare to go there and report to the official? Question mark. Isn't this courting death? After playing 10 boards, the softness found from the old bastard and the beautiful girl is regarded as compensation for him. The beard grinned and sucked his breath, and limped away. At this time, Zhang Feng only took a probe and entered the lobby. My lord, the little one has something to do. Zhang Feng stopped Nu Weili, who was about to leave. Nu Weili frowned. What's wrong with you? You can beat the drum first, and then inform the master. No, no, no. The young one came to buy land. Nu Weili waved impatiently after listening. Go to the back door, Ya jail. This is the place where the case was judged. You don't know anything about it? While speaking, Nu Weili is gone. Zhang Feng then touched his nose and walked towards the back door with his hands behind his back. It's a rare thing today that Zhang Feng got up at dawn and waited for a full hour. He thought it was his turn. Didn't expect also encountered a jumper. That's why Zhang Feng just got here, to ask specifically. Although he touched his nose, Zhang Feng didn't care. He wanted to see the change in Nu Weili's expression after hearing about 50,000 mu of land. Walking to the office of the government office, Zibo was flipping through a book on the bookcase at the door, and he was shaking his head. Originally, Zhang Feng thought he was looking at something extraordinary, but when he glanced at the book cover, GNU was not indifferent in an instant. This guy actually read this kind of vulgar filthy book when he was errand? This is too damn good, right? But now that Zhang Feng asks for help, Zhang Feng has no choice but to see it. My lord, what's the matter? The master didn't mean to put the book away at all, but he didn't cover the book cover lifted and asked. Small ones come to buy land. Buy land? Which one you are interested in? Pointed out to the old man on this one. Until at this time, Zibo put away the book and looked at Zhang Feng directly, and saw that he was well dressed and his tone was slightly better. Zhang Feng, hearing this, scanned a rough plan of Chainan City, and said, well, my lord, we don't buy Chainan City. I'm come to buy the wild land outside Chainan City. The wild land? Tell me, which one are you looking for? This is Chainan City. Wild land. But basically His Imperial Majesty has been entrusted to the National Duke of the Imperial Court. If you want to buy it, you might as well go to the National Duke House to ask. It's more real than me. No, no, no. So youngster, I saw a piece of land. I asked about it before and I went to see it. The place is a piece of wasteland, right on Mount Q in the eastern section of Mount Zongnan. You said it's that piece of land. It's a bit difficult to do. You should ask Master County Magistrate. After all, Master County Magistrate used to be in Lanshan County, and that place is beyond my scope. Can only let County Magistrate come. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback. Okay, dare to ask County Magistrate now. You go to the Yeoman. Ask me, how do you know that I am not from County Magistrate? Hey ... fuck you. Zhang Feng stopped doing it in an instant. I was about to talk to him, but next moment he swallowed the second half of the sentence. This is in Great Tang. If this offends this person, let alone buying land, he doesn't want his butt to bloom. He touched his nose. Zhang Feng left angrily. The lobby. Nu Weili is still dealing with trivial matters. Zhang Feng waited for almost 1 hour before finally it was his turn. Nu Weili frowned when he saw Zhang Feng again. Why is it you again? This official told you everything. Go to the Ya jail for something to find Lord Bo. No, sir. Lord Bo called me to come find your 1-inch. Talk. What are you going to do? Buy land. Where to buy? Mount Q outside Chainan City. Mount Q. Nu Weili was stunned. You mean you want to buy Mount Q? Yes, the little one wants to buy Mount Q. You know, so how big is Mount Q? Where do you want to buy Mount Q? What is the area? Is it 1 mu of land or 10 mu? This is a bit difficult. You have to report to the Ministry of Agriculture. First, tell me how many mu you want. Let's talk about other things. Nu Weili is impatient. I want to send Zhang Feng. I have seen 250, and it was the first time he saw 250 like this. Although the place is wild, it is so easy to buy. That is Feng Shui treasure land. When he was in Lanshan, He was thinking about this land but didn't expect this time to come to Chainan. Unexpectedly met someone with the idea of hitting this piece of land. At this time, Zhang Feng also saw a touch of impatience in Nu Weili's eyes, and then said slowly, I want to buy it, 50,000 mu. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 485. What did you say? How much? Nu Weili stood up in disregard of his image, stared at Zhang Feng. His voice changed. The tea just drunk from his mouth is still dripping from his beard. My lord, you heard that right, it is 50,000 mu, which is the entire amount. You, make sure you are right, you want to buy the entire amount. Yes, my lord, can this be wrong? Nu Weili has been trapped. The whole person is in a dazed state. I have seen rich people, but no matter how good this place is, you can buy it all. What's the use? What are you going to do in such a big place? But this is someone else's business. He can't control it. After groaning for a while, Nu Weili said, if you are sure you want to buy, now I will issue you a document. Do you know the price? Zhang Feng didn't talk nonsense, and didn't want to talk nonsense. He directly took out 12,000 silver bills and took out a total of 5 copies and placed them on Nu Weili's years ago. Seeing Nu Weili's brow twitched. Okay, since you all know that I'm not too long-winded, I'll open an essay for you. While speaking, Nu Weili hurriedly wrote the document. The document is not complicated, but Zhang Feng's personal information, as well as the ownership of the place, etc. I've written it all. Let Zhang Feng sign it, press his handprint, and it's done. Great Tang's land is not expensive, but these lands are basically in the hands of some people. Ordinary people definitely can't afford it, and the place chosen by Zhang Feng is at the intersection of Bei and Chan. Although this is a good place, it's a good place. But there's no way to go. The money invested is not enough. So few people pay attention to the land. So only 50,000 acres of land, only 50,000 silvertl, and it's done. If 50,000 silvertl is placed in Chainan, or if it is placed near the Shilipo, it is estimated that this will only be enough to buy a few hundred acres. And it is still there. Planting remote, wasteland. For the common people, the land is used to grow food. In this era, no one pays attention to some things, such as real estate. But Zhang Feng has also spotted this one. When the research institute is launched and a series of supporting tools are set up, when the time comes, it is a place comparable to Chainan City. When I think of that place is my own yes, Zhang Feng's heart is beating in Peng Peng, Pa. Nu Weili made sure that Zhang Feng really wanted to buy this piece of land. Under the witness of Master Bo, the big seal was put on it. So far, the land is nominally Zhang Feng's property. But when Zhang Feng was about to leave with the paperwork, Nu Weili stopped him. Wait, I have all the procedures here. But you have to go to the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Works to get the paperwork. I will give you when the time comes. Only when you have issued a land deed certificate, you can put your name and the name of your place on the household department. So troublesome. Zhang Feng was stunned. Doesn't this mean that this thing is almost the same? How can this be as troublesome as the later generations of Earth? But Zhang Feng didn't dare to say anything, so he had to take the paperwork and went away. However, when Zhang Feng just walked out of the palace, he ran into him and was about to go. Little Tavern's Li Shimon's sedan chair. Who is that sedan chair? That is Li Shimon's confidant. Naturally, I know Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng also saw the feminine little Gizzy at a glance. Hey, isn't this old Li? Are you going there again? Li Shimon suddenly heard Zhang Feng's voice in the sedan, and was a little surprised. Opened the sedan curtain, looked at the county government office and asked, "You are here bought land? So fast? It's not like your youngsters' style. You can go out before noon." Zhang Feng hearing this rolled the eyes. "You think everyone is like you. This is a major event, so naturally it should be early. By the way, where are you going this early? Come on. Let's talk about it." This is the gate of the government office. Li Shimon is not sure if anyone knows him, so he has to let Zhang Feng get on the sedan chair. But Zhang Feng shook his head. "No. Busy." "Okay, I have to go to the Ministry of Works to go to the Ministry of Works. What should you do? We will be free tomorrow. Please drink. Hey. Li Shimin is speechless. This is the first time he was rejected by Jiang Feng, and still the first person who dared to refuse him. Today he was originally looking for Jiang Feng. This Jiang Feng is so busy, what can he do? Can only wave his hand and return again Imperial Palace. Jiang Feng is very busy. After bidding farewell to Li Shimin, he couldn't stand it on Tongyue Street. After eating breakfast and lunch, I squatted at the door of Ministry of Works. After waiting for almost an hour, the people of Ministry of Works opened the room sleepily. The door, and dozens of people stood at the door of this room, basically dealing with trivial matters. After an hour, it was finally Jiang Feng's turn. After he handed over the documents for the opening of the county government office, the man in charge took a surprised look at Jiang Feng, and the other Ministry of Works people murmured for a while, and then said, "Oh, it's a little difficult to deal with you. In this way, you first go to the Ministry of Justice to report." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 486. Jiang Feng is speechless. All day long, he was kicked over like a ball. Until it was dark, Jiang Feng dragged his lead-like legs and returned to the little tavern. As soon as I entered the little tavern, I didn't even care about turning on the light. I lay down on the recliner and groaned. It was a lack of exercise. It took me a whole day. The leg is really fucking, and it hurts to break. Feng-tsai, what did you do all day? Just as Jiang Feng took a break and wanted to wash and sleep, old scholar touching the black and hitting the lantern, he touched the little tavern. When he saw Jiang Feng's appearance, old scholar was shocked. What's wrong with you? Hey, isn't this a piece of land? This is going through the formalities. Oh, old scholar didn't ask too much. After Jiang Feng washed up, he said, I've been looking for you for a day today. Do you know something happened to this academy? What's the matter? Today, that bastard Li Qian didn't know where he got the number 30 person. Jiang Feng nodded. I know about this. I told them to do this. Old scholar asked in surprise. I heard Li Qian say what kind of research institute you did. Yes, I want to get some of them out. But you can't be an old man. You didn't see it today. Who are these people? They are all stubborn children in Chainan City. What is the use of such people in recruiting schools? Isn't this my own face smeared? If this is spread out, we must not be. People laugh big teeth. Now, the academy has just started, and everyone's eyes are tingling like this. Whenever something bad happens here, the academy will be burned in an instant. It's okay. Jiang Feng silently interrupted old scholar's nagging. After drinking a large bamboo beer, Jiang Feng felt the soul return to the body. This said slowly, you also know that I am a lazy person. This academy was opened for you, and everything is left to you, and I can rest assured, and in the future, you will be in charge of things. As for the other aspects, Li Qian will naturally go back to teach in our academic course every day. Then, since you are all it's arranged, and the old man also wants to see what the research institute and the youngsters of you can produce. Jiang Feng finished his thoughts and talked to old scholar. Old scholar left with a sigh. Jiang Feng can truly get relief. This night, Jiang Feng basically didn't even have a dream. Just lying on the couch, fell asleep under the intimacy of the mosquitoes. The next morning, before the sound of chicken feet sounded, Jiang Feng got up with the traces of being kissed by mosquitoes on his face. After taking a fiercely bath with salt water and sipping fiercely, I went out comfortably. Feng-tsai, what are you up to? Come and taste the chicken wings of the chicken I just killed this morning. Come on, Feng-tsai. Accompany me for a drink before leaving. Feng-tsai, come and eat a bunch of meat. Feng-tsai, what are you doing so early? In the warm greetings from all the neighborhoods, Jiang Feng quickly regained his vitality. Walk around Chainan City with your hands behind your back. Huitong Lane hasn't been out yet, and my belly is already bulging. Today, he is going to the Chainan government office again, combined with yesterday's events. Today Jiang Feng has learned smarter, and when the day broke, He squatted at the gate of the chain and government office and waited the arrival of the Lord Bo. Just when Jiang Feng and others were about to take a nap, Zibo lazily held a pile of papers and sat on a chair. I didn't even look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng regrets it. He knew it was so cumbersome, so he asked old Li to help do the calculations, but now it's all like this, and then call old Li to help. Where do you put this old face? But as soon as I saw the master Jiang Feng, who was sipping tea slowly without even looking at him, he wanted to beat someone, but no matter what, under the deterrence of the people not fighting with the officials, Jiang Feng can only recognize counsel. After that Lord Bo finished drinking his tea, he glanced at Jiang Feng. What's the matter? My lord, this is the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Agriculture and the proof of the opening of the Ministry of Households. Please check it first. Lord Bo put his thumb in his mouth and took a spit, then slowly took a few papers and looked at it. But the more I watched, the damn master even inhaled the air conditioning. TSK. Yes, that's just a few files. Jiang Feng hearing this great joy. When I was about to ask when the title deed was given to him, the boss actually said something that made Jiang Feng vomit blood. However, this also requires the signature and stamp of the county government official. You can find the master, Bully, your father. This fucking Lord Nu is in the government office. Jiang Feng's face is going to be distorted, but no matter what, Jiang Feng had to obediently go to the county government office to find Nu Weili with the paperwork. But after seeing Nu Weili only pointed him outside the door. Go. This matter still needs the Ministry of Agriculture, Taifu Temple's paperwork. How can you not get these two most important things? How do you ask me to write the paperwork for you? This is not compatible rules. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 487. Jiang Feng's face is completely black. With a black face, he rushed out of the government office. Jiang Feng also secretly swears. This dam, once you become an official in the imperial court, you can't let go of any of these things. Isn't this dam just buying a piece of land? As for him asking you to mess with you, Jiang Feng lost the last trace of his good temper. However, he couldn't let go of his face, so he could only hurry to the Ministry of Agriculture with his head buried. AI, isn't this Feng Tsai? What are you doing? Just as Jiang Feng was walking towards Ministry of Agriculture with his head stuffed, he collided with Fang Xuanling head and it was full of heart. Seeing is an acquaintance. But Jiang Feng is in the mood to say something. Just a polite greeting. Well, there's something to go to the Ministry of Agriculture, that's it. I'll go first, next time I go to my place for a drink. Don't wait for Fang Xuanling to say anything. Jiang Feng ran away. Fang Xuanling unfathomable mystery touched his beard. Didn't care, shook his head and left. For several days, Jiang Feng was tired of running around. 4 days. Except for the Imperial Palace, wherever he can run, he basically ran 8 times. Even the guard at the entrance of the Ministry of Agriculture knew Jiang Feng, but there was still no news about this land deed. Li Shiman and the others, also in the past few days, have seen Jiang Feng many times, but every time they see it, only one sentence is given to them. Busy. As for what you are up to, no one knows. At this time in Royal Gardens, Li Shiman and the others have a strange look on their faces. What do you think Feng Tsai is doing? Actually, I even rejected it 3 times. I don't know. But the old official also met in Chain and I have been to him twice. Even this morning, the old official encountered him going to the Ministry of Agriculture. I don't know what he was doing. Could it be that Jiang Feng, the youngster, has also made a fuss? What can't you do? Do you couldn't help asking. Li Shiman touched his beard, but shook his head. I think this should be impossible. Right? This youngster is not a master who can hold things back. His Imperial Majesty, could this youngster be doing it? What kind of research? But the old official saw that his face in the past 2 days is getting worse day by day. I don't know what the hell is happening. Well, tonight, you and I will go to the little tavern. Look, It's been 3 days since I told me about this research institute a few days ago. I want to ask what happened. I can't see people. I always feel that there is a problem. Could this youngster really encounter something? Or is this youngster engaged in a major event? Several people couldn't help but think of such a thing. If this is true, then this event must be a major event. And on the other side, Wai Shu and several people were sitting on the barbecue stall of the Imperial City Gate. They were eating barbecue while watching Jiang Feng coming over for a while, and a group of people ran over again, just like what they did. Several people are confused. Seeing Li Chengqian's arrival, Cheng Chumo moved forward and said, "Brothers, what is Feng Tsai up to? Do you know?" "I know what a fart." This did the youngster take the wrong medicine? I didn't even bother to hit him when he was greeted. It was like burning his ass. I am still wondering, did the youngster take the wrong medicine? It's not like his style at all. I went out before dawn, and returned to the little tavern when it was dark. Every day all ran around the Yamen, which is really fucking weird. Maybe this youngster is it because we are doing a major event behind our backs. Hammer. What can he do? Zhang Sanchong immediately didn't believe it. This Jiang Feng is lazy. Can he do something so diligently? But this is also one of the strange places. This is to say that Jiang Feng is not doing anything. Does this make sense? This youngster is not a hard-working person either. If you are diligent, your dam would have already made a fortune. As a for every day all stay in a small tavern and wait for death. While speaking, the silhouette of Jiang Feng appeared in the sight of several people again. Several people quickly stopped Jiang Feng. Feng Tsai, come and drink a barrel of beer before walking. Jiang Feng just came out of the Ministry of Agriculture, his head down and even his face was still somewhat irony. But after hearing a few people's calls, he immediately changed into his clothes with a happy expression. "Well, you guys drink and play first. I have something to do. I will invite you to drink another day." Go. Jiang Feng can't afford to lose that person. Mother bought land and ran for several days. If this goddamn doesn't know what these grandchildren are doing, then he is really a fool. But I can't stand it and my face is thin. If a few of them knew about this, wouldn't they be laughed at? So what can Jiang Feng say? I ran away sullenly. As soon as Jiang Feng ran away, several people were completely confused. What's the situation? This damn thing is what Feng Tsai can do. Feng dids encounter any problems? Fuck. Let's go and have a look. Some people finally found something. With Jiang Feng's urinary, desperate master. The more he says it's okay, then something must have gone wrong. But what went wrong? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 488. Jiang Feng is exhausted. If he has a machine gun, he really wants to give these fucking bastards to Tutu. Who are these people? It takes so long for this fucking one to buy a dilapidated land? For 3 days, I haven't even seen his mother's hair. How can this not let Jiang Feng complain? I burned a pot full of water in the pot I used to steam the wine before, sitting in a wooden barrel with my bare buttocks, looking up at the starry sky. Jiang Feng sighed long. This night. What are you sighing? It's this time. Li Shimin's voice sounded slowly in tavern. Jiang Feng raised his heavy eyelids and glanced at Li Shimin. Sometimes I think, how do you fucking do things normally? I bought a piece of land specially, it takes so long. Fucking, this His Imperial Majesty, it doesn't look like that kind of person. Why are the officials of Chainan City all fucking bastards? AI, old Li. Last time you went to run a school and started a wine shop, the factory or the factory. Did you break your leg? Faced with Jiang Feng's crazy complaints, Li Shimin was also slightly stunned, but when he thought that Jiang Feng was weird these few days, he couldn't help but curiously asked, Feng Tsai, logically speaking, if you buy a piece of land, you don't need to. It's 3 hours. Are you sure you have been working on this for a few days? What about it? Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. My fucking fucked. I don't know what the bull is. You fucking don't do things. And you won't let Lao Tzu break his leg! Exclamation mark. Also, you said this can be done in less than 3 hours. Look at me. I fucked for 3 days. Damn it, let Tang Ministry of Justice for a while. And then the Ministry of Justice. I can't figure it out. Go to Silong Temple to do something? Do you want Tang? Then what Ministry of Justice? Li Shimin and the other three can be heard. They looked at each other with Cheng Yojin Zhang Sunwuji, and Li Shimin couldn't help but flash in his eyes. The palms of the scared two are sweating. But fortunately, Zhang Feng did not see Li Shimin's gaze because of the oil lamp. Zhang Feng was soaking in the bath while complaining, and Li Shimin couldn't help getting angry. If Zhang Feng doesn't say anything, he really doesn't know these things, but in this way, the problem is really big. Don't talk about anything else. This people do something. Why do you let him go to Silong Temple? Why do you go to the Ministry of Justice? Where to go here? This is obviously blaming each other. To buy a land, you just need to find out if anyone owns the place in written records, and then check with the owner of the local county government office. If not, the county government office report it to the Ministry of Households, and after confirmation, you can directly seal the title and give the title deed to the buyer. Although Zhang Feng bought a lot of land, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, right? 3 days? What kind of temper is Zhang Feng? They don't know. This can grind him straight up. What does this mean? If this is put on the ordinary people, then it still has it. I couldn't help but Li Shimin took a deep breath and asked, "It's all right, Feng Tsai. This matter, how about Tang? Give you a run?" "No, don't you? I don't believe it anymore. If I can't figure it out tomorrow, I will pull a cart of firecrackers and go to the Ministry of Justice." "Damn it, is someone doing this?" Zhang Sunyuji's face shook at hearing this. "Why are you going to the Ministry of Justice?" Tang asked. "This official, aren't they all supervising? Is there any damn king's law? Is there any law in Great Tang? I can't see it. Blind?" Zhang Sunyuji's face is very hot. "Hurry and comforted, Feng Tsai. Stop making trouble. If you do this, it will definitely cure you of treason." "This how uneconomical?" "When the time comes, even if we want to fish you out, we have to be strong." "But I can't swallow this breath in my heart." Zhang Feng sighed one after another. "Forget it. Go to his mother. This time I bought the land, my mother. This is really a fucking fuck. This is still at the feet of the emperor. No one cares about it. I don't believe it anymore." "If nobody cares, I'll take a few iron oxes tomorrow and get some of his county office." "Don't." "Feng Tsai, please don't tell me." "In this matter, did you offend others in any way?" Li Shimin heard that Zhang Feng was about to burn the county government office and seemed to think of something, hurriedly asked. "No, my damn money. I gave them in advance." "What else is so difficult to do?" 50,000 kls. Before the dog day signed the papers. "He is in his arms. I really suspect that this guy wants to be greedy for Lao Tzu's money." This. Li Shimin hurriedly calmed Zhang Feng's emotions. Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sunwuji also realized the seriousness of the problem, and the three of them took turns to enlighten Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is not so angry, just the boredom in the hearts of these three people, holding in the heart. Just find a vent. In the talk of several people, Zhang Feng slammed his head and roared excitedly, "Old Li, I finally know, my damn thing is missing something." "What is it?" "I wonder if I am missing some money." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 489. Li Shimin is speechless. He thought Zhang Feng would say something, but didn't expect Zhang Feng to think of such a thing. What can he say? "You can't just say that, don't worry about this, I only need a word to make them roll over, right? Can you say this?" If Zhang Feng hears this, let's not talk about anything else. That person, Li Shimin, he really can't afford to lose it. Pad. Zhang Feng finally figured it out, and got up from the bucket with a clean squeak, just bare buttocks, pulling the three of them. "Walk into the little tavern." "Come on, it's the fucking thing that I am tired of thinking mistakes. This time I figured out the problem. I guess you can get the title deed tomorrow. You sit first, Tang. Get some small dishes. Let's not get drunk tonight." While speaking, Zhang Feng put on a handshirt and went into the kitchen. "Old son, this give me a reasonable explanation for the matter." Seeing Zhang Feng entering the kitchen, Li Shimin roared indifferently. Zhang Sunwuji, hearing this, hurriedly knelt down, His face was already covered with sweat. The emperor ... I was oversight. Tomorrow morning, I will thoroughly investigate everyone in Chainan. I'm not talking about Chainan. Li Shimin is really angry. If this is a little thing, it's all. But what is it? He believes that this is definitely the work done by the person under his hand, and Zhang Sun Wuji will never do such a stupid thing. But it can also be seen from here that the backbone of this great Tang, which is slowly rising, is actually covered with moths. What is this? This is rubbing sand in his Li Shimin's eyes. Can he not be angry? And his last sentence represents his anger. But when I thought of all kinds of things, Li Shimin said after a moment of silence, it just needs to be beaten. If the plot is serious, just kill it. Yes. What can Zhang Sun Wuji say? According to the current situation, he has the desire to kill, but His Imperial Majesty is now speaking. What can he do? He also knows what to do. If everyone were to be killed overnight, it would inevitably cause turmoil in a short time. Don't underestimate this thing. Although this is the lowest level of officials, they are connected. This is the bond between the imperial court and the people. Once the bond is broken, it will take time to connect it. Let's work together. It's this time. Zhang Feng's voice sounded in Tavern. The three of them, at the moment Zhang Feng's voice rang, instantly recovered indifferent, just as if the heavy murderous intention just didn't exist. Zhang Feng made it very simple: a plate of fried dried fish, a plate of cold scallops, a plate of wild vegetables mixed with vinegar, and a large bowl of boiled pork ribs. Simple is a bit simpler, but these dishes are still hard to eat for the three of Li Shimin and others. Come on, don't look at drooling. When did you guys become so gentle? Zhang Feng glanced at the three, each minding their own business chewing wild vegetables. Li Shimin hearing this laughed at himself. Yes, it's just like my own home. I forgot. Come here. Don't both of you sit down, eat. These few dishes are rare in your home? Li Shimin, while speaking, also picked up a chopstick's wild vegetables. Chewing with keen interest pleasure, this is the first time he has eaten wild vegetables. In an instant, the tenderness of the wild vegetables made Li Shimin dumb. Feng Tsai, don't talk about wild vegetables outside the city. Even if it is a wild grass, it will be balled by locusts. Where did you come from? Zhang Feng pointed to the backyard and said, have you seen those big pots? These dishes are all grown on the side of the tank. Several people just remembered that Zhang Feng's 5 big tank leaning against the courtyard wall. Can't help but feel relieved. Some of this stuff is a way to control locusts and keep your vegetable garden. That's not at all surprising. This is probably the last bit of wild vegetables in Chainan City, right? Don't talk about wild vegetables. During this period of time, Li Shimin's table didn't see a trace of green at all. Whenever you saw a trace of green, it was immediately brought into your mouth. You can imagine how precious this vegetable is. After drinking and eating, Zhang Feng yawned. The three of Li Shimin didn't drink much alcohol because there was still something to do. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, they clasped their fists and said, then you rest early, we will go back. Okay. Go slowly. When my Bilayun Academy of Sciences is completed, where shall we go for a drink? Okay, Davin. Li Shimin's slightly humped back, restored to his former stiffness, and the imperial prestige on his body, once again made Zhang Sun Wuji and Cheng Yojin not even dare to show up. Although Li Shimin didn't say a word, Zhang Sun Wuji and Cheng Yojin didn't know about his imperial majesty, which was the most terrifying time. The two did not speak much, and silently followed Li Shimin to send him back to the imperial palace. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Cheng Yojin, and then at the crescent moon above Chainan City. Old Black, tonight, I will trouble you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 490. Cheng Yojin didn't call people. Instead, he intercepted a guard army of about 30 people at the city gate, and took these 30 people with Zhang Sun Wuji. People are riding horses, galloping in Chainan City. Although it has reached Xuxi at this time, there is still 1 hour away from the curfew, but at this time, there are still people returning late in Chainan City. walking hurriedly on the street. But I see everyone couldn't help being surprised by the galloping rumbling. Hurry out of the way. It wasn't until the group of people left that they were shocked to find out. Isn't this group of guards from the Imperial Palace? What happened? Why is the guard army dispatched? Did you find Turkic spies? All those who came home late, and those who heard the deafening horseshoe, couldn't help but crane their necks, wanting to find out. And this guard army didn't cover up too much, so it stopped at the gate of Chainan Mansion. At this time, the arrival of this pair of people directly scared Bailiff, the guard guarding the county government, and sifted the chaff. Guard army grandfather, what kind of wind is this that brings you here? Go, call your county magistrate to the old man. P. Zhang Sunwuji said indifferently with a cold voice. The 6 guards knelt down immediately after seeing the guard army's armor, but as long as they didn't have a problem with their eyes, they must have seen the 2 old men headed by them. The speaker, can the person who comes with the guard army be an ordinary official? Depressively kowtow like smashing garlic, and hurriedly entered the county government office. They don't know what this team is doing, but just listen to the voice and know that this must not be a good thing. Who dares to guard at the door now? I ran into the backyard of the county government in a hurry. Master Nu, here's an accident. Master Nu, wake up. In the palace? There is someone in the palace. Several people's stern raw sound instantly ignited the lights of the entire county government. The Nu Weili, who was thinking about something in the study, could not help but slightly frowned his eyebrows, opened the door, and drank. Is this the sky falling, or the ground falling? Why is this panic? My lord, there are people in the palace. This is Chainan City. There are fewer people in this palace. Nu Weili was angry. But those guards said again, and everyone talking at once. This time the people are different. This time it is the guard army. What? The guard army? Question mark. Nu Weili hearing this was shocked. Where are the people? At the entrance of the county government office. 1 inch. Why are you still stunned? Please come in for the official. No, the old man headed said. Let you go out. 1 inch. Go out? Nu Weili feels that things are not that simple up. But this guard army has been dispatched. Presumably there must be a major event, and he couldn't help but waved his hand. Pass it down, let all the catch fast. Bailiff, within 1 hour, give me a quick return county office. While speaking, Nu Weili hurriedly walked to the county office gate. He doesn't know who the person who came today is and why, but after thinking about it, he hasn't been here for many days since he came to Chainan City, and he didn't do anything. Could it be that it's important, something to announce? Old man, who will it be? In the midst of doubts, Nu Weili opened the gate of the county office, but when he saw the iron-faced Zhang Sunwuji and the stranger with a beard, they were about 5 after the elder was about 10 years old. Nu Weili couldn't help but knelt on the ground with a soft knee. Small official Nu Weili, I have seen Duke of Zhao, I have seen Duke of Lu. When Nu Weili's voice sounded, there was a sudden explosion in the minds of all the bailiff behind Nu Weili and the servants. Duke of Zhao, Duke of Lu, who is this? This damn is Ministry of Justice High Official Zhang Sunwuji, and Cheng Yojin lunatic Cheng, who is so good to be called the military god. These 2 plague gods, who are in the middle of the night, what do they bring people here to do? It's this time. Zhang Sunwuji faint smiled at Nu Weili and said, it's very rare. The old man thought he was going to see blood tonight, but since you know the old man, forget it. Damn, I haven't killed people in a long time. And I still kill people in this Chainan City government office. I thought it would be a good night tonight. Then who, damn cow, are you going to let us stand here? Two National Duke. Please, quickly prepare the food and drink. Get ready for wine and food. Nu Weili's voice became hoarse. Screamed sternly. What did he hear? See blood? Killing? He is dizzy. Where is this? This is the foot of the emperor. Who can carry the guard army like this, and those who say this grandiosely, either by decree, or ... or his mother's no one dares. When I thought of this, Nuiali's soul almost disappeared. Where can I say anything? What can he say? Now if he or anyone dared to fart and provoke these two to get angry, then this county government. Nuiali is soaked all over and hurries to meet him. The two entered the living room. When a few people entered the living room, the guard army was immediately surrounding the entire government office. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 491. The living room is already full of drinks. Although there are few fruits at this time, Zhang Sunwuji and Cheng Yojin were surprised to see the difference. Although they were a little awkward. Fruit, there are also a few side dishes. Obviously, this was not prepared in a hurry. It must have been prepared before, otherwise, how could there be such a thing in this abruptness? Even if I went to Jiang Feng's little tavern, sometimes I didn't have so many things. It seems that this little county magistrate is full of oil and water. Nuiali seemed to have seen the two men's thoughts, and hurriedly said, "To National Duke, please forgive me. These things were sent to me by the folks in Lanshan when they were out of Lanshan. I'm not here today to ask you about this matter. Someone will come to you about this matter. Your name is Nuiali, right?" Zhang Sunwuji is also welcome. After taking a sip of wine, he finally put down the wine cup in disgust. Instead he picked up a fruit to play with. 5 days ago, the paperwork you transferred to Chainan from Lanshan was signed by the old man. You spent a few years in Lanshan. Although you didn't do anything, there was nothing wrong. The Ministry of Justice only gives you a chance. But how many days have you been to Chainan? What you have done in the past 3 days makes me very dissatisfied. Zhang Sunwuji said very much slow. It's like home style, but if you hear this in Nuiali's ears, it's different. Very dissatisfied. Where are you dissatisfied? He thinks he has done nothing wrong with Mysterious. I wanted to wait for Zhang Sunwuji to say something, but after Zhang Sunwuji said this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he just looked at him with a faint smile. Cannot help. Nuiali began to think hard. Think about it. If you don't think of it tomorrow, you don't have to stay in Chainan anymore. While speaking, Zhang Sunwuji and Cheng Yojin have fun. He glanced at him, and then left. After sending away the two plague gods, Nuiali collapsed at the gate of the government office. At this time, his mind was full of Zhang Sunwuji's last words. Where did I go wrong? Unfortunately, he went through all the things that happened in these 4 days again. Master, bring all the papers for the past 4 days to the officer. While being held up by the servants and walking in the palace, Nuiali hurriedly yelled, "Stand up! Come on, Lord Nu, I'm all ready." The teacher's a character who is constantly shaking at this time, holding the Zhuangzi in his hand. Okay, a few shook on the ground. Furthermore, Nuiali didn't leave anymore, and sat on the ground, looking through it on the spot. It's all gone. What should I do? See what to see? Get out. When the teacher saw this, he grabbed the lantern from the med and urged as he left. He pouted and squatted on the ground with Nuiali and combed through the cases over the past few days, and even combed through the previous cases, but didn't notice anything wrong. But the more so, the more panicked Nuiali. Unfortunately, he thought of someone. A fool who seems to be only in his 20s. Is it that youngster? Nuiali couldn't help exclaiming. The scared master shivered. Master Nu, which one do you mean? Which one else? Just by the land. Master, hearing this, eyelids child jumped. You are talking about the youngster that bought 50,000 acres of land? But this is impossible. What kind of ability does the youngster have? Can you please get to National Duke? Master Ma, you have been in Chainan for a long time. You can quickly tell me the details of this youngster. In the past few days, let you check the people who have contact with this youngster. What have you found? If you don't tell me, I really forgot. Master Ma slapped his forehead and said, you think too much. This youngster has no background, and it opened on Tongyue Street, a little tavern. He didn't see how he opened the door to do business all day long. He was just a man who ate and waited to die. However, the people on Tongyue Street seemed to have a good relationship with him, and I heard that the 4 great demon kings in the city have a good relationship. Call him brother, and the 4 great demon kings once gave him a tiger to give him. What? Tiger? 4 great demon king? Nui Ali's head was completely dizzy. Before coming to Chainan, he paid a lot of money to the officials in Chainan City and their noble son, especially the Ministry of Justice high official Zhang Sunwuji noble son, and Cheng Yojin's noble son who is fearing nothing in heaven or earth, and even the noble son family members of National Duke in Chainan City. This question is terrible. The 4 great demon kings in Chainan City are the noble sons of the big 4 National Duke. At this moment, Nui Ali almost lost his breath when he heard the news. The person who can be called brother to the 4 great demon kings, the son of eunuch from the 4 great nations, you fucking, why didn't you say it earlier? You said it earlier. You said earlier, can I do that? Nui Ali cried. Sitting on the ground, the tears trickled down. They all say that stomping in this Chainan City can bring out 1 or 2 people who he can't afford to offend. He didn't believe it before, but now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 492. I originally thought that this youngster was nothing more than a rich young master with money and no place to spend, but now it seems that he stepped on a nail. Master Ma. What is the origin of this youngster named Zhang Feng? Master Ma is not a member of the editor, so he does not know some things. The impact of this incident was too great, so Nui Ali did not plan to tell Master Ma, just whispered. Master Ma, I can only tell you that these 2 masters came tonight because of this youngster, and you taste it yourself. What? Master Ma's complexion greatly changed instantly. He never thought that Zhang Feng from some iron fool could welcome 2 National Duke. What is going on here? Who is he? Don't guess. This matter is not enough. This matter is far from us, can provoke. Now, what we can do is to deal with this matter as soon as possible, and then, listen to the destiny. Nui Ali felt desperate. Originally, I thought Chainan would be a step closer to the above, but it was indeed a step closer. It's just 1 step closer to death. On the other side, after leaving the Chainan government office, Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sunwuji went to the Ministry of Agriculture and other places. They even called everyone in the Ministry of Justice back to the Ministry of Justice, as long as it was involved. Every Ministry of Justice person in the matter first had 50 slabs per person, and then all were thrown into prison by the angry Zhang Sunwuji. He can't afford to lose this person. And still in front of his Imperial Majesty and Zhang Feng brother. If Zhang Feng brother enters the dynasty in the future, when the time comes, where will I put my old face? Where is this going? It's all these little brat groups. If it weren't for them to come all day, what would happen? I wonder how much these guys ate in the background. This night the Ministry of Justice, under an order from the angry Zhang Sunwuji, shuffled all the cards. As long as it was found out, all those who were passive and sabotaged were beaten up, and then the Ministry of Justice was ejected. Justice. You are greedy, it's okay. You are lustful, it's okay. If you step on the horse and do not work, that would be a big deal. Not only the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Agriculture, etc., have also suffered a major reshuffle tonight. In the homes of all officials, Zhang Sunwuji is knocking on the door one by one. And also on this evening. These people all know one thing. Because of their prevarication and unfavorable work, His Imperial Majesty was extremely angry. Even Fang Xuanling became anxiously blushing after learning about it. Bring Fang Yi to the Ministry of Agriculture anxiously. At this time in the courtyard of the Ministry of Agriculture, Zhang Sunwuji and Cheng Yojin did not speak, and ignored everyone in the Ministry of Agriculture. They sat in the courtyard peacefully, waiting for Fang Xuanling. 2 people, what happened to this? Old Fang, who should I start with? Because of that incident, he has been about running, but just now, His Imperial Majesty and the 2 of us heard which one was actually because of that, and it dragged on for 3 days. After 3 days, we went around in these places. Turn. What is this? This is being played as a monkey 1 inch. Fang Xuanling hearing this, his face suddenly changed. You guys. 2 guys, what should I do? Just do that. Kill if you should kill. The old man has long wanted to rectify this group of people. This dam, normally look at it go up with seriousness. If it weren't for this, the old man really didn't know that my Ministry of Agriculture actually had such assholes. Also alarmed His Imperial Majesty in anger. You figure it out. It's time to kill it. Just do it. The people from the Ministry of Agriculture are hearing this and panic completely. They don't know anything, just so confused. What they want to do. My lord, even if you want to beat or scold, you have to tell us where we went wrong. Yes, 3 adults, among us normally, everything is done in accordance with the regulations. Where is the problem? Where is the problem? Cheng Yojin furiously shouted. Come on, let me tell you this group of rice buckets. Just 3 days ago, someone bought a piece of land from the Chainan government office to the Ministry of Agriculture and then to the Ministry of Agriculture. Justice, when I go to the Ministry of Agriculture, I will push Lozi one by one. I will ask you, is it difficult to buy a piece of land? Is it difficult? Isn't it just a piece of land? Are you doing this? What does it mean? It means you shirk everything you do. What is this? This is dragging me Great Tang's retreat. Now my Great Tang is just getting better, but do you guys see what you are doing can be done by humans? If your Royal Highness Crown Prince sees this, then tell His Imperial Majesty. If it weren't for our old guys pleading, I tell you that it's not just us who came tonight. When the time comes, he will be the executioner who beheaded. At this time, until now, people from the Ministry of Agriculture finally figured out what they really wanted. Unfortunately, the old man among them was angry. Mother, which bastard did it? 3 National Duke, such a person, should exterminate the clan. Small official, please punish him. They are clear in their hearts. What is going on in the palace now? But now Cheng Yojin is a hindrance to Great Tang's progress. If this one is finalized, it will really be a death penalty. Even if His Imperial Majesty does not kill them, when the time comes, once the notice is posted, the people's spit stars can drown them. But at this time, everyone could not help but think of a question. Who is it that can have this ability to let His Imperial Majesty know about it? Who is the one who bought the land? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 493. The next morning, when the day is still dark, small tavern door. Nu Weili squatted at the door early and waited. He was scared. What happened last night made him stay up all night, so he didn't dare to sleep. Last night in the Imperial City, he heard the wind. All those who were involved in this matter suffered. He still didn't know the reason. He was only warned by 2 National Duke Fan, but his instinct told him that this matter must be inseparable from this Jiang Feng. The oxtail force comes when the chicken hasn't crowed. But with the brightening of eastern Skyrim, the door still didn't have a hint of opening. Retiring standing numb, Nu Weili sat on the stone steps under the crooked neck tree and waited. But this time, just wait for problems. Although he is wearing ordinary clothes at this time, although he has been here in Chainan City for a few days, there are still people who know him in the morning market. After seeing him, they greeted him. Yo, Sir Nu, you came for a drink so early? This youngster will probably not get up until midday. You should go back and wait until later. Hee, it's okay, it's okay. I just stay here and wait. What can Nu Weili say? I can only forcefully punch the smiley face and hug the fist, and send the person away. But this seems to be a starting point. As that person left, more and more people knew about his presence here. After all, a county magistrate squatted at the door of a tavern, and it was still early in the morning. How could this not arouse everyone's curiosity? Master Nu, what are you doing? Master Nu, I have a little beer in my house. If you want to drink and wait at my house. Master Nu. More and more people are coming. The whispering voice is getting louder and louder. However, when the hot sun was finally about to hit his head, Jiang Feng's door slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Feng was stunned. At the entrance of tavern, a thin, skinny middle-aged person in a soap-colored robe was squatting in the shade at the entrance of the store and taking a nap. On the main road, All the newcomers who passed by were right. This person is pointing fingers. Zhang Feng couldn't help but get bored. Did you meet a drunkard in the morning? Who is this? This one is closed in the morning, but tomorrow morning. While speaking, you have to backhand lock the door. But the moment that person heard Zhang Feng's voice, everyone who was moved cried out. Turning around quickly, grabbing Zhang Feng's hand, and shouting, "Noble son Zhang, don't be impatient. Don't be impatient." Zhang Feng instinctively retracted the hand, was about to get angry, but the sound seemed a little familiar, and he couldn't help but glanced in surprise. This one can't help but feel confused. Dang, who do I think it is? Isn't this Sir Nu? What are you doing here this morning? For Nu Weili, Zhang Feng is instinctive some resistance. But when Nu Weili saw Zhang Feng finally recognized himself, he hurriedly pulled out a smiling face that was uglier than crying. Noble son Zhang, where are you going? How about going down and getting you a sedan chair? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. I thought it was a dream. But the hot sun and the voice that knew it told him that it was true. I said, Sir Nu, what's the matter with you? If you think that the money I gave is not enough, you can just say it. Let's not play like this, right? Zhang Feng is really hot. This damn thing is really annoying. If you want money, just say it. As for playing people like this, Nu Weili's face turned green after hearing Zhang Feng's words. No, noble son Zhang, we had a little misunderstanding before. After thinking about it all night last night, we realized that these things are actually not troublesome. Come, I don't understand many things, so I let noble son Zhang go around for this matter. You got it. What do you mean? Zhang Feng was completely confused. Why is this different from what I saw yesterday? And this guy actually said that he didn't understand everything when he took office? What kind of shit logic is this? This damn thing makes no sense. Master Nu, just tell me, don't open for me here. Although the youngster is a bit younger, he is not a fool. Just tell me if there is anything wrong, okay? Then, if that's the case, then I said it. Nu Weili rubbed his hands. This just said, such as the amnesty. Well, noble son Zhang, you can move to the county office. This matter must be done for you within 1 hour today. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Are you sure you are not playing with me? Zhang Feng is really afraid of being played. But at this moment, even if Nu Weili lends him a courage, he dare not do anything. Maybe now, in the crowd at the gate, there is a Ministry of Justice person looking at him. He just eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder. He dare not fool around. Seeing Zhang Feng's agreement, Nu Weili waved his hand and shouted, Master Ma, bring the sedan chair over. What a dare! Noble son Zhang, I have prepared a sedan chair for you below, and hope that noble son Zhang can enjoy his face. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 494. Zhang Feng is stunned. He seriously suspects that this is a dream. Simply waking up now, there was something else. Just leaning on the soft couch, just fell asleep like this. He wants to make sure that this is not a dream. Can people turn sex overnight? Why is this not a dream? He didn't believe that he was killed. This Nu Weili could be so kind. Not only to invite him, but also to invite him. After Zhang Feng entered the sedan chair, the most shocking thing was all the neighborhoods on Tongyue Street. Everyone is sitting in a sedan chair in Zhang Feng, and the new county magistrate is actually following the sedan chair like this. What the hell is going on? Who knows? I don't know, but the Feng Tsai seems to be very busy the past few days. And this shop has never been opened. I went out as soon as it was light in the morning, and it was dark until I returned, and I don't know what I was messing up with. Isn't it? I've never seen him for this youngster be so diligent. Will something happen to Feng Tsai? No, we have to go to the county office to see if something happens. We have to be a proof. Yes, Feng Tsai can't have an accident. Such a good person. This must be wrong. Go and go. The neighborhoods of Tongyue Street, basically, after learning of this, they all lost the eating stuff and ran away. They are not worried about losing things. In Tongyue Street, who dares to steal things? Spit will drown you. As Nu Weili and the others slowly walked my county office, More and more people followed along the way. Everyone didn't know what was going on. There would be so many people following. They couldn't help but follow the crowd, slowly rushing to the chain and government office. Even if Nui Ali and Master Ma saw them, what can they say? If you dare to say a word, I don't know if I can sleep. So even if someone quietly asks who is in the sedan, they dare not say. Fortunately, the road to the government office is not that far. Outside the sedan, Nui Ali could faintly hear Jiang Feng's grunt. When he arrived at the county office, Nui Ali did not see Jiang Feng awake. So he waved his hand and asked everyone to carry the sedan into the backyard. Blocked all the people at the front door. Leave Nui Ali alone here and wait for Jiang Feng to wake up. And Master Ma took the people and hurriedly prepared to deal with the land deed. Jiang Feng's affairs are actually not troublesome. It was Nui Ali who saw Jiang Feng's shot so lavishly, which made him think a little bit more carefully. But it didn't happen that this good thing was not accounted for. This damn thing actually provokes an unappealing person. Now he looks at Jiang Feng's sedan chair and wants to make a few mouthfuls. I don't know how long I waited. Jiang Feng finally woke up. But when he woke up, Jiang Feng was worried again. This dream is really fucking long. But why did this sedan chair stop? And why is there no sound outside here? The moment he opened the curtain, he was shocked again by the scene in front of him. I saw that it seemed to be the backyard of the county government, but in the backyard, in front of his sedan chair, there was a table full of wine and vegetables, and beside this table, there was another on a table in China. There is a stack of papers and a large seal on the table. Nui Ali saw Jiang Feng wake up, and hurriedly asked his servants to bring the tea that had been kept cool to Jiang Feng. Noble son Jiang, please take a seat. This is a table of dishes made by a small official in Chainan City Zongchuo Relations. I heard that the dishes on the table are passed to an outdoor expert and these drinks were introduced to Chainan City only recently. I must have not tasted noble son Jiang, right? Jiang Feng looked at the familiar one on the table, but it was a bit crappy. The dishes are stunned. Isn't this the cooking skill he passed to that Zudafu person? This. But he reached out without hitting the smiley person, and now he still doesn't know what the situation is, although he really wants to get the title deed, and then here in Chainan City has shown his grand career. But Jiang Feng is not a fool. Master Nu, that's it. Let's do whatever we need to do. After all, we are all busy. Busy you uncle. I'm in your hands now. Nui Ali in the heart complained endlessly. But I dare not say anything. Then, since noble son Jiang has work to do, then let's come directly. The master. Please quickly bring up all the papers. Noble son Jiang, please sit down. Nui Ali sat at the desk facing Jiang Feng, and then cautiously sat next to Jiang Feng and handed all the papers to Jiang Feng. Noble son Jiang, this is the document of the Ministry of Justice. You only need to sign here. This land is yours. And this document belongs to the Ministry of Works, and the main purpose is to register these places in order to prevent troubles like yours next time. And this is what the head of the county wants to keep, that is, the credentials. These need to be signed by noble son Jiang himself. After seeing the deep surprise in Jiang Feng's eyes, Nui Ali just picked up another document and said, of course, this is prepared for you. You only need to sign the document for that piece of land. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. According to Nui Ali's request, he signed his name on the documents. But in his mind, a word has been flashing. This damn thing is not real. This must be a dream. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 495. Jiang Feng dazedly touched the title deed and sent him out of the palace in the sight of Nui Ali's people. Look at the gate of the government office. Look at the sun in the sky. Jiang Feng always feels so unreal. What can't be done in 3 days? If you don't have 1 hour, you can do it all. This damn thing is Nui Ali's conscience discovery? Or is it Lao Tzu dreaming? This fuck. Is this a green light? Just get on the sedan from the doorway, then get off the sedan, and then sit down. Shwish signature. This is too smooth, right? Along the way, Jiang Feng has been thinking hard about this matter. But no matter how you think about it, I feel weird. Is it because New Wee Eily knows Old Lee? After seeing Old Lee, he went to see me yesterday, and he found it with my conscience. Yes. Fuck. Yes, that's it. Damn. Why did I forget Old Lee? Jiang Feng slapped his head and attributed the incident to Li Shimin's name. Until now, Jiang Feng completely let go of the doubts in his mind. However, if this is Old Lee's move, it must not be the case. This can't help but make Jiang Feng's desire to become an official stronger and stronger. But now, although this is still 3 years away, but in the past 3 years, Jiang Feng is confident that by relying on these 50,000 mu of land, he can make his name resound throughout Great Tang. Feng Tsai, what's wrong with you? Are you out again this morning? Would you like brothers to accompany you to the county government? Unconsciously, Jiang Feng closed the door when he returned. At the door, Li Chengqian and others don't know how long they have been waiting. Even Cheng Chumo pierced the window paper and looked inside the door. Seeing Jiang Feng came back to his senses, Li Chengqian asked with a worried look, "Is it all right? I just heard that you were invited by the county grandfather." "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's because Brother Feng is handsome. You want to invite Tang. Would you like to have a drink?" Everyone couldn't help but roll the eyes. Where would they not know what happened last night? "Okay, this Chainan City bull was blown to death by you. Walk around. Open the door quickly. You are so embarrassed to make us brother a few stupid at this door on such a hot day standing." Several people entered the door, each minding their own business, looking for a place to sit down. I picked up a bamboo tube of beer from the big tank in the backyard and drank happily. A few people drank. Li Chengqian asked, "Feng Tsai, have you bought your land yet? I haven't seen you in the past few days." "It takes so long to buy a land, Pa." Jiang Feng is no nonsense. Put the title deed to the table directly. Look, 50,000 acres of land, now it belongs to Jiang Feng. A few people can't help but squirt out their wine in his mouth. "How much?" "How many acres do you say?" A few people thought that Jiang Feng was buying the land in Chainan City, so at this time, I heard Jiang Feng say at 50,000 acres. Even Carefree's Cheng Chumo couldn't help but say something awesome. "Feng Tsai, did you buy the entire Chainan? This 50,000 mu? What are you going to do? Are you going to change your career? Go and raise pigs 1 inch. Fuck your sister. When the time comes, I will let you in first and give me a run around the field." Jiang Feng originally listened well, but when Cheng Chumo spoke, the whole taste changed. I wanted to pretend to be forced, but was completely destroyed by this grandson. However, these goods did not give up and continued to ask, "Feng Tsai, tell me, where did you buy? Wouldn't you really buy all Chainan, right?" Jiang Feng was speechless. Do you think that Jiang Feng has that many money? Can I afford Chainan City? Besides, take your brains and think about it. Buy it? Li Chengqian hearing this couldn't help but wonder even more. "If you say you didn't buy Chainan, where did you buy it?" As for it took such a long time, how could Jiang Feng tell him that it was so embarrassing when things happened? The eyeball turned and said, "Speaking of that place, it is a good place, located between Bieba River and Chan River, and it is adjacent to Zongnan Mountain in the south, Mount Q in the east, and Bay in the north. But this the first barrier of Chainan City, waiting for Feng Shui treasure land. I have to go ahead and buy it." "What? You said is it Mount Q? What did you buy and make that thatched beach?" "Well, honestly, how much did you burn?" "This." Jiang Feng laughed. Not much, only 50,000. 50,000. The eyes of Cheng Chumo and the others stared out. Several people couldn't help putting down the beer silently, shaking their heads and sighing together. This sigh made Jiang Feng a little unfathomable mystery. "Why, do you think that elder brother I am making a lot of money?" "Tell you, this time I don't have a penny from you." "No." Li Chengqian slapped Jiang Feng solemnly on the shoulder and said, "You are going to beg for food? We are just sorry and drink your wine for nothing. Do you know that if you buy that place, it is equivalent to it's in your hand?" "You said, why are we embarrassed to be greedy for your cheap?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 496. Yes, Think Tsai. If that place is a good place, Zout has been bought by those monkey businessmen. That place was once flooded and the silt of the bay and Chan was washed out. Although the place looked good, even the crops could not be planted. Look, though, it's all mud up there, but if you go down with a hoe, it's all rocks. If you have the money, you can use it to buy a few more houses in Chainan, or buy it a few stores. Is it not good to expand your little tavern? As for you to go like this, throw the money in the water. Several people just give Jiang Feng to Jiang Feng, said dumbfounded. Isn't it just buying a piece of land? As for this, furthermore, who said that Lozi bought land to grow crops? I, Jiang Feng, look like a crop planter? No, all of you, what's the matter? I just buy a piece of land? Are you so crying with a face? Isn't it just 50,000 silver? This money? No. With Jiang Feng's ability, isn't that something that can be earned back from a meal? Several people twitched his lips. It is automatically filtering out Jiang Feng's words. With his urinary sex, even if he is really at a disadvantage, can he tell? This product must be swollen and fatty. Li Chenqian can't stand it anymore. Get up and pat Jiang Feng, and said, Feng Tsai, these 50,000 silver, although it is a trivial matter, it is really useless to buy such a piece of land. It's okay, it's your father's money. A sentence from Jiang Feng directly choked Li Chenqian to death. Who's his father? That is His Imperial Majesty of today. Will his father Emperor use money to do such ridiculous things so blindly? No. Li Chenqian hearing this, and then asked in surprise, Feng Tsai, are you sure that my father father took these 50,000 tals? Otherwise what about? Your father is really an old greasy man. This don't act without some incentive ability is really true. Yes. Then what do you plan to do when you buy this land? When Li Chenqian asked, everyone was finally relieved. If the money came from His Imperial Majesty, then there must be a way. But this time His Imperial Majesty didn't even say anything about it. What does it mean? This means that Jiang Feng has a big move this time. In the eyes of several people expecting, Jiang Feng said slowly, I bought this land, not for planting. Even if I want to plant land, it will be reserved for you in the future. Remember what I said before, will I let you learn the true ability? Several people hearing this, the expressions are all read in an instant. But Jiang Feng pressed his hand and motioned everyone not to speak, and then continued, I said before, to train you to be who you want to be. Iron Ox, you still remember me, the kind of heavy armor that I said, and the shield that no one can break, right? Remember. But just remember. Jiang Feng interrupted him. I said again, I remember, Darbing, you want to learn real arithmetic, and what is physics after that arithmetic? I still remember. I once said to you, have you seen Classic of Wonders? Jiang Feng asked Li Chenqian at last. At this time, everyone's eyes became extremely hot. Several people also stood up excitedly and surrounded Jiang Feng's side. Jiang Feng didn't know if he was talking to himself or talking to them. His gaze crossed a few people, looked at the street, and said in a low voice, in this world, who has no dreams? Everyone has dreams. Me too. You think that I have always been a fool before? Indeed, I wanted to eat and wait to die and be a salted fish. Don't ask. What is my salted fish? I can only say that after meeting you, you are all changing, and I am also changing. Slowly, I begin to realize that the invisible old Li and the treacherous old Sun, as well as old Chen, who has a simple and straightforward character, as well as the loyal old Y and old Fang old Du. After that, I met the stubbornness of you Chainan City. We are all changing, aren't we? You are changed by me in an unnoticeable influence, and I am also from the very beginning fear of contact with anyone in Chainan. Later, I found the frankness of Guzi Zuzi, as well as the care and frankness of old He, old Scholar, Zuzi, and other neighborhoods. At that time, I suddenly realized, I'm not alone, I still have a brother, I have friends, and I have relatives. There are neighbors all over the street. Jiang Feng said slowly. At this time, several people in Little Tavern looked at Jiang Feng with twinkling eyes and were silent. Jiang Feng took a sip of wine and said again, Before I thought, this world is a matter of my ass, only that I went to the imperial court. With my Jiang Feng's ability, why don't you worry about it? King Shi. However, after the academy came out, I suddenly found out that I still had nothing. Every one of you is very busy, and I still have nothing to do. Since that day, I suddenly thought of one thing. I want to stay in the history, not just in the imperial court, but to use all the things that can benefit the country and the people, and use them on the people, so that I can be named Jiang Feng Young History. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 497, Feng Tsai. Good brother, just tell me what you have. You still have us 1 inch. Yes, once you were right. We said that if we want to surpass the glory of our fathers, we must bravely step out of their silhouette. It is because of your words that we will follow you with all our heart. If you have anything to do, don't hold back and say it. It's brother, let's carry it together. Feng Tsai. Feng Tsai. If Li Chengqian cannot hear what, that's really a fool. Jiang Feng at this time, this is to teach them true ability. Isn't this they yearn for something even in dreams? But why is it so bitter in their hearts now, with uncomfortable? Why is there not a trace of excitement? Before Jiang Feng spoke this remark, they were all very excited and could learn the true ability of Jiang Feng. But after Jiang Feng said this sentence, they learned from Jiang Feng's calm words, I heard a kind of loneliness. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Okay, you are like this, I am under a lot of pressure, okay. Isn't this a happy thing? I finally walked out. Isn't it worthy of happiness if I lose my stubbornness? Feng Tsai. Li Chengqian patted Jiang Feng heavily, but finally choked up. Okay, what is the big man crying for? I bought this place because it is far away from the hustle and bustle of Chainan City, so if so, no one can influence my research. Feng Tsai. You mean, when you bought this place, you are engaged in that research institute? Li Chengqian asked in amazement. Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, but also wrong. This place will really belong to my Jiang Feng from now on, but it will also belong to you. Here I can study some things with peace of mind. Iron Knox, do you remember the tricycle from before? Where can you not remember Cheng Chumo? Remember. Do you want to study that stuff? Jiang Feng nodded, also shook his head. Yes, not right. Do you remember this thing, and the tin boat I made before? Several people looked at each other in surprise. The iron boat is listed as the highest secret in the Imperial Palace, but this thing came from Jiang Feng, and several people still remember it. Iron boat, iron frame car. Is there any connection there? Some people suddenly seem to have thought of something. Feng Tsai. Do you mean that the tin boat and the iron frame were deliberately made by you? Is this the same as the way to subdue Tibet? They couldn't help but think of a terrible thing. That is Jiang Feng's head. This guy is the karma freak. Everything that comes out will have a wonderful connection with the following things. This time, when Jiang Feng said so, they suddenly thought of a terrible thing. But this thing, they are in contact with anything before, does not raise. The only thing that is connected is water transportation. Jiang Feng nodded again and shook his head again. Have you seen a big boat that travels 1,000 li every day? And there is no need for people to row a boat. You have seen that you can travel thousands of miles without a cow or horse. Is it not just a tired car? Have you ever seen you wearing that impervious to sword and spear armor and entering the strange land at the other end of the ocean? Boom! Li Chengqian and the others were completely shocked. What did Jiang Feng say about this? The boat of 10,000 li every day, and you don't need to paddle? How is this possible? Moreover, this car, a tireless, non-stop car, this ... how is it possible? Even the water wheel, it is impossible to stop. Right? There is also the other side of the ocean. This is the second time Jiang Feng talks about this place. Is there really such a place? If that's the case, if it's really possible, if you don't rely on the glory of your father's generation, use your own ability to take the barbaric land that Jiang Feng once said, what will happen if it is listed as the land of Great Tang? I couldn't help but, at this time, the 5 teenagers in Little Tavern had their chests undulating violently. The cynical Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sanchong, and Wai Shui flashed with hot rays of light in their eyes at this time. Go to that faraway place. Dugu is silent. But from his squeezed fist, you can see how uneasy his heart is at this time. And Jiang Feng just looked at the expressions on their faces one by one. What is this? This is a dream. I used to have dreams. But in the end, the dreams were broken, and in the eyes of a few of them, the same was true. Okay, youngsters, are you willing to be the one who makes your father admire, and can even throw them off 8 streets? You are willing to be with me, study these weird things and show them to your father when the time comes. Let him think that you have grown up and are no longer someone who only needs to eat and wait to die. Are you willing to realize your dreams with me? After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he got up, put his hand in front of Li Chengqian, and asked, Li Qian, are you willing? Yes. Cheng Chumo got up everywhere, slapped Jiang Feng's neck, and drank. Mother, good brother, I do. Good brother. Ha ha ha. Even the mountains of daggers and seas of flames, Chen Sheniu, must let everyone know that Grandpa Chen is not only a demon king, but also a damn they can't forget the demon king without a quilt. Ha ha ha. Just boasting. You have the ability to say it in front of your father. Ha ha ha. Several people enjoyed it together while laughing, for the same dream. Jiang Feng patted a few people on the shoulders. Several people are almost a bit Jiang Feng. After finally getting out of the armpits of several people, Li Chengqian once again put his arms around his shoulders and said, Feng Tsai, just say it. Let's take what are you doing down here? We all listen to you. Are you sure? Several people hearing this, couldn't help being taken aback. The expression on Jiang Feng's face at this time made several people panic. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 498. Feng Tsai, just say, what are you going to do? You really reserve a beating. Don't you know? Cheng Chumo suddenly felt excited. And after seeing Jiang Feng's humble smile, they were completely awake. This guy was going to be a demon again. When several people thought of what they said before, go through water and tread on fire, they wished to take that sentence back. But it is too late now. Jiang Feng looked at the expressions of several people and smiled again. In fact, there is nothing. Even this academy, as you all know, I just got it up. Impossible to discard this thing. I heard that you didn't get more than 30 people overnight. These people are left to you, but you only have 1 hour a day to teach them, and then basically the rest of the time is spent in this institute for me. You are say, we can also bring people. Go to be a husband? Cheng Chumo pointed to himself in disbelief. Jiang Feng shook his head. Do you think you are worthy? Not worthy. Cheng Chumo shook his head. People have to be self-aware. They still know what abilities they have. It's a goddamn thing to let them teach these people to eat meat and drink, go to brothel and fight. It's still nothing to say. If this is true, let him teach people. Forget it. Don't talk about anything else. Yachi Balin and Yachi Boki are both smarter than him. They are still middle-aged. If you let yourself lead them, what is that? That is completely looking for abuse. Cheng Chumo could not help curiously asked. Then you said, you want us to teach people again, and now you say this. What are you telling us to teach? Don't teach them how to be stubborn. Don't worry about this, you don't need to teach them. They all play better than us. Jiang Feng hearing this, instant eyeballs the child is going to stare out. This is the person you guys found for me? Cheng Chumo hearing this complexion stiffened, shrinked his neck and said, well, isn't this what Li Qian's father told us to find? The only people we know in Chainan City are this group of goods. You let us, where can I find it all night? That's it. We went straight to Sumion's house and tied it up. Jiang Feng hearing this, there was an urge to hit someone in an instant. This is so special. What is this all about? But now, Jiang Feng can only cursed in the heart cursed. Okay, in the future, such people should not be brought to the academy. After all, the academy in the future may be divided into 2 hospitals. Li Chengqian a few people ago for a moment, I wanted to see Jiang Feng's joke, but now when Jiang Feng said this sentence, he couldn't help but look stagnant. Didn't you say that this academy is no longer needed? Jiang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian. Who told you that this academy is not for you? Do you think I worked so hard to get it for fun? I'll tell you, just Chang, as far as universities are concerned, this place will definitely be an academic center in the future. Although the research institute is located at Mount Q, that place is also where we used to experiment. Now, do you understand? These two academies can be said to be one of them. Academic research is a place where talents are found, and another place is a place where you really learn technology. To put it bluntly, it is a technical school. This is the place where we really learn technology. I named him White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Zhang Feng thought clearly. There is a long way to go, and if you want to walk differently from others, then you have to have your own characteristics. As for the characteristics, there are only professional things. Just like these guys. What if you let Du Dabing learn Chen Sheniu? Forget it. Within 3 days, this product will definitely be quit. Everyone has their own strengths. What Zhang Feng has to do is to try his best to give full play to the expertise of these people, nothing more. But as soon as the word technical school appeared, Cheng Chumo and the others were stunned. When he was about to ask, Zhang Feng waved his hand. The so-called technical school, in fact, is in my academy, including winemaking, business methods, and even learning other things. I once remembered a sentence called with a skill in hand, walking all over 10,000 li mountains and rivers is like a carpenter. As long as you can work as a carpenter, you will starve to death. No. Now all of our early stage economy in Great Tang has developed, and what we lack now is talents in this area. Even if our current His Imperial Majesty can plot against again, but if there is no one under this hand, it is still its cool. No, Feng Tsai. What I know now is that since the emergence of the imperial examination system, all of them have set the goal of being able to excel in the college entrance examination. But you are so one if you do, is this? Li Chenqian understands it. So, what Zhang Feng has created in Mount Q in the factories, to put it bluntly, is to teach these people to work. In this case, someone will come. Now the academy is open. Although it is said to be attracting people, there are still people who are watching. If this matter is spread out, how many people dare to come? Who would like to come? But Zhang Feng faintly said something that everyone could not understand. Because of this, it needs me. It needs you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 499. Zhang Feng is right. Now Great Tang, although there are some basic things. However, if things like the rubber factory, steel mill, etc. come out, there will even be some things he just said in the future that can run 10,000 li every day. At that time, these things came out, but no one can accept them, and no one can repair them, and if they go to maintenance operations, then Zhang Feng made these things. It is not really idle pain in the balls, and these things are the things that will dominate the world in the future. This is the thing that can make his name stay in history, and it is the main reason why he wants to set up a technical school. Last time, Old Li tricked him into letting him start the academy. Zhang Feng is not a fool. He knew when Old Li spoke. But this matter, this idea, he has already had it. Now Great Tang belongs to the most grand age of slave feudal society. Basically, more than half of the people in Chainan City are slaves and people who have just gotten out of slavery. And they have been working hard all their lives to get rid of the title of slavery. Even if they are acting as cattle and horses for others, they have to get rid of this thing. And Zhang Feng, who has received equal education for everyone, where can I see this? So, in the people of Guzi and Old Scholar, he was suddenly inspired. The reason why Mount Q's research institute was placed on Mount Q and 50,000 mu of land was purchased is precisely because, once this thing is really operated in this way, it will definitely be in Mount Q. On Q, there will be countless factories, and these factories, count on Li Qian them, or do they count on Old Li? Aren't they all carrying their hands and directing others to do it? But this thing is no better than other things. This thing is technical work, and most people really can't do it with more people. Although this is not a sophisticated thing, for people of this age, this thing is really a sophisticated thing. At this time, Li Chenqian is no longer in hee hee ha ha. The eyes of several people flickered. Seeing that Jiang Feng was meditating on this, they discussed in a low voice. See, Jiang Feng came back to his senses. Li Chengqian said solemnly, Feng Tsai, your idea is real cowhide. This is really nothing to say when the brother is. But have you ever thought about it? Now in Great Tang, everyone hopes that their children can enter an institution. Only literacy and hyphenation can be the way to get ahead. Even if you go to a rich family as a errand, the wages and work of those who can read and hyphenate will be very idle, and there is still a chance to be promoted. But if you are an illiterate, that will be the life of hard work in that life. So what you said, though it's really tempting, but we still feel that it's not going to work. Think about it, if this is someone who can afford money and goes to school, which one doesn't want to get ahead? But I know what you are going to say. Jiang Feng waved lightly. Let me make an analogy. Just say that our impervious to sword and spear shield is actually steel. I want to build a chain or mount Q in steel mills. This is not something that can be done with more people. It requires a certain amount of knowledge, such as the temperature at which the steel can be formed, and at what temperature, what kind of effect can it achieve. Let's talk about it. See, this thing is something ordinary people can do. Li Chengqian thought for a while and shook his head. No way. Well, then, this matter, Jiang Feng, I bet, among the five of you, even though you say you and Darbing learned the best, but you may not be able to get this stuff out after you go. I said you were studying for 3 years. Then what you said is that we don't have the strength of inox. When the time comes, we won't find someone 1 inch. Dougal muttered unconvinced. In an instant, Li Chengqian glared at him, and Dougal shrank his neck and stopped talking. However, Li Chengqian did not speak at this time. Seems to be waiting for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded. Yes. What you said is right, but what kind of people do you want to find? Can they know the knowledge you have now? I tell you, although this thing seems simple, if it is not right, the understanding of the overall structure of steel and the reserve of knowledge in this area, even if you invite the world's highest blacksmith and smelting master, you may not be able to get it 1 inch. This is the knowledge power. You think you have a lot of it? No, you have not mastered it to the level of fur. Aftermath. It's what I said before, physics knowledge. If you don't have certain physics knowledge, even if someone comes, it's really impossible to make steel. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he faintly smiled. Now what do you think you have learned? Now you think what I said. I call him the Academy of the Technical School. Is it simple? If you still think if this thing is simple, it is very good. You can find someone to convince me that Jiang Feng will carry something on his back immediately and never come to Chainan again. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 500. See, Jiang Feng so solemnly vowed. Li Chengqian people really have nothing to say. Jiang Feng will never speak big words. This is the scariest place. So in other words, what they have learned now, and the division and multiplication where the profound truth they think is the real arithmetic, is really the limit. Then what Jiang Feng said about physics, and this is the true ability of Jiang Feng, this unbreakable spear, such a thing, even if Jiang Feng does not spread it, he will rely on this ability to make him famous. But what do they hear now? Jiang Feng wants to devote all his abilities to this academy. This also means that Jiang Feng really wants to train them as successors. This involved. Several people couldn't help but feeling ran in their hearts. Even Duga can't help but feel a little at this time. Feng Tsai, are you sure you want to teach us everything you have learned? Also, what kind of physics is that? Something? Is he really that magical, mysterious? Jiang Feng asked, laughing. This is not magical. I ask you, Darbing. Think about it. If one day you can master the thunder and lightning in the sky, will you feel magical? One day you can create lightning, and you can also use this thing to benefit Great Tang. Do you think it is magical? One day you will be in your experiment, soaring in the sky at that time. You really don't think how amazing this is. At that time, in your eyes, these things are actually a set of formulas, that's all. These, just its physics. The place where all of us live now is actually full of physics knowledge. but we didn't notice, that's all," Zhang Feng said. Li Chenqian and Duga couldn't help being shocked. "Flying in the sky, can you still master thunder and lightning and create thunder and lightning? Isn't this something that only the legendary god can make? How could they have this ability? How is this possible?" Unfortunately, Cheng Chumo got anxious. "Feng Tsai, can I also master the thing you said? Thunder and lightning." "Niangla, that is the ability that Taoist Immortal can manipulate." "Feng Zi, are you really the Taoist Immortal?" Zhang Feng is speechless. "Do you think I have something like Taoist Immortal? If I am really Taoist Immortal, that would be great, but it's a pity." "But don't shoot my flattery. Some things are naturally, you are destined to learn this thing. Of course, you also have other uses." Zhang Feng while speaking. Dugu was excited. "Then you mean, I can master it?" "But Iron Ox is not bad either." Zhang Feng shook his head. "It's not a question of difference. It depends on the innate talent. This thing is not a Taoist Immortal skill. It's just some things commonly used in physics, that's all. You can get in touch. Now you think about things. As far as the 5 of you are concerned, only 2 of you can handle it. If you think about it carefully, if you build a factory on this 50,000 mu of land, when the time comes, only you 2 of you, do you want to die from exhaustion?" Zhang Feng said here. He didn't say it again. The faces of Li Chenqian and Duga could not help flashing gloomy and uncertain. What Zhang Feng said is true. This when the time comes, if it is a steel mill, although I don't know what this thing is, but it must be similar to that iron. When the time comes, let the 2 of them burn the molten iron. Is it possible? Although they don't know this thing, but the blacksmith smelting iron, they have seen the thing about ironing. When the time comes, it all fell on them. That when I think about the crown prince of a country, he is actually a blacksmith. But Zhang Feng outlined the ability to master thunder and lightning. They were really attracted, especially Li Chenqian. When the time comes, if you really learn this craft, you only need this. If it was displayed on the Palace of Political Statement that day, he would really like to see it. At that time, all the things in the Palace of Political Statement human expression. That's really exciting. Feng Tsai, I understand what you mean. What you mean is that everyone has their own advantages, such as me. I am naturally strong, and big fool. There is Sun, Darbing, Li Qian. Each of us is different from each other, so what we will learn in the future will be different, right? That means that although we cannot learn the kind of mastering thunder and lightning, isn't it possible to learn other things as well? Also, this academy, no, is the technical institute specializing in this stuff? Cheng Chuma rubbed his hair, and instantly broke the bun on his head. At this time, he was covering his face, looking a little crazy. But he also said something. Zhang Feng nodded, thumbs up with some appreciation. "You're right. Everyone is an independent individual, so in the future our teaching policy will be based on this. As for anything, it's a fart! Exclamation mark. When the time comes when you finish your studies, I will give you a score. This thing depends on the skills you have mastered. Who sees how many big characters you have learned?